Exporters Confederation Incorporated towards building an exporting nation. Cathay Land.
Sige lang, sige. Ang buong mundo, alam na malayo, sama-sama tayo hanggang sa dulo. Ano man ang pagsubok, isusuko. Alam kong kaya mo, sige lang.
Exports is a major driving force of the economy, bringing much-needed revenues and showcasing Filipino expertise, craftsmanship, and creativity to the world. With over 4,000 members across 52 industry associations and 21 chapters nationwide. Together, we represent 70% of the country's export performance. PhilExport stands at the forefront of the country's drive towards greater economic growth. We shall remain committed to champion the industry, to create an exporting nation, as the way to help uplift the lives of many Filipinos around the nation, and pave the road towards making Philippines the next tiger economy. PhilExport, towards building an exporting nation.
How do meaningful connections move you? They inspire you. They give strength. To help you achieve your best you. At NGCP, our dream is to build meaningful connections to bring the entire nation together. In collaboration with the national government, we're bringing infrastructure development to every corner of the Philippines to realize the country's goal of inclusive and sustainable growth. As the country's only electricity transmission service provider, we connect with the power generation sector and the distribution sector to provide Filipinos with a better quality of life. We build these relationships to make the best happen for everyone. And the best is yet to come. Together with the local government and communities, we're building an even stronger connection through a unified national grid. Every family and every community will feel more connected than ever. Everyone helping one another in making things better. Because as one, we can do wonders and make more moments that really matter. Together, let's create a brighter future. NGCP.
So how much will it cost to maintain a property for investment?
Well, usually it will cost you your movie nights, weekends with friends, and quality time with your family. But not with Hotel 101. Just get a unit and we'll take care of it.
So that's it?
Yeah, that's it.
Hotel 101. Investing made simple.
Saludo ako sa mga business owners na araw-araw nagsisikap to keep the business running. Hands-on, just to make sure all suppliers and employees are paid. Sinisigurado na may enough inventory to meet demands and keep their customers coming. Kaya naman, BDO SME Loan is here to support you with standby funds to keep your business on track. BDO SME Loan, ready for your business needs.
Vaccines come with benefits. Show your vaccination card to get shopping and dining perks. Vax, shop, and dine at SM.
A better future is built by the brave, envisioned by brilliant minds, born from the passions of thousands strong. One that isn't without risk, but protected from it. Safe from all the worries and secure for what's to come. Because a better future with the greatest empires, the strongest communities, and the happiest families will always be worth having. That's why the bold and the fearless understand that recreating something better takes courage and strength. So together, let's start shaping a better future today.
We think beyond what is needed today for the young learners of tomorrow. ICCT Colleges, Center of Excellence for the Global Learners.
Kay sarap balik-balikan ang saya at sarap ng zesto. Maraming mga kwento na nakakatawa at nakakakilig. Nagdulot ay sayang walang ibang makakadaig. Kay sarap balik-balikan mga alaala ng nakaraan. Kay sarap balik-balikan ang saya at sarap ng zesto.
Nagsimula sa isang pangarap.
Ako na po, ma'am.
Ika'y tutulungang ibahin ang buhay na nakasanayan.
Naka 24 months ka na sa pag-ibig.
May panghulog na ako sa motor.
Bagong motor.
Gagawa ng hakbang para mapaghandaan ng forever.
Ka, ha?
At harapin ang bukas na may maaasahan. Simulan mo na ang forever mo ngayon. Fund your forever with Pag-ibig Fund.
We find the greatest value in what we do, in the relationships we create, in the connections we make, in the bonds we form, in the trust we're given. Trust that strengthens our relationships. Trust we work hard to keep. Trust that inspires us to do what we can as long as we can, to lead in building the economy, serving people and their communities, providing the assurance of security and stability they can count on, whatever happens. This is why, in these difficult times where people crave even more connection, we are inspired to work harder at nurturing these relationships. In a time of uncertainty, we build lives together by banking confidence through continued service. In a time of worry, assure we bank on our excellence and attention to health and safety to offer assurance through our care. In a time of fear, we shine a light on the future and encourage them to face it with a smile through meaningful assistance. Because everything we do at Metrobank is for those who have trusted us with their lives, their hopes, and their dreams. It is a commitment that whatever happens, in good times and bad, we are invested in their lives, making sure they're in good hands. That is what we mean by meaningful banking, because those connections are what mean the most to us, and we are committed to making them last.
We have covered the journey of our young democracy. In ANC, we were witnesses to the defining moments of Philippine history that influenced the world.
For the service of the nation.
We don't just tell stories. We tell you why they matter. We sift through the noise and arm you with facts.
This is the Philippines.
And we are ANC.
President of the Philippines, Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
I, Maria Minor Heronero, having been appointed to the position of chairman.
Ang Daily Tribune may digital shows na din. Dahil sa mas lumalaki at mas lumalakas nating tribu, handog sa inyo ng Daily Tribune ang mga programang magbibigay buhay araw-araw. Be informed at mag-good vibes tuwing umaga sa programang Gising Na. Be updated sa news and happenings sa Tribune News on Cue. Mas kilalanin pa natin ang mga paborito nyong atleta sa programang The Athletes Tribune. Alamin ang latest entertainment sa programang What's Up. Ma-inspire sa mga kwentong hatid ng Perfect. Search lang ang Daily Tribune sa inyong Facebook at Tribune Now on YouTube. See you there mga katribu!
Gaano namin kayo kamahal? Sobra-sobra, kaya naman, we want us to be together anytime, anywhere. Channel surfing all day sa dami ng kapuso channels na inyong pagpipilian. Anumang palabas ang hanap ng inyong puso, meron tayo niyan. Sa radyo, balita, kwentuhan at tugstugan, sagot namin yan. Online, lahat ng trending, catch-up episodes at web exclusives. Isang click nyo lang. Saan mang dako ng bansa o ng mundo, magkasama pa rin tayo. Kahit sa movies, concerts, events at iba pang ganap, tayo ang magka-date. Together rin tayo sa bayanihan. At ma-enjoy nyo lahat ng ito using our digital receivers wherever you are. Talagang mas masarap ang ating pagmamahalan dahil anytime and anywhere, we have us together.
Napapansin ba ninyo, lumiliwanag ang mundo pag magkasama tayo? Life is so much sweeter, everything feels better pag tayong lahat ay together. Let's have fun together, let's play together, kumain, magluto, matuto together, tawanan together, hawak kamay together, we'll be there for each other, we're stronger together. Kaya tara na Pilipino, let's get together, let's all come alive. Kaya tara na Pilipino, let's get together, Sunday 25, Sunday 25. Let's stay together, let's sing together, let's all work together, mag-travel together, let's shop together, mangarap together, we can fly higher when we are together. Kaya tara na Pilipino, let's get together, let's all come alive. Kaya tara na Pilipino, let's get together, Sunday 25. Panalo tayo pag together, walang talo pag together, balitaan together, love each other, magsikap together, magsikap together. Kaya tara na Pilipino, let's get together, let's all come alive. Kaya tara na Pilipino, let's get together, Sunday 25, Sunday 25, Sunday 25, let's get together, Sunday 25.
Exports is a major driving force of the economy, bringing much-needed revenues and showcasing Filipino expertise, craftsmanship, and creativity to the world. With over 4,000 members across 52 industry associations and 21 chapters nationwide. Together, we represent 70% of the country's export performance. PhilExport stands at the forefront of the country's drive towards greater economic growth. We shall remain committed to champion the industry to create an exporting nation as the way to help uplift the lives of many Filipinos around the nation and pave the road towards making Philippines the next tiger economy. PhilExport towards building an exporting nation.
How do meaningful connections move you? They inspire you. They give strength. To help you achieve your best you. At NGCP, our dream is to build meaningful connections to bring the entire nation together. In collaboration with the national government, we're bringing infrastructure development to every corner of the Philippines to realize the country's goal of inclusive and sustainable growth. As the country's only electricity transmission service provider, we connect with the power generation sector and the distribution sector to provide Filipinos with a better quality of life. We build these relationships to make the best happen for everyone. And the best is yet to come. Together with the local government and communities, we're building an even stronger connection through a unified national grid. Every family and every community will feel more connected than ever. Everyone helping one another in making things better. Because as one, we can do wonders and make more moments that really matter. Together, let's create a brighter future. NGCP.
So how much will it cost to maintain a property for investment?
Well, usually it will cost you your movie nights, weekends with friends, and quality time with your family. But not with Hotel 101. Just get a unit and we'll take care of it.
So that's it?
Yeah, that's it.
Hotel 101. Investing made simple.
Saludo ako sa mga business owners na araw-araw nagsisikap to keep the business running. Hands-on, just to make sure all suppliers and employees are paid. Sinisigurado na may enough inventory to meet demands and keep their customers coming. Kaya naman, BDO SME Loan is here to support you with standby funds to keep your business on track. BDO SME Loan, ready for your business needs.
Vaccines come with benefits. Show your vaccination card to get shopping and dining perks. Vax, shop, and dine at SM.
A better future is built by the brave, envisioned by brilliant minds, born from the passions of thousands strong. One that isn't without risk, but protected from it. safe from all the worries and secure for what's to come. Because a better future with the greatest empires, the strongest communities, and the happiest families will always be worth having. That's why the bold and the fearless understand that recreating something better takes courage and strength. So together, let's start shaping a better future today.
We think beyond what is needed today for the young learners of tomorrow. ICCT Colleges, Center of Excellence for the Global Learners.
Efficiency, cost, productivity. Business as usual has always been about turning a profit. If you stop to think about it, what more is there? The universe, nature, life, civilization as we know it is about the search for something greater than ourselves. Huawei Cloud is innovating technologies to make the world more inclusive. The cloud, AI, 5G are building a fully connected, intelligent world. They do more than drive digital transformation. It's a new paradigm for innovation. Imagine, if you can, what amazing secrets await when we unlock the secrets of the universe. What cosmic answers will we learn? AI can help preserve in the rainforest by identifying the sounds of gunshots or the sounds of illegal logging, protecting the most precious sounds, birds and trees, for generations to come. In cities around the world, we can collect traffic data and analyze it to improve transportation and bring order to a chaotic world. Even reporting the weather can be improved with AI. With more accurate forecasts and timely alerts, we'll travel safer and get home to our loved ones. Also, so many delicious flavors, chili, herbs, and spices automatically selected to improve flavor, quality, and nutrition. Delightful flavor explosions to dazzle our taste buds. A cloud for everyone, unleashing the power of innovation, making every day better. A cloud for pervasive intelligence and a better future. Huawei Cloud. Grow with intelligence.
Thank you.
How is it? Babe, will you marry me?
Yes.
I'm excited to spend the rest of my life with you, babe.
I love you, Kito.
Paking? Ano nangyayari dito?
Hala? Anong ginagawa mo dito?
Kito, sino siya?
Dentist ko, babe.
Dentist? Pakito! Sinasabi ko na nga ba?
I can explain.
Dami.
Kay sarap balik-balikan ang saya at sarap ng zesto. Maraming mga kwento na nakakatawa at nakakakilig, na dulot ay sayang walang ibang makakadaig. Kay sarap balik-balikan mga alaala ng nakaraan. Kay sarap balik-balikan ang saya at sarap ng zesto.
Nagsimula sa isang pangarap.
Ako na po, ma'am.
Ika'y tutulungang ibahin ang buhay na nakasanayan.
Naka 24 months ka na sa pag-ibig.
May panghulog na ako sa motor.
Bagong motor.
Gagawa ng hakbang para mapaghandaan ng forever.
Ka, ha?
At harapin ang bukas na may maaasahan. Simulan mo na ang forever mo ngayon. Fund your forever with Pag-ibig Fund.
We find the greatest value in what we do in the relationships we create, in the connections we make, in the bonds we form, in the trust we're given. Trust that strengthens our relationships. Trust we work hard to keep. Trust that inspires us to do what we can as long as we can, to lead in building the economy, serving people and their communities, providing the assurance of security and stability they can count on, whatever happens. This is why, in these difficult times where people crave even more connection, we are inspired to work harder at nurturing these relationships. In a time of uncertainty, we build lives together by banking confidence through continued service. In a time of worry, assure we bank on our excellence and attention to health and safety to offer assurance through our care. In a time of fear, we shine a light on the future and encourage them to face it with a smile through meaningful assistance. Because everything we do at Metrobank is for those who have trusted us with their lives, their hopes, and their dreams. It is a commitment that whatever happens, in good times and bad, we are invested in their lives, making sure they're in good hands. That is what we mean by meaningful banking, because those connections are what mean the most to us, and we are committed to making them last.
We have covered the journey of our young democracy. In ANC, we were witnesses to the defining moments of Philippine history that influenced the world.
To the service of the nation.
We don't just tell stories, we tell you why they matter. We sift through the noise and arm you with facts.
This is the Philippines.
And we are ANC.
President of the Philippines, Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
I, Maria Leonor Heronimo, having been appointed to the position of chairman.
Ang Daily Tribune may digital shows na din. Dahil sa mas lumalaki at mas lumalakas nating tribu, handog sa inyo ng Daily Tribune ang mga programang magbibigay buhay araw-araw. Be informed at mag-good vibes tuwing umaga sa programang Gising Na. Be updated sa news and happenings sa Tribune News on Cue. Mas kilalanin pa natin ang mga paborito nyong atleta sa programang The Athletes Tribune. Alamin ang latest entertainment sa programang What's Up. Ma-inspire sa mga kwentong hatid ng Perfect. Search lang ang Daily Tribune sa inyong Facebook at Tribune Now on YouTube. See you there mga katribu!
Gaano namin kayo kamahal? Sobra-sobra, kaya naman, we want us to be together anytime, anywhere. Channel surfing all day sa dami ng kapuso channels na inyong pagpipilian. Anumang palabas ang hanap ng inyong puso, meron tayo niyan. Sa radyo, balita, kwentuhan at tugstugan, sagot namin yan. Online, lahat ng trending, catch-up episodes at web exclusives. Isang click nyo lang. Saan mang dako ng bansa o ng mundo, magkasama pa rin tayo. Kahit sa movies, concerts, events at iba pang ganap, tayo ang magka-date. Together rin tayo sa bayanihan. At ma-enjoy nyo lahat ng ito using our digital receivers wherever you are. Talagang mas masarap ang ating pagmamahalan dahil anytime and anywhere, we have us together.
Napapansin ba ninyo lumiliwanag ang mundo pag magkasama tayo? Life is so much sweeter, everything feels better pag tayong lahat ay together. Let's have fun together, let's play together. Kumain, magluto, matuto together. Tawanan together, hawak kamay together. We'll be there for each other, we're stronger together. Kaya tara na Pilipino, let's get together, let's all come alive. Kaya tara na Pilipino, let's get together, Sunday 25, Sunday 25. Let's stay together, let's sing together, let's all work together, mag-travel together, let's shop together, mangarap together. We can fly higher when we are together. Kaya tara na Pilipino, let's get together, let's all come alive. Kaya tara na Filipino, let's get together, Summit 25. Panalo tayo pag together, walang talo pag together, balitaan together, love each other, magsikap together, kaya tara na Filipino, let's get together, let's all come alive. Kaya tara na Filipino, let's get together, Summit 25. Summit 25. Summit 25. Let's get together. Summit 25.
Exports is a major driving force of the economy, bringing much-needed revenues and showcasing Filipino expertise, craftsmanship, and creativity to the world. With over 4,000 members across 52 industry associations and 21 chapters nationwide. Together, we represent 70% of the country's export performance. PhilExport stands at the forefront of the country's drive towards greater economic growth. We shall remain committed to champion the industry, to create an exporting nation, as the way to help uplift the lives of many Filipinos around the nation, and pave the road towards making Philippines the next tiger economy. PhilExport, towards building an exporting nation.
How do meaningful connections move you? They inspire you. They give strength. To help you achieve your best you. At NGCP, our dream is to build meaningful connections to bring the entire nation together. In collaboration with the national government, we're bringing infrastructure development to every corner of the Philippines to realize the country's goal of inclusive and sustainable growth. As the country's only electricity transmission service provider, we connect with the power generation sector and the distribution sector to provide Filipinos with a better quality of life. We build these relationships to make the best happen for everyone. And the best is yet to come. Together with the local government and communities, we're building an even stronger connection through a unified national grid. Every family and every community will feel more connected than ever. Everyone helping one another in making things better. Because as one, we can do wonders and make more moments that really matter. Together, let's create a brighter future. NGCP.
So, how much will it cost to maintain a property for investment?
Well, usually it will cost you your movie nights, weekends with friends, and quality time with your family. But not with Hotel 101. Just get a unit and we'll take care of it.
So that's it?
Yeah, that's it.
Hotel 101. Investing made simple.
Saludo ako sa mga business owners na araw-araw nagsisikap to keep the business running. Hands-on, just to make sure all suppliers and employees are paid. Sinisigurado na may enough inventory to meet demands and keep their customers coming. Kaya naman, BDO SME Loan is here to support you with standby funds to keep your business on track. BDO SME Loan, ready for your business needs.
Vaccines come with benefits. Show your vaccination card to get shopping and dining perks. Vax, shop, and dine at SM.
A better future is built by the brave, envisioned by brilliant minds, born from the passions of thousands strong. One that isn't without risk, but protected from it. Safe from all the worries and secure for what's to come. Because a better future with the greatest empires, the strongest communities, and the happiest families will always be worth having. That's why the bold and the fearless understand that recreating something better takes courage and strength. So together, let's start shaping a better future today.
We think beyond what is needed today for the young learners of tomorrow. ICCT Colleges, Center of Excellence for the Global Learners.
efficiency, cost, productivity. Business as usual has always been about turning a profit. If you stop to think about it, what more is there? The universe, nature, life, civilization as we know it is about the search for something greater than ourselves. Huawei Cloud is innovating technologies to make the world more inclusive. The cloud, AI, 5G are building a fully connected, intelligent world. They do more than drive digital transformation. It's a new paradigm for innovation. Imagine, if you can, what amazing secrets await when we unlock the secrets of the universe. What cosmic answers will we learn? AI can help preserve in the rainforest by identifying the sounds of gunshots or the sounds of illegal logging, protecting the most precious sounds, birds and trees for generations to come. In cities around the world, we can collect traffic data and analyze it to improve transportation and bring order to a chaotic world. Even reporting the weather can be improved with AI. With more accurate forecasts and timely alerts, we'll travel safer and get home to our loved ones. Also, so many delicious flavors, chili, herbs, and spices automatically selected to improve flavor, quality, and nutrition. Delightful flavor explosions to dazzle our taste buds. A cloud for everyone, unleashing the power of innovation, making every day better. A cloud for pervasive intelligence and a better future. Huawei Cloud. Grow with intelligence.
Thank you.
How is it?
No.
Babe, will you marry me?
Yes?
I'm excited to spend the rest of my life with you, babe.
Paking? Ano nangyayari dito?
Hala, anong ginagawa mo dito?
Sino siya?
Dentist ko, babe.
Dentist?
Pakito! Sinasabi ko na nga ba?
I can explain.
Dami.
Kay sarap balik-balikan ang saya at sarap ng zesto. Maraming Mga kwento na nakakatawa at nakakakilig, nagdulot ay sayang, walang ibang makakadaig. Kay sarap balik-balikan mga alaala ng nakaraan. Kay sarap balik-balikan ang saya at sarap ng zesto.
Nagsimula sa isang pangarap. Ika'y tutulungang ibahin ang buhay na nakasanayan.
Naka 24 months ka na sa pag-ibig.
May panghulog na ako sa motor.
Bagong motor.
Gagawa ng hakbang para mapaghandaan ng forever. At harapin ang bukas na may maaasahan. Simulan mo na ang forever mo ngayon. Fund your forever with Pag-ibig Fund.
We find the greatest value in what we do in the relationships we create, in the connections we make, in the bonds we form, in the trust we're given. Trust that strengthens our relationships. Trust we work hard to keep. Trust that inspires us to do what we can as long as we can, to lead in building the economy, serving people and their communities, providing the assurance of security and stability they can count on, whatever happens. This is why in these difficult times, where people crave even more connection, we are inspired to work harder at nurturing these relationships. In a time of uncertainty, we build lives together by banking confidence through continued service. In a time of worry, assure we bank on our excellence and attention to health and safety to offer assurance through our care. In a time of fear, we shine a light on the future and encourage them to face it with a smile through meaningful assistance. Because everything we do at Metrobank is for those who have trusted us with their lives, their hopes, and their dreams. It is a commitment that whatever happens, in good times and bad, we are invested in their lives, making sure they're in good hands. That is what we mean by meaningful banking, because those connections are what mean the most to us, and we are committed to making them last.
We have covered the journey of our young democracy. In ANC, we were witnesses to the defining moments of Philippine history that influenced the world.
To the service of the nation.
We don't just tell stories, we tell you why they matter. We sift through the noise and arm you with facts.
This is the Philippines.
And we are ANC.
President of the Philippines, Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
I, Maria Leonor Heronero, having been appointed to the position of chair.
ang Daily Tribune may digital shows na din. Dahil sa mas lumalaki at mas lumalakas nating tribu, handog sa inyo ng Daily Tribune ang mga programang magbibigay buhay araw-araw. Be informed at mag-good vibes tuwing umaga sa programang Gising Na. Be updated sa news and happenings sa Tribune News on Cue. Mas kilalanin pa natin ang mga paborito nyong atleta sa programang The Athletes Tribune. Alamin ang latest entertainment sa programang What's Up. Ma-inspire sa mga kwentong hatid ng Perfect. Search lang ang Daily Tribune sa inyong Facebook at Tribune Now on YouTube. See you there mga katribu!
Gaano namin kayo kamahal? Sobra-sobra. Kaya naman, we want us to be together anytime, anywhere. Channel surfing all day sa dami ng kapuso channels na inyong pagpipilian. Anumang palabas ang hanap ng inyong puso, meron tayo niyan. Sa radyo, balita, kwentuhan at tugstugan, sagot namin yan. Online, lahat ng trending, catch-up episodes at web exclusives. Isang click nyo lang. Saan mang dako ng bansa o ng mundo, magkasama pa rin tayo. Kahit sa movies, concerts, events at iba pang ganap, tayo ang magka-date. Together rin tayo sa bayanihan. At ma-enjoy nyo lahat ng ito using our digital receivers wherever you are. Talagang mas masarap ang ating pagmamahalan dahil anytime and anywhere, we have us together.
Napapansin ba ninyo, lumiliwanag ang mundo pag magkasama tayo? Life is so much sweeter, everything feels better pag tayong lahat ay together. Let's have fun together, let's play together, kumain, magluto, matuto together, tawanan together, hawak kamay together, we'll be there for each other, we're stronger together. Kaya tara na Filipino, let's get together, let's all come alive. Kaya tara na Filipino, let's get together, Sunday 25, Sunday 25. Let's stay together, let's sing together, let's all work together, mag-travel together, let's shop together, mangarap together, we can fly higher when we are together. Kaya tara na Filipino, let's get together, let's all come alive. Kaya tara na Filipino, let's get together, Sunday 25. Panalo tayo pag together, walang talo pag together, balitaan together, love each other, magsikap together, magsikap together. Kaya tara na Filipino, let's get together, let's all come alive. Kaya tara na Filipino, let's get together, Sunday 25, Sunday 25, Sunday 25, let's get together, Sunday 25.
Exports is a major driving force of the economy, bringing much-needed revenues and showcasing Filipino expertise, craftsmanship, and creativity to the world. With over 4,000 members across 52 industry associations and 21 chapters nationwide. Together, we represent 70% of the country's export performance. PhilExport stands at the forefront of the country's drive towards greater economic growth. We shall remain committed to champion the industry, to create an exporting nation, as the way to help uplift the lives of many Filipinos around the nation, and pave the road towards making Philippines the next tiger economy. PhilExport, towards building an exporting nation.
How do meaningful connections move you? They inspire you. They give strength. To help you achieve your best you. At NGCP, our dream is to build meaningful connections to bring the entire nation together. In collaboration with the national government, we're bringing infrastructure development to every corner of the Philippines to realize the country's goal of inclusive and sustainable growth. As the country's only electricity transmission service provider, we connect with the power generation sector and the distribution sector to provide Filipinos with a better quality of life. We build these relationships to make the best happen for everyone. And the best is yet to come. Together with the local government and communities, we're building an even stronger connection through a unified national grid. Every family and every community will feel more connected than ever. Everyone helping one another in making things better. Because as one, we can do wonders and make more moments that really matter. Together, let's create a brighter future. NGCP.
So, how much will it cost to maintain a property for investment?
Well, usually it will cost you your movie nights, weekends with friends, and quality time with your family. But not with Hotel 101. Just get a unit and we'll take care of it.
So that's it?
Yeah, that's it.
Hotel 101. Investing made simple.
The Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry would like to thank the support of the following generous sponsors: Phil Export, Philippine Franchise Association, National Grid Corporation of the Philippines, BA Securities Incorporated, San Miguel Corporation, BDO Unibank, Globe Business, Istana Development Corporation, Bakasyonan Resort and Conference Center, Philippine Business Bank, Sesto Corporation, Arc Refreshments Corporation, Cathay Land Incorporated, Astoria Hotels and Resorts, SM Investment Corporation, Double Dragon Corporation, Wilcon Depot Incorporated, ICCT Colleges, Meralco, RG Simbulan and Partners Corporation, ICTSI, Samgyup Masarap Unlimited Korean Barbecue, Huawei Technologies Philippines Incorporated, Federation of Filipino-Chinese Chambers of Commerce and Industry Incorporated, Home Development Mutual Fund, Pag-ibig Fund, Metrobank, you're in good hands. Dito CME Holding Corporation, Phoenix Petroleum, JT International Incorporated, China Bank, your success is our business. Pagcor, Toyota Motors Philippines, East West, Merrimart Consumer Corporation, South Forbes Gulf City, Mahalta Resorts and Convention Center. Thank you to our following media partners: Business World, Malaya Business Insight, Business Mirror, Philippine Daily Inquirer, Philippine Star, Daily Tribune, The Manila Times, ABS-CBN News Channel, CNN Philippines, Net25, GMA7, DZBB Super Radio, Teleradio, Mega World. This is the 47th Philippine Business Conference and Expo. Before we start the program, please be guided by the following conference guidelines. Ensure a stable internet connection for better viewing experience of the conference. Panelists and attendees are requested to rename their accounts in the following format: Organization, company followed by your name and last name. Note that microphones and cameras are automatically turned off to ensure minimal distraction once the program starts. Your audio and video will be enabled once your respective sessions are about to begin. Questions related to the presentation should be put in the Q&A box found at the lower portion of your screen with your name and organization for proper acknowledgement. Should the presentation be too large or too small on your screen, kindly adjust in view options found at the top portion of your screen. You may opt for fit to screen or view side by side. Participate in the discussion by answering poll questions submitted by our host or moderator. Practice and observe respectful comments and refrain from using offensive language. Lastly, learn from the event and enjoy. Chamber of Commerce and Industry would like to thank the support of the following generous sponsors: Phil Export, Philippine Franchise Association, National Grid Corporation of the Philippines, BA Securities Incorporated, San Miguel Corporation, BDO Unibank, Globe Business, Istana Development Corporation, Bakasyonan Resort and Conference Center, Philippine Business Bank, Sesto Corporation, Arc Refreshments Corporation, Cathay Land Incorporated, Astoria Hotels and Resorts, SM Investment Corporation, Double Dragon Corporation, Wilcon Depot Incorporated, ICCT Colleges, Meralco, RG Simbulan and Partners Corporation, ICTSI, Samgyup Masarap Unlimited Korean Barbecue, Huawei Technologies Philippines Incorporated, Federation of Filipino-Chinese Chambers of Commerce and Industry Incorporated, Home Development Mutual Fund, Pag-ibig Fund, Metrobank, you're in good hands. Dito CME Holding Corporation, Phoenix Petroleum, JT International Incorporated, China Bank, your success is our business. Pagcor, Toyota Motors Philippines, East West, Marymart Consumer Corporation, South Forbes Gulf City, Mahalta Resorts and Convention Center. Thank you to our following media partners: Business World, Malaya Business Insight, Business Mirror, Philippine Daily Inquirer, Philippine Star, Daily Tribune, The Manila Times, ABS-CBN News Channel, CNN Philippines, Net25, GMA7, DZBB Super Radio, Teleradio, Mega World. This is the 47th Philippine Business Conference and Expo. Before we start the program, please be guided by the following conference guidelines. Ensure a stable internet connection for better viewing experience of the conference. Panelists and attendees are requested to rename their accounts in the following format: organization, company followed by your name and last name. Note that microphones and cameras are automatically turned off to ensure minimal distraction once the program starts. Your audio and video will be enabled once your respective sessions are about to begin. Questions related to the presentation should be put in the Q&A box found at the lower portion of your screen with your name and organization for proper acknowledgement. Should the presentation be too large or too small on your screen, kindly adjust in view options found at the top portion of your screen. You may opt for fit to screen or view side by side. Participate in the discussion by answering poll questions submitted by our host or moderator. Practice and observe respectful comments and refrain from using offensive language. Lastly, learn from the event and enjoy. Welcome to the 47th Philippine Business Conference and Expo live at the PCCI Innovation Center. Your host for today is Miss Isa Litton.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Oh, wow, the sound of applause. Everybody put your hands together. Don't you just miss that? And don't you miss this? Good morning, everybody. Good morning indeed. And I love the energy here at the PCCI Innovation Center. Welcome indeed to the most awaited business event of the year, the 47th Philippine Business Conference and Expo, happening live here at the PCCI Innovation Center. This two-day event is anchored on the theme Innovation.ph, Economic Recovery for All. And aside from the conference itself, we are also highlighting the 47th PBC Expo, a virtual showcase of the Philippines' craftsmanship, ingenuity, and world-class nature of its export quality products from the different regions, as well as the best services offered by the participating companies working collectively to meet the sophisticated demands of foreign buyers. We are very proud to present to you the virtual expo of the 47th Philippine Business Conference. Everyone, let's give that a round of applause, please. And so to begin, ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the arrival of the flags as well as the entrance of our VIPs.
Welcome to the 47th Philippine Business Conference and Expo. We hereby declare the virtual expo open.
Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the voice of Philippine business. Philippine Exporters Confederation Incorporated, towards building an exporting nation. Cathay Land Incorporated, committed to you. San Miguel Corporation, your world made better. Double Dragon Properties Corporation, possibilities are endless. SM Investments Corporation, sustainability for growth. BDO Unibank, we find ways. Mary Mark Consumer Corporation, back to basics. Philippine Franchise Association. National Grid Corporation of the Philippines, bridging power and progress. Wilkin Depot, building big ideas. Federation of Filipino-Chinese Chambers of Commerce and Industry Incorporated, Pagi Big Fund Corporation. Manila Electric Company. Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporation, creating opportunities beyond gaming. Wakas Yunnan Resort and Conference Center. Philippine Business Bank, making things happen today. Philippine Long Distance Telephone Company, it's you that counts. Huawei, dreams inspire creativity. Zesto Corporation, growing with you, growing for you. Globe Business, a globe of good. Marwell Chemicals Corporation. Astoria Hotels and Resorts, fulfilling world-class travel experiences. Philippine Chamber of Handicrafts Exporters and Artisan Incorporated, and Chamber of Furniture Industries of the Philippines.
Skilled Filipino artisans of our times play with the natural rawness of materials. And mold these into world-class products that can stand side by side with the best in other parts of the world. Essential search for the best craftsmanship makes our craft continually evolve. Eastern temperament effortlessly blend with Western influences that uniquely shape the designs in our minds and manifest in the agile hands of our artisans. Our design quest to conquer the global market is no longer confined inside a physical exhibition hall and into the digital space.
our media partners.
And that wraps up our walkthrough of the virtual expo. We hope you enjoyed the tour. Get to know more about these brands by engaging with their representatives via message or video chat, or download brochures directly from their virtual booths. Please click on the link shown on the screen to register and visit the virtual expo anytime at your convenience today and tomorrow. On behalf of the Expo Committee of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we bid everyone a pleasant good morning and enjoy the virtual expo.
The strength of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry is founded on its huge network of 123 local chambers nationwide. These local chambers provide support in terms of advocacy for policy reforms, business services, and networking to help build PCCI's competitive advantage. More importantly, local chambers provide feedback to the national chamber in terms of the real situation on the ground and the needs of business people in the various areas which are critical in PCCI's efforts to forward the interest of the business community nationwide. The PCCI's local chamber network is led by 5 area vice presidents and 19 regional governors across the country. From North Luzon, the Area Vice President, Ms. Gregoria G. Simbulan, with the regional governors of CAR, Region 1, Region 2, and Region 3. The regional governor of the Cordillera Administrative Region, Mr. Ernest C. Panis, with the CAR presidents. The regional governor of PCCI Region 1, Mr. Alexander M. Ang, with the Region 1 presidents. The regional governor of PCCI Region 2, Mr. Cloyd Velasco, with the Region 2 presidents. The regional governor of PCCI Region 3, Mr. Alvin P. Belarmino, with the Region 3 presidents. South Luzon, the Area Vice President of PCCI South Luzon, Ms. Clarine P. Tobias, with the regional governors of Region 4 and Region 5. The regional governor of PCCI Region 4, Ms. Sally C. Lacson, with the Region 4 presidents. The regional governor of PCCI Region 5, Ms. Mergy Moraleda, with the Region 5 presidents.
Siyempre laman yung paypay.
From the National Capital Region, Miss Delia B. Jimenez. With the regional governors of the North, Central, and South sectors. The regional governor of the North sector, Miss Julie M. Quiroga. With the North sector presidents. The regional governor of the Central sector, Mr. Jose B. Tayawa. With the Central sector presidents. And the regional governor of the South sector, Miss Teresita L. Nganchan. With the South sector presidents. From Visayas, the Area Vice President of PCCI Visayas, Mr. Frank Carboy. With the regional governors of Region 6, Region 7, and Region 8. The regional governor of PCCI Region 6, Mr. Ronald U. So. With the Region 6 presidents. The regional governor of PCCI Region 7, Mr. Edward C. Du. With the Region 7 presidents. The regional governor of PCCI Region 8, Mr. Wilson Sia Uy. With the Region 8 presidents. Mindanao, the Area Vice President of PCCI Mindanao, Mr. Arturo Milan. With the regional governors of Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, Western Mindanao, Northern Mindanao, Southwestern Mindanao, Southeastern Mindanao, Eastern Mindanao, and Central Mindanao. The regional governor of PCCI BARMM, Dr. Aldrin K. Ibo. With the presidents of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. The regional governor of PCCI Western Mindanao, Attorney Paulino G. Goodmalin. With the Western Mindanao presidents. The regional governor of PCCI Northern Mindanao, Mr. Rodrigo Piojo. The Northern Mindanao presidents. The regional governor of PCCI Southwestern Mindanao, Ms. Loretta C.C. With the Southwestern Mindanao presidents. The regional governor of PCCI Southeastern Mindanao, Mr. Arturo Milan. With the Southeastern presidents. The regional governor of PCCI Eastern Mindanao, Miss Julie P. Sinense. With the Eastern Mindanao presidents. The regional governor of PCCI Central Mindanao, Mr. Perfecto F. Marquez. With the Central Mindanao presidents.
Distinguished guests, may we request you all to please rise for the arrival of the Philippine flag, the PCCI flag, as well as to welcome the President of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Ambassador Benedicto V. Yuhuico, the Chairwoman of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Ms. Maria Alegria Sibalim-Hoco, and the Conference Chair of the 47th Philippine Business Conference and Expo, Mr. Jeffrey D. Nam. Please remain standing as we begin today's program. We ask the Almighty for His blessing and guidance with an ecumenical prayer led by Father Jerry Orbos of the Catholic Faith, Pastor Reyuel Tika of the Baptist Churches, and Ustads Nomeri Makabangin of the Islam religion. It will be followed immediately by the national anthem.
We invoke your blessing upon the Philippine Business Conference, all the organizers and participants. Oh Lord, as we move out from the darkness of COVID-19 towards a new day, Lord, purify us, cleanse us from selfishness, from being profit-oriented. May we remember that whatever we do, that it serve, sana makatulong sa marami pang tao. And to this little work we do, may we help our country, the Philippines, and our people. Lord, be with us, that our business be for your glory and honor, and for the help, for helping other people, especially the poor. Stay with us, Lord. Thank you so much. You are the source of all our blessings. Help us to share our blessings. We ask this in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord. Please remind us, Lord, that life is not just about making money or making a name. It's about making a difference. Amen.
Lord, we thank you and recognize your presence this time to celebrate the 47th Business Conference of the PCCI. We thank you, Lord God, for the leadership, for the directors, even for the officers and the members of this group. I pray, God, your blessings to be upon them as they meet and celebrate this beautiful year ahead, in spite of all the pandemic happening in the Philippines and even the national elections coming very soon. That you will give wisdom to each one, that we will trust in you alone. And when you bless, that we will give to you all the glory and the honor. These we pray in Jesus' name. Amen. God bless you.
قال ربكم ادعوني استجب لكم آمين يا رب العالمين. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. اللهم يا مقلب القلوب ثبت قلوبنا على دينك. اللهم يا مصرف القلوب صرف قلوبنا على طاعتك. اللهم اغفر لنا ذنوبنا ولوالدينا وارحمهما كما ربياني صغيرا. اللهم اغفر لنا ذنوبنا ولوالدينا وارحمهما كما ربياني صغيرا. اللهم انصر الإسلام والمسلمين في كل مكان. اللهم انصر الإسلام والمسلمين في كل مكان. اللهم نسألك علما نافعا ورزقا طيبا وعملا متقبلا آمين يا رب. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. سبحانك ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Philippine National Anthem to be led by the Palawan State University Singers.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng sinanganan, alab ng puso, sinamangan, ang kisap ng matawag mo'y tagumpay na nakikinig, ang bituin at araw ng kailan, ang may mag-ibig, lupa ng araw ng walang ating masita, kaya lagi sa piling mo.
Ladies and gentlemen, the parade of colors is over. You may now take your seats.
This year, as the country navigates a world that is vastly different, the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry is gearing towards a more agile approach to drive technology and push for further innovation. Launching the 47th Philippine Business Conference and Expo, the PCCI aims to gather its local chambers across the country, foreign business group counterparts, and other business councils overseas, to put itself back on track with the country's Ambition 2040 goal to become a middle-income economy in 20 years, igniting innovation and achieving economic recovery for all. Highlighting the event are plenaries with different experts here and abroad to discuss critical components that will reset the economy, assisting in sustaining and accelerating its growth. Opening the conference theme, Innovation.ph, Economic Recovery for All, is the Secretary of the Department of Finance, Secretary Carlos G. Dominguez III, a conversation with policymakers on unleashing innovation and building back better infrastructure and policies to strengthen digital transformation and innovation. A forum with CEOs to reboot, re-strategize, and rebuild. Track 1 will discuss how CEOs are pushing for sustainability and inclusivity in their operations that will benefit the country's growth and development. Track 2 is an exchange with CEOs on the improvement of the telecoms industry to meet the country's demands in the new normal. Innovation Talks presents the role of innovation in the rapid rise and sustained growth of Asian countries in meeting the demands of a sustainable future. Finally, the most awaited Presidentiables Forum, featuring the Presidentiables economic agenda that will lay the groundwork for an exclusive and resilient future. Various groups and individuals will also be recognized in the different PBC&E awards. Spearheading this two-day innovation endeavor at the PCCI Innovation Center is the President of Cathay Land Incorporated and the Chairman of the 47th Philippine Business Conference and Expo, Mr. Jeffrey Nan.
Are living in the crisis of our lifetime. The COVID-19 pandemic has locked us in our homes, ravaged our population, and shattered our economy. As our hospitals filled up, thousands of businesses closed. Millions of Filipinos lost their livelihoods, and tens of millions of our countrymen struggled with hunger. COVID-19 opened a gaping wound in our nation. It has been a year and a half. Yet, we are still fighting a desperate race to achieve herd immunity and to fully open up our economy. As we pick ourselves up, we look towards the frontliners, the doctors and the nurses who bravely sacrificed themselves so that others may live. These heroes have fallen, but they are remembered. We honor them with every store we reopen, with every business we rebuild, with every industry we restore, and with every return to life as we know it. Let us not forget that this is our only country, our home. So today, we begin building the future with a vision built on resilience, restarted with creativity, and redesigned for sustainability. Never has the ingenuity of the Filipino been more called upon than now. To reboot, re-strategize, and rebuild our economy. In this future that we are reconstructing, crucial breakthroughs are achieved only through the cooperation of all sectors of our society. We must embrace technology, from analytics for decision-making, to digital marketing and social media, to software solutions for speed to market. These will advance us forward. Thus, in this 47th Philippine Business Conference, we are putting innovation at the front and center of our development agenda. We have invited a roster of experts to discuss the strengthening of policies, embedding of values, and laying the groundwork for an inclusive and resilient economy. In pursuit of a foundational blueprint to transform our country and become a middle-income economy as set in Ambition 2040. With this imprinted in our minds and courage etched in our hearts, I now call our conference to order, Innovation.ph. Onward to economic recovery for all.
In 2020, during the onset of the pandemic, PCCI, as the voice of business, acted decisively and came to the rescue of our micro, small, and medium enterprises, our MSMEs, as they were the sector most affected and hardest hit by COVID-19.
This pandemic has made it more imminent that more than any skill one should possess is our ability to build relationships, not just with any, but with the right people. At the different stages of our journey, entrepreneurs need to build, forge, and strengthen our relationship-building capabilities, our ability to work with the right people, to collaborate with and learn from.
PCCI's mission is to teach young entrepreneurs to face challenges and translate those experiences into meaningful change through policy and programs, allowing MSMEs to thrive, create employment opportunities, and provide quality products and services that will benefit society's growth.
PCCI continues to work with the government to bridge gaps through policies and legislation, putting at the forefront the matters and affairs of its stakeholders. It strongly promotes a vision of recovery and sustainable progress for businesses to survive and rebound, and maintains that the country remains a globally competitive player in these extraordinary times.
As we work to recover from the ravages of the COVID-19 pandemic, the crisis taught us the need for collaboration of all sectors to face the challenges, as well as to utilize technology and innovation to advance solutions. In our 47th Philippine Business Conference, we are to discuss how to advance and harness the vast possibilities and changes brought by the pandemic into opportunities through innovations, technology, and partnerships in rebuilding our economy. It is through this same vision of resetting our country's economy to become resilient and inclusive that we have ultimately anchored this year's PBC theme to the principle of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals.
What makes innovation an important highlight of this year's PBC&E is that these challenges can be overcome, and small wins and successes are now underway because we Filipinos are natural innovators with a sense of community and cooperation. We just have to rediscover the innovator in each one of us, and it is our fervent hope that this conference will bring just that.
Innovation has been the main task of humans throughout history. To survive and improve the quality of life, continuous innovation efforts have been imperative. All major revolutionary waves of human history, agricultural, industrial, information, and now convergence, all are about innovation for creating new and better value. When I assumed the leadership of PCCI, I focused on innovation as the center point agenda for my 2-year term. I've always maintained that innovation is imperative to hasten our country's economic development. I was able to mobilize the whole PCCI organization to focus on innovation as a way to recover and rebuild businesses and to prepare it for the future. The nucleus that I used to mobilize everyone is the PCCI Innovation Center, which is now a recognized world-class facility where we are able to support and encourage young entrepreneurs to pursue their dreams. We have also been promoting new technologies in agriculture, agribusiness, and logistics.
For this year, we have done a great milestone together with the PCCI, even during COVID pandemic. The in-demand skills like artificial intelligence, robotics, coding, big data analysis, Internet of Things, and blockchains. We are looking forward to seeing the great things this innovation center will create and make better Philippines together. We're looking forward to the booming recovery economic growth next year.
India and the Philippines are democracies with very young and vibrant populations. And I think that this provides a wonderful basis for our countries to cooperate. And what's more, our countries have been cooperating in critical sectors such as digital and IT, as well as health. And these are critical areas for the future. And the promising part is that we are building into new areas.
The establishment of the Innovation Center is our legacy and contribution to support our country to meet the goals of Ambition 2040, where no Filipino is poor and every Filipino can enjoy a good life.
Innovation is an important action in bringing to the fore not only tangible economic opportunities, but also core values that will enable businesses to be dynamic, relevant, and impactful for years and generations to come. Economic recovery is a total concerted effort. We need a working economic blueprint that will exemplify what needs to be done in order to get the economy up and running. If our policy recommendations and actions are driven by innovation with inclusive growth in mind, economic recovery is within reach.
PCCI has been passionate and really helpful in fulfilling our mandate as a new agency and making doing business in the country much easier. In fact, it's not just doing business in the country that is becoming easier, but our task actually is becoming more bearable to carry and also easier in the long run.
PCCI proposed the liberalization of access to international satellite services without requiring congressional franchises. So we at DICT push for the issuance of Executive Order 127, which will expand internet reach to islands and remote areas of the country. When PCCI speaks, government listens.
Through embracing innovation, we have seen improvements in our productivity and the competitiveness of our business sector, particularly our local, micro, small, and medium enterprises. As businesses adapt to the changing needs brought about by the pandemic, we have also been encouraging and guiding our micro SMEs in their shift to digital platforms through the implementation of the e-commerce roadmap. Similarly, we in DTI believe that harnessing the power of artificial intelligence or AI will propel our local enterprises to greater heights.
The challenge posed by the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry made us rethink our strategies, and the call to become business-friendly became even more apparent when the COVID-19 pandemic unfolded last year. Out-of-the-box initiatives had to be played out to strike a balance between safeguarding the health of our people and keeping our local economy afloat. As a result of these strategic measures, business owners became confident in running their enterprise amidst the health crisis. Investors too have opened new ventures in Tagbilaran. Indeed, we are proud to be a part of PCCI's roster of winners.
Valenzuela City has won the most business-friendly
recognition in the highly urbanized category for the past couple of years. Because of this recognition, we were able to draw in more new investments from outside the city. A lot of investors gave us a second look because of this recognition. In terms of local economy, our local taxpayers, even our MSMEs, bolstered their confidence to, number one, renew their business permits, number two, to entrust us with the taxes they pay.
The city maintained its jury seal of good local governance and was selected as a pilot city in the 2021 SGLG field testing in the province of Laguna. Increase of confidence among the private companies and individuals to partner with the city government, including MOA with hospitals to address COVID-19 pandemic. The city of Santa Rosa is gearing up with the challenges of global pandemic, maintaining a step ahead in innovating the future of a new normal towards economic stability. And we are ready.
I see a bright future for the Philippines. This, however, is not free. This is not manna from heaven. We all have to work hard to be able to attain this bright future. We were once the second richest country in Asia after Japan. So, it is possible for us to regain our proper place in the world economy.
Ladies and gentlemen, I certainly hope that put you all in a very encouraging and enthusiastic mood. We, of course, just heard the conference chairman of this year, Mr. Jeffrey Nang, who, by the way, we here at the PCCI Innovation Center got to experience in two versions. Of course, the virtual one and the one in the flesh. Everybody give him a round of applause, please. Much deserved, much deserved. One day we will all gather again in numbers. But the beauty of this setup is that we are also going across the nation with our broadcast this morning. And so, Conference Chair Nang actually talked about this year's theme, which is Innovation.ph, Economic Recovery for All, which aims to, and I quote, reboot, re-strategize, and rebuild our nation as we all set our minds to a stable economic future in the next 20 years. Yes? Of course, we here in the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry is one with the nation in transforming our country to a resilient and inclusive economy. So, what's in store for us here at the 47th PBC&E? Who best to tell us than PCCI President, the distinguished Ambassador Benedicto V. Yuhuico himself.
Vice President of the Republic of the Philippines, Maria Leonor Herona Robredo, 47th Philippine Business Conference Chairman, Jeffrey T. Nang, PCCI Chairperson, Ms. Alegria S. Limhuco, PCCI Board of Directors, Area Vice Presidents, and executive officers. PCCI regional governors and local chamber officers, friends from the government and academe, distinguished guests from the diplomatic corps, business leaders, partners, innovators, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 47th Philippine Business Conference and Expo. I am very happy to announce positive developments in our economy as follows. Our GDP which grew at 7.3% in the third quarter, exceeded all projections and expectations. Our manufacturing, export, and import trade statistics are showing meaningful recovery. Consumer confidence has improved, as evidenced by the 7.1% growth in consumption, which accounted for 5.2% overall GDP growth. Foreign direct investments are likewise on the rebound, reaching US dollars 4.3 billion in the first half of the year. The important lessons we learned from the COVID pandemic should be the foundation of the blueprint to create a sustainable and inclusive future, more agile and resilient. The COVID-19 pandemic obliged all of us to embrace digital technology and innovation. We were initially slow on the uptake pre-pandemic, but we have been quick to learn when backed into the corner of stagnation. This is best illustrated in the Global Innovation Index, referred to as GII, where we advanced from 73rd in 2018 to 51st this year. Among the factors cited for the improvement in our GII are innovations, particularly in the online sales via e-commerce, and improved logistics in the delivery of goods and services. Our better GII performance proves that we are an efficient innovator and that we have the capacity to make things faster, better, and in many instances, even cheaper. Fostering innovation requires more than adopting technology. Our MSMEs and our people need to be empowered with the right tools to tackle the next steps in the national effort to recover and reset the economy. This year, PCCI has continued to promote and implement innovation in all our endeavors. We unveiled the PCCI Innovation Center and opened our doors to the government, startups, students, and partnerships, welcoming them with our opportunities for collaboration. Huawei became our first partner in offering training in frontier technologies such as mobile app development, cloud, AI, and even robotics. In May this year, Huawei generously donated an idea hub to the Innovation Center for anyone who wishes to utilize the venue for brainstorming and collaboration. The different rooms and workspaces in the Innovation Center also witnessed partnerships being memorialized. PCCI has started to closely collaborate with many government agencies. We have signed MOUs with the Department of Trade and Industry, Department of Information and Communications Technology, Department of Science and Technology, TESDA, and even with the Anti-Red Tape Authority, among others. A couple of weeks ago, we signed an MOU with a Development Academy of the Philippines as well for the conduct of the Smarter Philippines through data analytics, R&D, training, and adoption program. They call this the Sparta program. PCCI has also been super active in forging close relationships with foreign embassies such as the Israel Embassy. The Israel Ambassador, His Excellency Ilan Flus, and his staff visited our Innovation Center just a few days ago. We agreed to work closely to learn from Israel their successes in agriculture, aquaculture, and other technologies. In addition, PCCI will work closely with them regarding their program of sending Filipinos to Israel for training. Our future is bright. The Philippines is expected to ride favorable demographics and rapid growth in global trade to become the 16th largest economy in the world by 2050. HSBC, Hong Kong Shanghai Banking Corporation, estimated the country's exports are projected to grow fivefold at least by 2050 on the assumption of a growth trajectory that remain among the highest in Asia and enhanced by regional integration. All of the above can and will be achieved with close collaboration between the public and the private sector, and most important of all, the realization that we need to strive hard and persevere in order for our country to achieve Ambition 2040, where no Filipino is poor and every Filipino can enjoy a good life. Thank you, everyone, and once again, welcome to the 47th PBC&E. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very, very much, ladies and gentlemen, PCCI President Ambassador Yuhuico. I certainly hope you agree with me that there is a palpable feeling of hope and determination right here at the PCCI Innovation Center, and that it is across your screens. You are feeling it come through your screens after hearing Ambassador Yuhuico that we are all indeed ready to get down to business to reboot, re-strategize, and rebuild our nation. Here, we heard the battle cry, and everyone is ready to take it on. Thank you again, Ambassador Yuhuico. And now, shall we welcome our guest of honor, our speaker, keynote speaker at that. To introduce her, a warm round of applause, please, for our PCCI Chairwoman, Ms. Maria Alegria Sibal Limhoco.
To our dear PCCI President, Ambassador Benedicto V. Yuhuico, to our 47th PBC Chair, Mr. Jeffrey Nang, to all the PCCI Board of Directors, especially those present here today, To all our AVPs, to all the regional governors and the PCCI chamber presidents, to all of you listening to us and viewing us, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant good morning to all of you. Our opening keynote speaker has been a constant partner of PCCI in our inclusive business. She is the recognized champion of good governance, transparency, and efficiency. She believes in empowering the most vulnerable sectors of the Filipino society to bring out inclusiveness and sustainability in economic and social development. We have been working with our VP, Lenny, as our CSR project with our Angat Buhay in her Angat Buhay Foundation and Marawi Women. So ladies and gentlemen, help me in welcoming the Vice President of the Republic of the Philippines, the Honorable Maria Leonor Lenny Herona Robredo.
My warmest greetings to the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry and to your guests as we gather for the 47th Philippine Business Conference and Expo. Hello to all our participants and thank you to our organizers for opening this space where we can discuss and align efforts towards the economic recovery of the country. As we have emphasized from the start, health is the front-end domino. Address it and the rest of our challenges become less daunting. Our first order of business is to free ourselves first from the grip of the pandemic. We recently released our Kalayaan sa COVID plan to do precisely this. We will work on 3 fronts: securing our freedom from the threat of illness, securing our freedom from hunger, and securing our freedom from inadequacies in education. Given our limited time today, let me focus on our second pillar: securing our freedom from hunger. Industries are bleeding, and more people are being driven to poverty. To address this, we will keep our economy running. We will do away with blanket lockdowns and employ granular and street-level lockdowns instead. Sisiguraduhin po natin, pag may lockdown, may ayuda, harnessing financial technology for immediate delivery of aid. We will also have to address job security. Unemployment is at an alarming rate now, one of the highest in many years. But our main philosophy is number 1, to protect, and number 2, to create jobs. First, to protect. We have to make sure that no more jobs are lost due to the pandemic. That is why we are proposing a conditional stimulus package for MSMEs, hinged on the condition that they do not lay off workers. The next step is the bigger one, which is to create jobs. We need to rebuild trust in government by making sure that policies are dependable and predictable. Foreign and domestic investments, we all know, will only dramatically rise if we have the necessary infrastructure and logistics for them to thrive. To do this, we need to offer stable and strong political and economic climate. We need to prioritize lowering of power rates and other utility costs and prioritize mass transport. Our government, aside from improving ease of doing business, will not change the rules in the middle of the game. We will make sure that everyone is given a level playing field. We will focus on training, reskilling, and upskilling our workforce to prepare them. We will accelerate our tech and digital infrastructure, and we will ensure that we encourage community entrepreneurship and provide the necessary environment for it to thrive. We will encourage outdoor economic activity to reduce the risk of infection in closed and crowded areas. We will leverage what is already there, like outdoor parks, which we can use as markets. We'll review current bike lanes, and we will build more around the country. We will raise the budget for this from 1.6 billion pesos to around 14 billion pesos. We will keep consumers, workers, and businesses safe. We will ensure compliance with occupational safety and hazard standards by requiring DOLE to make regular visits. We will strengthen agriculture. Babaguhin natin ang mindset ng gobyerno. Instead of importation, we will prioritize strengthening local production. Despite lockdowns, despite production dipping across all sectors, agriculture actually grew last year. It has been resilient in the face of the pandemic. Imagine how much more it can grow if we give it enough funding. But we do not have to just imagine. Under my administration, we will see it for ourselves. We will double funding for agriculture from 1.7% of the national budget today to 3.4% by 2028. We will ensure this money is well spent and balanced across all agricultural sectors and stakeholders in the country. These are just some of the key steps in our path to recovery. You can access the rest of our plan and its detailed proposals at lennyrobredo.com. I'm sure we'll also have time to discuss this in detail in your forum tomorrow. Much work remains to ensure economic recovery for all. But it gives me great comfort that Filipinos like you are ready to find solutions and work with the rest of the nation in pursuing a shared horizon of progress, sustainability, and inclusiveness. PCCI has been one of the OVP's most trusted partners since 2017. In partnership with your chapters, we're able to provide livelihood trainings for nanay entrepreneurs under our flagship anti-poverty program, Angat Buhay. We both know what we are capable of, and we know what more we can do if we harness the same spirit of communal responsibility and solidarity across the entire nation. This is our challenge today, to reach more, to do more, to help more, and to inspire more to do the same. Because I know that together, we can free Filipinos from hunger and get our economy back on track. Together, we can build the society we aspire for, one where every Filipino who toils is assured of comfort, where someone will catch you and help you each time you fall, where we can ensure not just recovery but progress for all. Thank you. Mabuhay kayong lahat.
Ladies and gentlemen, very encouraging message from VP Lenny Robredo. Very, very much aligned, that keynote message of hers, very much aligned with this year's theme of our 47th PBC&E, and of course, Ambassador Huico's message himself, which is again, to make sure we try to end hunger and poverty, provide jobs and opportunities, education for all, ultimately for every Filipino to live a good life. Once again, a round of applause, please. VP Lenny. And with that, the opening ceremony has ended, and we are now about to begin the presentation of awards to the most deserving individuals per awards category. To host the award ceremony, please welcome Ms. Tina Marasigan. All eyes on the screen.
Good morning, everyone. Join me in witnessing the conferment of the various 47th Philippine Business Conference and Expo's awards and recognitions. First and foremost, on behalf of PCCI, we're sending our utmost gratitude to the esteemed panel of judges and technical working group members who shared their precious time and insights during the selection process of the various awards. Maraming salamat po for sailing it through the tough and rough process and coming up with the best decision. Now to confer the awards are the following. The President of PCCI, Ambassador Benedicto V. Huico. The Chairwoman of PCCI, Ms. Maria Alegria S. Limhoco. The Chairman of 47th Philippine Business Conference and Expo, Mr. Jeffrey Nang. The Chairman Emeritus of PCCI and the Chairman of the 47th PBC Awards, Ambassador Francis Chua. And the Co-Chairman of the 47th PBC Awards, Mr. Edgar Injap J. Sia II. First to be recognized are the winners of the Business Idea and Development Award, or BIDA. Also joining to confer the award is the President of the Philippine Exporters Confederation, or PhilExport, Mr. Sergio R. Ortiz Luis Jr. Presenting the award is the Chairman of the 15th BIDA. Please welcome Dr. Eduardo Gutierrez Ong.
A pleasant morning to all. BIDA Award is an annual event initiated by the PCCI Education Committee, which aims to recognize the creativeness and innovativeness of the youth through their products, services, and technology. It also aims to develop entrepreneurial culture and sense of nationalism among Filipino students and promote entrepreneurship as a major component in our economic sustainability, growth, and development. The winners were selected by an esteemed panel of judges coming from the private and government sectors and the academe last October 21 and 22, 2021. This year's BIDA Awards is sponsored by the PhilExport, headed by Dr. Sergio Ortiz Luis Jr. Before I proceed to the award winners, here are the finalists of this year's BIDA Award. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to announce this year's awardees. First, the third placers are the following: Southville International School and Colleges, MITI or Wonder, food category. Holy Angel University, Ingat Datos, service category. And University of Mindanao, Mount Gaspar, non-food category. And University of Mindanao, eBiyahe app, technology category. And the second placers are St. Paul University, Philippines, Cagayan, Rob Eats Processing, food category. And Malayan Colleges, Laguna, acquired, service category. And University of Mindanao, scrap to crop, non-food category. And Southville International School and Colleges, Paylengke, technology category. Now, allow me to proceed with our award winners. Our first award is for BIDA food category, and the award goes to the Malayan Colleges, Laguna, with their entry entitled Milty Go.
Our group is overwhelmed with gratitude to be declared as this year's grand winner for BIDA under the food category.
With this, we would like to acknowledge the support of our friends, families, our coach, and our co-BIDA participants.
We would also like to extend our gratitude to our school for giving us the opportunity to enter this competition.
Finally, we would like to thank the Almighty God. We would love to hear to receive this award, not for me.
Once again, thank you and keep safe.
Moving on, our next awardee for the BIDA service categories is the College of St. John Rojas with their entry entitled Trust to Cause.
We are overwhelmed with gratitude to have been selected to receive the BIDA 2021 award as Grand Champions under the service category.
Many hours went into the making of Trash to Cash, and it means so much to us that our work was acknowledged.
Godfrey's guidance and gift of knowledge. To the College of St. John Rojas, to our coach, Ms. Ali J. Ortiz, and our family for their love and unending support throughout the competition.
And thank you to the PCCI for offering recognition to aspiring entrepreneurs like us. Once again, thank you.
For non-food category, this award goes again to the Malayan Colleges, Laguna, with their entry Eco Bloom.
We are overwhelmed with gratitude to have been given the honor of being selected as this year's Be the Champion for the non-food category.
We would like to thank you all for sharing this moment with us. We are humbled to have our work recognized by the esteemed PCCI.
Many hours went into creating Eco Bloom, and it means so much to our group that our work, which we are more than passionate about, resonates with others as well.
We shall continue to move forward with pride and enthusiasm for the industry. Thank you, and may the remainder of the year be profitable for all of us.
And finally, for technology category, this award goes to the Ateneo de Manila University with their entry entitled Ayos.
Thank you so much to PCCI for this award and this experience.
Thank you so much to our coach, Sir Joben, for guiding us and encouraging us to keep trying out new things.
For us, this is one step closer towards becoming the tech entrepreneurs we hope to be one day.
Despite being sophomores, we are glad we took this chance to challenge ourselves.
Moving forward, we hope to inspire students like us to take chances because you never know what lies ahead.
Congratulations to the winners of the 2021 Business Idea and Development Award. We wish you all great luck and success to your journey towards the realization of your business ideas.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eduardo Ong. Now our next set of awards is the Excellence in Ecology and Economy, or E3 Awards. To present the award is the chairman of this year's Excellence in Ecology Award, Mr. Jesus B. Varela.
Good morning. The Excellence in Ecology and Economy, or E3 Award, recognizes companies with outstanding innovative programs and initiatives and have demonstrated exemplary performance in pursuit of balancing both environmental and business sustainability. The winners were selected by an esteemed panel of judges coming from the private and government sectors last October 27, 2021. This year's Excellence in Ecology and Economy Awards is sponsored by Minovida de Mindanao Corporation. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to announce this year's awardees. First, the recipients of special citations are the following. Century Pacific Food Incorporated, in recognition of its innovative product and traceability program. The next is San Miguel Yamamura Packaging Corporation, metal closure and lithography plant in Cebu, that is in recognition of its carton reduction project. And lastly, TDK Philippines Corporation, in recognition of its chemical reduction and recycling activities, as well as its corporate social responsibility programs. And the winner of this year's Excellence in Ecology and Economy Award is Maxim Philippines Operating Corporation. Accepting the award is Mr. Don David Jr., Director, Facilities and EHS, Asia Factory Operations.
At Maxim Philippines, we are at the forefront of next-generation technology towards a sustainable future. Our purpose is to be the leader in innovation. We have made huge strides over the past several years, and we are building on that success with new ambitious goals towards carbon neutrality. Our employees and partners will be our environmental stewards to make our goals happen towards excellence in ecology and economy. Thank you to the Philippine Chamber of Commerce for a successful event this year.
Congratulations to the winners of the 2021 Excellence in Ecology and Economy Awards.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jesus Varela. Our next awarding ceremony is the Alfredo M. Yao Intellectual Property Awards, or the AMY IP Awards. To present the award, please welcome the chairman of the PCCI Intellectual Property Committee, Mr. Antonio L. Sayo.
Good morning. Good day to you all. In celebration of Filipino ingenuity and entrepreneurial spirit, the PCCI launched the Alfredo M. Yao Intellectual Property Awards, or MYIP, in 2009. The IP Awards recognizes inventors, entrepreneurs, and students who have come up with innovative and new creative ideas, products, technologies, and services that make doing business productive and economical. It is conferred on Filipino-owned intellectual properties that have contributed or have the potential to contribute to economic development. The winners were selected by an esteemed panel of judges coming from the private and government sectors as well as the academe that deliberated last November 5 and chose the final 2 winners from the shortlisted number of 15. The total number of entries this year is 45, and the process of assessing their patent and patentability was done together with our partner, the Intellectual Property Office headed by Director General Roel Barba. We have to recognize our sponsor in the person of entrepreneur and industrialist Alfredo M. Yao, who is the founder of Sesto as well as the Philippine Business Bank. Before I proceed to award the winners, here are the finalists of this year's AMY Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to announce this year's awardees. For the collegiate category, from Samar State University, for his invention entitled Sensing Putrefied Occurrence in Leftover Foods, or Sensing Spoiled Food, we have Mr. Alian Vince Chua.
So, good morning everyone. First, before I start my speech, let me first give you my insight of what happened during the presentation. So, before the competition started, Sir Nico told me to be the best version of myself, just for one day. So, for the information of everybody, this is my 4th time participating in a national contest. And I'm always a finalist, pero hindi pa po ako nananalo ng trophy or nakakauwi ng trophy dito sa school. So, Sir Nico also told me, and I quote, "You failed short last time's AMI competition, so do it again, but different approach and same mindset, that is to win. All in all, learn from your mistakes." I carried that advice before and after my presentation. And then boom, I won. Surely, there is no shortcuts to success. All goes through trials and struggles. If you fail today, move on, do better, and be stronger tomorrow. So first and foremost, I would like to thank the Lord God for giving me so much blessings in life, especially giving me the strength to present in a national pitching competition. And I quote from a Bible verse, Philippians 4:13, "I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me." Second, I would like to thank my family for encouraging me, for giving me financial and moral support. They've molded and shaped me to be the best version of myself. Without them, especially my mother, Ellen Chua, there would be no Alian Chua here on this Zoom right now. And third is for my man, Nico Floretes. Sir, thank you po for this opportunity. Thank you for making me a competitive student. Sir, you are the reason behind this award. And to my partner, Eduardo Pacoma Jr., and to my mentors, Engineer Adrian Gadin, Engineer Walvis Alcos, Engineer Francis Candido, and Sherry Ann Labin, I'm always grateful po sa inyong lahat. And the support from Samar State University, especially from Dr. Marilyn Cardoso, the president of the school, the College of Engineering, and especially from Engineer Medi S. Mangarin, and also to ITSO Innovation and Technology Support Office, headed by Dr. Vivian Moya. Salamat po sa inyong lahat. I, Alian Vincent Chua, your 2021 Alfredo M. Yao's Intellectual Property Collegiate winner, and I thank you.
And for the professional category, for his innovation called Energy Solutions Platform, a software and hardware implemented system in energy procurement and analytics for energy efficiency and savings, join me in congratulating the grand winner, Mr. Sergius Angelo Santos of Exora Technologies Incorporated.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Sir Antons. First and foremost, to all the inventors in the AMI Award, I'm very honored to have shared the stage with you. And on behalf of the whole Exora team, I'd like to express my sincerest gratitude To PCCI and IProFil for this award and for your continued support to fellow Filipino inventors and Filipino engineers. Thank you as well to Mr. Alfredo Yao for leading the way for fellow Filipinos to further innovate and for your inspiration. Most importantly, a special mention to the Ateneo Intellectual Property Office and the Department of Science and Technology for your trust and your support. And to my team, the Exoro Technologies team, this award is a recognition of all our efforts. We will continue to push the boundaries in achieving our vision to make electricity affordable and accessible to all Filipinos. Thank you very much, everyone. Mabuhay.
So to our two grand winners, we congratulate you and we're giving you a big round of applause and may your tribe increase. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Antonio Sayo. Now, the next award recognizes the invaluable role of young entrepreneurs in nation building. Named after one of the most successful and respected young entrepreneurs in the country, this is the INJAP-SIA Outstanding Young Entrepreneur Awards. To present the award, please welcome the chairman of the INJAP-SIA Outstanding Young Entrepreneur Award, Mr. Edgar Injap J. Sia II.
Good morning. The INJAP-SIA Outstanding Young Entrepreneurs Award recognizes the invaluable role of young entrepreneurs in helping build a competitive, progressive, and inclusive economy. The winners were selected by an esteemed panel of judges coming from the private and government sectors last October 15, 2021. I would also like to acknowledge the members of the INJAP-SIA Outstanding Young Entrepreneurs Award Technical Working Group coming from the private and government sectors, as well as the academe for assessing the INJAP-SIA Young Outstanding Entrepreneurs Award shortlisted candidates. Before I proceed to the award winners, here are the finalists of this year's INJAP-SIA Outstanding Young Entrepreneurs Award. And this year's sector winners are Mr. Reynaldo Polinar Jr., President and CEO, Suceso International Incorporated for the industry category. Mr. John Dave Dueñas, Founder and CEO of Highbrain for the service category. And the winner of this year's INJAP-SIA Outstanding Young Entrepreneurs Award is Mr. John Dave Dueñas.
The value of our existence is firmly founded when we start to stand up for something. I stand for all the Filipino startup founders who dream for a better Philippines, for all our healthcare frontliners who kept us all safe, for the DOST team who believed in our vision, for my Highbrain family who are actually my heroes, for Mr. Jojo Montinola, whom I have learned from the best, for my family and friends who rallied behind me, for Terry, my son, you have been my reason for being, and for God, for always blessing me. This award is for all of you.
Congratulations to the winners of the 2021 INJAP-SIA Young Entrepreneurs Award.
Thank you so much, Mr. Edgar Injap Sia II. And that concludes our awarding ceremony for today. Congratulations to all our awardees. Now, thank you everyone. Once again, I am Tina Marasigan. Enjoy the upcoming plenary sessions.
Thank you. Tina Marasigan, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, congratulations to all the winners. Truly, the future is bright. Everyone filled with such passion and dedication. Thank you as well to the judges and the presenters, who I think some are here and they're giggling watching themselves, huh? Don't you feel like such a rock star when you see yourself on the big screen? I certainly hope everyone is enjoying the show as well, if you are viewing us online. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we proceed to the most important part of the conference. Happens to be the plenary sessions. Without further ado, to introduce the speaker of the first plenary session about this year's theme of Innovation.ph, Economic Recovery for All, Please welcome the President Emeritus of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. George Barcelon.
President Ambassador Benedicto Yuico, Madam Chair, Alegria S. Limhoco, 47th Philippine Business Conference Chair, Mr. Jeffrey Nang, my colleagues in the Chamber Advocacy, the Executive Officers and the Board of Directors, the Area VP, the Governors, and the members of PCCI. And I'd like also to greet those who are not here with us, but are attending this on a digital platform. Magandang umaga, maayong buntak po sa inyong lahat. Good morning, everyone. The Department of Finance Secretary Carlos G. Dominguez III regrets that he cannot join us today. He just came back from attending the Glasgow COP26 meeting in England. So he's, I believe, in quarantine in his Lipa farms. But he has, however, assigned someone who works closely with him all these years in the Department of Finance to represent him. Our first plenary speaker has been Undersecretary of Department of Finance since 2005 and was appointed as the department's chief economist in 2013. His expertise covers a variety of areas, including fiscal policy, human resource and operations management, economic policy and research, and financial inclusion policies and strategies. His career includes a stint at the World Bank as alternate executive director from January 2003 to January 2005, and advisor to the executive director from February-May 1995 and August to November 1990. He graduated with a bachelor degree in AB Economics, cum laude, from the University of the Philippines, and obtained his Master's of Arts degree in Development Economics as class valedictorian from Williams College, Massachusetts. We are fortunate to have him as our first guest speaker with his vast experience in macroeconomic policy making and also a practitioner in management. To set the tone for this year's conference, our guest speaker will shed light on what economic recovery for all looks like and what its achievement will require from all of us. His keynote presentation will lay out the details of current administration's strategies and forecasts to ensure the country can soon gain momentum for sustainable productivity and growth. The important role of innovations, our key theme for this Philippine Business Conference, job creations and ease of doing business play into the game plan to revive the economy. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Undersecretary Gil S. Beltran. Thank you very much.
ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. I believe even Mr. George is in touch with our speaker. So it comes with the territory. When it comes to technology, expect some glitches, but also expect that we will be back online in a very few moments. Thank you so much for your patience.
On November 11, the Philippines exceeded 1.2 million jobs in one day. We target to sustain this level for the succeeding months.
Okay, now we can hear him.
Due to our aggressive vaccination program,
Here we go,
our
ladies and
people were
gentlemen.
able to return to work and businesses continue to operate. At the same time, we saw the new daily infections fall from a peak of 26,000 on September 11 to a little over 2,000 Okay na? From the top. Thank you for this opportunity to address you today. The Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry deserves to be commended for putting together this 47th Philippine Business Conference and Expo during challenging times. This particular conference has always been the reliable voice of our business community, perfectly expressing its concerns and articulating its position on various issues. This event happens at a more buoyant time. We contained the Delta variant and sustained our economic expansion, even as stringent quarantines were in place for certain periods. Our strategy was correct. The results are clear. The Philippine economy grew by 7.1% year-on-year in the third quarter of this year, among the highest GDP growths in the ASEAN and East Asian region for the said period. This is up from the contraction of 11.6% in the same quarter last year. With this strong economic performance, we are on track to achieve the high end of our 4 to 5% GDP growth target for 2021. Our year-to-date GDP growth is currently at 4.9%. The accelerated rollout of the COVID-19 vaccination program during the third quarter of this year and the calibrated opening of the economy have led to this solid performance. To date, both the government and the private sector were able to quickly procure a total of 197 million vaccine doses to inoculate 100% of our adult population and teenagers. Our running total of vaccine supply has already reached 122 million doses, and we have successfully administered 69 million shots as of November 12. A total of 31.4 million Filipinos are now fully vaccinated. The numbers will improve rapidly as we continue to ramp up the vaccination program. On November 11, the Philippines exceeded 1.2 million jobs in one day. We target to sustain this level for the succeeding months. Due to our aggressive vaccination program, our people were able to return to work and businesses continue to operate. At the same time, we saw the new daily infections fall from a peak of 26,000 on September 11 to a little over 2,000 on November 13. With current trends, we expect to achieve alert level 1 by the onset of the new year. We are all looking forward to the new and better normal. Our businesses should prepare to thrive under the terms of this new economy. They must adapt more quickly to the new market realities created by digital technology. Even before the pandemic, I have long advocated digital transition both in the public and private sectors. These agencies that were able to move ahead in this transition were able to deliver more effectively during the period of quarantines. When the pandemic struck, we did not fail to collect revenues when people could not go out to file their income tax returns and pay their tax dues. 90% of tax returns were filed electronically in 2020. This year, nearly 100% of tax returns were filed online. This is a major breakthrough given the fact that only 10% of the country's taxpayers made use of digital tools to file their income taxes before President Rodrigo Duterte took office in 2016. The general collapse of trade volumes took an unexpected toll on the Bureau of Customs Collections, but the Bureau minimized losses by continuing its modernization initiatives to achieve a more efficient customs administration. It is currently implementing in full swing the Philippine Customs Modernization Project that would align our processes and standards with the best customs services in the world. The Department of Finance, the Social Security System, and the Bureau of Internal Revenue actively took part in the implementation of the Small Business Wage Subsidy Program, our first ever digital social amelioration initiative. It served as the government's payment channel of choice for the financial assistance program at the height of the pandemic. This wage subsidy program was the most efficient and successful social amelioration project implemented in our recent history. It has since become a role model for other agencies implementing similar subsidy programs. Meanwhile, the Bureau of the Treasury has floated a series of government securities, including our first ever retail dollar bonds. These were sold to individual investors through mobile applications. By increasing the number of platforms for purchasing government securities through digital channels, the bonds were consistently oversubscribed. This enabled us to domestically source more than 2/3 of the government borrowing. This, in turn, allowed us to follow the path of prudence in our debt management strategy. Last year, the Overseas Filipino Bank officially became the first digital-only bank in the Philippines. This enabled us to extend banking services to the millions of overseas Filipino workers. The bank's digital applications allow them to invest in government bond offerings and participate in deepening our domestic capital markets. The Securities and Exchange Commission has fully harnessed the powers of new digital technologies to improve its monitoring of the capital markets, build the trust of investors, protect the investing public, and support the re-emergence of our economy. Last April, the Philippine Dealing and Exchange Corporation inaugurated its first ever electronic securities issue portal that makes possible online registration and processing of documents in the primary debt capital market. A similar online facility for the equity market was introduced by the Philippine Stock Exchange in June 2019, known as the PSE Electronic Allocation System. All these help make our capital markets more inclusive. We have also put in place a liberal regulatory regime for fintech enterprises to flourish. These enterprises have enabled payments to be made in real time and revolutionized the interaction between sellers and buyers in our market. We will see the full implications of these changes over the coming period. The Securities and Exchange Commission and the Bureau of Internal Revenue are working together to ensure that fintech companies in the country are properly regulated and taxed, while encouraging their growth and continued innovation. As the main drivers of wealth and job creation in our economy, I trust our private enterprises are adjusting quickly enough to the rapid changes in our economy. We cannot be slow-footed in keeping up with the challenge. As we innovate, we must take full advantage of the demographic sweet spot in the Philippines enjoys. A young and talented population profile means We will have a workforce ready that can swiftly adjust to the transformations taking place in our economy. Your innovation initiatives will be helped greatly by the enactment of the CREATE law. Aside from the hefty cut in corporate income taxes, CREATE puts in place a performance-based, time-bound, targeted, and transparent fiscal incentive system to effectively encourage more investments and innovation. Within the first 8 months since this law was passed, the Fiscal Incentives Review Board has already approved incentives for 4 big-ticket projects with investment capital above 1 billion pesos. In the coming months, we expect to attract more investments to benefit our people with more jobs, greater competitiveness, and effective transfers of technology. In addition to other tax perks, CREATE grants a 100% additional deduction on research and development expenses for enterprises to incentivize the creation of new knowledge and products. This should foster a culture of research, development, and innovation among Filipino enterprises. With CREATE, we will see more competitive Filipino companies in the coming period. CREATE complements all the other reform efforts initiated by the Duterte administration intended to provide a more business-friendly environment. These reforms include the Anti-Red Tape Act, the Ease of Doing Business Act, and the establishment of a national ID system, among other measures. In the remaining period of President Duterte's term, we will rapidly modernize governance, accelerate the rollout of the infrastructure program, and continue with the market-friendly reforms attractive to investments. To maximize the impact of these interventions, I urge our entrepreneurs to continue innovating sustainably, shift to the circular economy, use more renewables, be green. Climate change will hit us harder than the pandemic did. We must prepare for the severe weather, droughts, and all other damaging effects caused by global warming. Our businesses must learn to thrive in the face of these conditions. During the COP26 meeting last week, we emphasized the Philippines' efforts in addressing the climate crisis through practical projects on the ground. We demanded greater accountability from Western countries that have contributed and continue to contribute the most greenhouse gas emissions. We should become a role model for other countries by mainstreaming climate change adaptation and mitigation projects in our business processes. Our government banks stand ready to provide financing for green and environment-friendly projects. We are very optimistic about the future. That optimism is based on our willingness to innovate and undertake reforms necessary to rebuild a strong, inclusive, and sustainable economy that thrives in the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Once again, Yusek Beltran. In fact, may we ask him to come back? I know he's still online. We will be having a photo opportunity with conference chair. May we invite conference chair and of course our President Emeritus, Mr. George Barcelon, who introduced our first speaker. Thank you. Is Ambassador here also? Thank you. Gentlemen, may we ask you maybe at opposite sides of the screen for the photo op? Let's bring back Yusek Beltran, please. On screen. This is how we do photo ops nowadays. With the screen. Hybrid events are the way of the future. We would like to Ambassador? President Ambassador Yuhiko, please. Thank you. All right, there you go. Yusek Beltran, please look straight at your camera. And gentlemen, smile. Big smiles for the camera, please. Thank you so much. Again, Mr. George, of course, our conference chair, Mr. Jeffrey, and thank you, Yusek Beltran. I believe we got that. Yes, we did. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on now, the next session will be involving our policymakers on unleashing innovation, building back better. To have a better idea of what this plenary session is all about, everyone... Oh, let's have another photo opportunity. We can't miss this. Is Yusek Beltran still back? May we ask Yusek Beltran, is he still online? Conference chair, our two presidents. Sir George, please do join as well. Hi, Ambassador. Welcome back. We'll just check on Yusek Beltran. Checking on the online availability of Yusek Beltran once again. Thank you for that. A little patience. We're trying to patch back Yusek Beltran. And I love how Mr. George actually has a direct line. To double check that, let's have a photo opportunity. Thank you for that, Sir George. Yusek Beltran, kindly look straight at your camera again and smile. We can see you. Everybody can see a big, big smile, gentlemen, please. And I believe we have it. One more, a safety shot, please. Thank you so much again to Undersecretary Beltran and of course our PCCI President Emeritus, our PCCI President and our Conference Chair for the photo opportunity. This is the future and you're seeing how events will be evolving as we move along. Now, like I said, for the next plenary session, it's all about our policymakers on unleashing innovation and building back better. Let's see what that's all about. Ladies and gentlemen, please watch this.
Welcome to the 47th Philippine Business Conference and Expo's Plenary Session 2. A conversation with policymakers, unleashing innovation, building back better. Discussing on the infrastructure and enabling policy environment that will strengthen the digital transformation and innovation to leapfrog to Ambisyon Natin 2040. Leading the conversation are the Secretary of the National Economic and Development Authority, Secretary Carl Kendrick T. Chua. The Secretary of the Department of Science and Technology, Secretary Fortunato T. de la Peña. The Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry, Secretary Ramon M. Lopez. And the OIC Secretary of the Department of Information and Communication Technology, OIC Secretary Jose Arturo de Castro. Moderating this session is the independent ICT policy researcher and lead advocate of Better Internet PH, Ms. Grace B. Mirandilla Santos. This is the 47th Philippine Business Conference and Expo.
All right, Thank you very, very much. Once again, it is my honor to introduce the moderator for this session. She is an independent researcher with a special focus on universal internet access, telecoms and broadband infrastructure, and technology's impact on development and society. Currently, she works as lead policy researcher for broadband infrastructure and cybersecurity under the Coalitions for Change program of the Asia Foundation Philippines, and as a digital technology research consultant as well at the ADB. She serves as a research fellow for Learn Asia and the Vice President for Policy of the Internet Society Philippines chapter. Without further ado, leading the Better Internet Philippines advocacy, please welcome our moderator, Ms. Grace Mirandilla Santos. Hi, Grace.
To a conversation with policymakers, unleashing innovation, building back better. Earlier, we heard Undersecretary Gil Beltran discuss the importance of digital transition and innovation as tools to rebound, regain competitiveness, and develop economic resilience. For this session, we will focus on the digital infrastructure and the enabling environment, both of which are necessary to support, if not accelerate, the country's digital transformation and enable the Philippines to leapfrog to Ambition Natin 2040. We are very fortunate to have an esteemed panel composed of members of the Cabinet's Economic Cluster. First to join us is Secretary Fortunato Boy de la Peña of the Department of Science and Technology. Sec Boy has built his career at the DOST, where he has served as head of the Planning Services Division of the National Science and Technology Authority, the forerunner of the DOST, and later as director of the DOST's Technology Application and Promotion Institute, before serving as Undersecretary for Scientific and Technological Services. In 2016, he was appointed as the Secretary of the DOST. Also joining us is Secretary Ramon M. Lopez of the Department of Trade and Industry. SecMon has had an extensive government experience, beginning with the Presidential Management Staff, the DTI, and NEDA, before he moved to the private sector. He worked as a top executive for a major food and beverage company for over 2 decades, until his appointment as Secretary of the DTI in 2016. We also have with us Undersecretary Jose Arturo Brady de Castro of the Department of Information and Communications Technology. Yusek Brady served as a public prosecutor in 2006 until his promotion as Assistant Secretary at the Department of Justice in 2009. At the age of 31, the youngest in the history of the institution. In 2019, he was appointed Undersecretary for Legal Affairs, Policy, Planning, and Finance at the Department of ICT. And finally, we have Secretary Carl Kendrick P. Chua of the National Economic and Development Authority. Prior to his appointment at NEDA, Secretary Carl was Undersecretary for the Strategy, Economics, and Results Group at the Department of Finance. Before joining the government, Sec Carl was the senior country economist for the Philippines of the World Bank. Our session shall begin with the opening statements from our speakers, followed by the panel discussion. And to close, we will have a few minutes for the concluding statements of our guests. So, to begin the plenary session, we have the Secretary of the Department of Science and Technology, Secretary Fortunato T. de la Peña. Good morning, Secretary Boy.
Well, we have a number of projects and programs that have created big impact to our...
What do you consider, sir, to be the department's projects and programs that have created the highest impact and provided the best returns? Secretary Boy?
Well, we have a number of projects and programs that have created big impact to our micro, small, and medium enterprises. Foremost of this is our long-running small enterprise technology upgrading program, where we enable our SMEs to have access to resources that will enable them to have the hardware and software for improved technology. We also have a program called Cradle, or the collaborative research to leverage the Philippine economy, which is really a collaboration between an enterprise and a research center, like a center within a university or within a national government agency. They partner working on a common problem, which is actually defined by the enterprise, and the enterprise chooses the partner research institute or university to work together, and we give some kind of incentive by way of support to the research. And of course, we have been installing innovation centers in the different regions of the country. We have started with the food innovation centers, and we have one innovation center in every region at the moment. So this actually has provided, our enterprises, for example, in food, to develop new products, and in the process get returns out of their investment. So we now follow this up with our metals and industry innovation centers that we are also putting up in all regions of the country. At the moment, we have 5 of them.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. AI, machine learning, and robotics are already transforming the developed world, but the Philippines is playing catch-up in the fourth industrial revolution. Can you share with us DOST's research and development programs on emerging technologies and innovation that is already used by industries? And also, as a follow-up to that, what challenges have you encountered in promoting new technology, especially for the use of MSMEs and industries? Secboy?
We also have programs that actually will prepare our micro, small, and medium enterprises towards catching up with the Industry 4.0. And some of the facilities, and services that we have put up along this line are, number one, we have set up an advanced manufacturing center, which we call AMSEN, devoted to additive manufacturing. And we know that there are many advantages additive manufacturing using 3D printing technology. And we also have a corresponding research center for the development of new materials that can be used for additive manufacturing.
Thank you, Secretary De La Peña. Our next panelist is the Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry, Secretary Ramon M. Lopez. Magandang araw, Mr. Secretary, Secmon.
Hello, magandang. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you very clearly.
Thank you, Grace, and good morning, everyone. Good morning to our co-panelists, Sec Boy, Sec De Castro, and Sec Carl Chua. Well, I have a short introduction, if I can present this. First, I'd like to thank our partners in the PCCI for your support to our efforts to strengthen the national government's digitalization initiatives, such as the Artificial Intelligence Roadmap, the AI Roadmap, and the e-commerce roadmap. The support and that of the MSMEs that adopted digital platforms had placed our country at the top of Southeast Asia's digital economies. Just a couple of days ago, we said that the Philippine internet economy grew the fastest among Southeast Asian countries and expanded by a steep rate of 93% this year, according to the 2021 E-Economy Southeast Asia report from Google, Temasek, and Bain & Company. The report also highlighted that the country's internet economy doubled in 2021, registering a total of $17 billion. This growth was driven by government initiatives and mass digital adoption due to the pandemic and is expected to achieve at least $40 billion by 2025. Looking back at the onset of the pandemic, we deemed it was important that we immediately introduce a number of digitalization programs for micro SMEs that were directly affected by the lockdowns. We leveraged on the power of internet and digital technologies to fight the economic impact of the pandemic as we aim to continually lift the quality of life of every Filipino through e-commerce. And this is really envisioned by our President Rodrigo Roa Duterte on how we can make life more comfortable and uplift the quality of life of every Filipinos. We launched the e-commerce Philippines 2022 roadmap with the whole e-government highlighting strategies that will aid infrastructure, institutions, systems, and people in embracing an economy that operates in a digital landscape. Our battle cry, what we adopted, is Basta e-commerce madali. And madali stands for market access, digitalization, and logistics integration. The Madali Roadmap aims to promote easy, safe, secured, and reliable online transactions and translate them to easy commerce. The Google study cited that the Philippines welcomed 12 million new digital consumers since the start of the pandemic. Of these digital consumers, 63% are from non-metro areas and 99% intend to continue utilizing these online services. It also noted that the e-commerce sector ensured continuity of livelihood with 39% of digital merchants saying exposure to the AI talents, even the potential AI talents that we have. By doing research, we'll be able to develop a huge number of graduates, of data scientists, mathematics graduates that can really be developed into an AI pool of talents, and this will be the source of the country's putting the country in the AI map in the world. So, well, and with this capability, we will be able to service not only large companies. This will be servicing SMEs. This will be producing products, AI products that will be very useful for the SMEs to use. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Secretary Lopez.
Thank you.
Let's now listen to the Undersecretary of the Department of Information and Communications Technology, Undersecretary Jose Arturo Brady de Castro. A pleasant morning, Yusek Brady. One valuable lesson we learned from the pandemic is the importance of digital infrastructure to ensure societal resilience, business continuity, and inclusivity. All of us were practically caught unprepared by the rapid spread of COVID-19 and the containment measures implemented to keep it in check. Many actually continue to have difficulty coping because of poor or absent ICT infrastructure, especially in the countryside. In the recent Huawei Global Connectivity Index, the Philippines was found to lag behind its ASEAN neighbors in terms of 4G and 5G. In infrastructure. However, it was attributed to activities of large service providers in the capital city only. So my question is, how has the DICT been responding to address this very crucial issue on digital infrastructure? Yusek Brady.
Vice President Leonor Herona Robredo, Senator Panfilo Ping Lacson, Senator Emmanuel Manny Pacquiao Sr., Finance Secretary Carlos Dominguez, Science and Technology Secretary Fortunato de la Peña, Trade and Industry Secretary Ramon Lopez, NEDA Secretary Carl Kendrick Chua, Mayor Francisco M. Domagoso, 47th PBC&E Chair Jeffrey Nang, PCCI President Benedicto Yohipo, Mr. Perry A. Ferrer, Chairman and CEO of EMS Group and Director colleagues in public service, partners from various sectors, fellow speakers, friends, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant day to all. Truly, the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the importance of digital infrastructure to ensure that we could continue doing our business and living our lives. Your Department of Information and Communications Technology recognizes this, which is why the Philippine government is investing in broadband infrastructure in the current administration. Your DICT has expedited the rollout of the National Broadband Plan, or NBP, which President Rodrigo Roa Duterte approved in March 2017. With the NBP, the government aims to use wired and wireless technologies to build a government-owned broadband network for the whole Philippine archipelago. This network will augment the existing private sector infrastructure and will positively impact quality and connection speeds of our national digital connectivity. Complementing the NBP, the Free Wi-Fi for All program aims to bring internet connectivity within the reach of our citizens by putting up free internet hotspots in the public places across the country. Recognizing the fact that improving the private digital infrastructure build-up is crucial to the connectivity agenda, the DICT also issued the Common Tower Policy. The Common Tower Policy aims to encourage sharing of towers among telcos to fast-track the rollout of ICT infrastructure, and alongside this, a joint memorandum circular, or JMC, was signed by and between the DICT, the Anti-Red Tape Authority, and other participating agencies for a more streamlined processing of permits and licenses for common towers and other digital infrastructure. The DICT also fully supports the government's policy for inclusive access to satellite services under Executive Order Number 127 and its implementing rules and regulations. We hope to give both the public and the private sector more opportunities and avenues to participate in accessing and using satellite technologies to provide digital connectivity to every corner of our nation. With these and other ICT initiatives, the DICT is optimistic that improvements in national digital connectivity in the coming months and years will be felt not just in highly urbanized areas, but in the countryside as well. As always, we remain committed to President Rodrigo Roa Duterte's marching order to push for digitalizing the country. Vice President Leonor Herona Robredo, Senator Panfilo Ping Lacson, Senator Emmanuel Manny Pacquiao Sr., Finance Secretary Carlos Dominguez, Science and Technology Secretary Fortunato de la Peña, Trade and Industry Secretary Ramon Lopez, NEDA Secretary Carl Kenrick Chua, Mayor Francisco M. Domagoso, 47th PBC&E Chair Jeffrey Nang, PCCI President Benedicto Yuhico, Mr. Perry A. Ferrer, Chairman and CEO of EMS Group and Director for Innovation and Intellectual Property of the PCCI, Mr. Miguel Yuhico, Managing Director of the PCCI Innovation Center, our colleagues in public service, partners from various sectors, fellow speakers, friends, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant day to all. Truly, the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the importance of digital infrastructure to ensure that we could continue doing our business and living our lives. Your Department of Information and Communications Technology recognizes this, which is why the Philippine government is investing in broadband infrastructure in the current administration. Your DICT has expedited the rollout of the National Broadband Plan, or NBP, which President Rodrigo Roa Duterte approved in March 2017. With the NBP, the government aims to use wired and wireless technologies to build a government-owned broadband network for the whole Philippine archipelago. This network will augment the existing private sector infrastructure and will positively impact quality and connection speeds of our national digital connectivity. Complementing the NBP, the Free Wi-Fi for All program aims to bring internet connectivity within the reach of our citizens by putting up free internet hotspots in the public places across the country. Recognizing the fact that improving the private digital infrastructure build-up is crucial to the connectivity agenda, the DICT also issued the Common Tower Policy. The Common Tower Policy aims to encourage sharing of towers among telcos to fast-track the rollout of ICT infrastructure, and alongside this, a joint memorandum circular, or JMC, was signed by and between the DICT, the Anti-Red Tape Authority, and other participating agencies for a more streamlined processing of permits and licenses for common towers and other digital infrastructure. The DICT also fully supports the government's policy for inclusive access to satellite services under Executive Order Number 127 and its implementing rules and regulations. We hope to give both the public and the private sector more opportunities and avenues to participate in accessing and using satellite technologies to provide digital connectivity to every corner of our nation. With these and other ICT initiatives, the DICT is optimistic that improvements in national digital connectivity in the coming months and years will be felt not just in highly urbanized areas, but in the countryside as well. As always, we remain committed to President Rodrigo Roa Duterte's marching order to push for digitalizing the country, which is the driving force of our efforts to transform the national ICT landscape. And also with the proposed E-Governance Act of Senator Christopher Lawrence Bong, We look forward to the increased digitalization of government operations that further improve public services. And finally, with former Secretary and Senator Gregorio Gringo Onasan as our example, your DICT shall continue working towards connecting all Filipinos to the global digital economy. We also look to our partners in all sectors, public and private, to deliver on our collaborations to build towards our shared goal of national digital transformation. Maraming salamat po. Vice President Leonor Herona Robredo, Senator Panfilo Ping Lacson, Senator
The e-government master plan includes the Integrated Government Philippines or iGovPhil, which aims to build shared ICT infrastructure and services for government agencies. We'd like to know the status of the iGovPhil program. How will iGovPhil be harmonized with the proposed e-governance act, which has been certified as urgent by the President? If we could hear again from Yusek Brady, sir.
The iGovPhil has finished its project and already transitioned to our bureaus as locally funded projects. The following projects, which used to be under the iGovPhil, are now directly being managed by your DICT's Infrastructure Management Bureau and the Government Digital Transformation Bureau. Okay. There's the National Government Portal, or the gov.ph, the National Government Data Center, or NGDC, GovMail, or Government Email Service, GovCloud, or Government Cloud, and GovNet, or Government Network. These projects provide shared infrastructure and services for other government agencies, and they are currently operational. As for your DICT's harmonization with the E-Governance Act, further steps are being done to create a strategic and operations plan to deliver the mandates of the Act once it becomes law. These plans should dovetail and work well with our current plans that are being developed to harmonize ICT programs and standardize ICT and ICT competencies of our fellow personnel across government agencies. Moreover, the law will further strengthen and support the policies and plans of your DICT as backed by congressional action, resulting in better compliance and alignment among government agencies. Thank you, Ms. Grace Mirandia, our participants, and all our guests. Thank you at mabuhay po tayo.
Thank you, Yusek Brady. Finally, we have the Secretary of the National Economic and Development Authority, Secretary Carl Kendrick Chua. Good morning, Sec Carl.
Morning, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Sir, if I may start, sir, with the first question. You mentioned that in the remainder of your term as NEDA Secretary, you will focus on policies and programs that will give the next administration a stronger foundation for a resilient and sustainable future anchored on digitalization. You also mentioned that starting within NEDA, you plan to improve the organization by introducing the use of data science, innovative business processes, and digital transformation. So, sir, can you share with us in a nutshell what your priority policies and programs will be in the coming months? And to add to that, I'll just ask the question in one go. There are pending bills in Congress that aim to provide a national digital transformation policy, and it proposes to establish and institutionalize a national digital transformation strategy. What for you are the key elements of this national digital transformation strategy? Go ahead, Sec Carl.
Thank you very much, Grace. Good morning to everyone, to the PCCI officials and members, to my fellow workers in government, and to our distinguished speakers, guests. Good morning again. First of all, NEDA's highest priority right now is to help the country recover from the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. And this is really about restoring jobs and income to the people. We have another priority right now, and this is to address our food situation. largely caused by what I would call the COVID for hogs or the African swine fever, which has affected the price of many food products. These are our current priorities. At the same time, the country's socio-economic planning agency, which is NEDA, the secretariat that I head, also will need to look beyond the pandemic and plan for the future. So we are doing two things: the current problem, and we are thinking about the future. And for the remainder of my term, I have instructed the agency to focus on four key areas that we have begun to do now, but will need to do even more in the coming years. And this is to provide also the next administration with much better foundations to achieve our ambition natin 2040, where no one is poor. And let me itemize some of them. The first is smart infrastructure. So we have built a lot of road infrastructure, but we have to put them all together into the concept or integrate them into the concept of smart cities, where principles of urban mobility in infrastructure and urban development are actually at the heart of why we do infrastructure. This also covers all forms of transportation, digital communication, planning, land use, and environment. Take for instance, technology that will allow us to move people faster, to use apps to determine what is the best route, what is the best combination of public transport, and to avoid areas of traffic. All of these will actually improve the lives of the people and actually also reduce our carbon footprint, because a big part of our emissions really is spending hours on the road. And as we recover from COVID-19, we are going to see more traffic back to our lives. The second, I would say, as a priority is innovation. We are a low middle income country. We will soon be an upper middle income country in 1 or 2 years, and eventually a high income country. And what will underpin that growth and sustain that growth is innovation. The Philippines would now need to move from a situation where we are copying ideas created by other countries and being assembled here, to a situation wherein we are generating those new ideas within our industry so that we can compete globally. And this pertains not only to technological advancement, but also to systems and process improvement, even in basic sectors like agriculture, or even in simple things like, for instance, providing audio in this conference. The third is regional equity. This is about determining where our scarce resources or projects are truly needed. All parts of the Philippines will require investment, but we have to do this objectively to make sure that the poorest areas where the biggest gaps are in water, electricity, or internet will receive the just financing requirements. And finally, it is about climate change. This is the fourth important priority. Think about the next few years or decades as really about saving our planet and saving the country and saving the people from different calamities brought about by our past actions. Climate change sets the backdrop for all present and future development challenges. Hence, going forward, I would like it to be at the center or heart of our socio-economic planning. And I have actually directed the NEDA to look into the next Philippine Development Plan as revolving around the issue of climate change. And everything we do in infrastructure, in agriculture, innovation, governance should be around protecting the country and protecting the Philippines. These are very tall orders, but I'm confident that we can achieve all of these. This is if we continuously strive to improve ourselves and the agency. That is why we are also improving ourselves internally in NEDA. We have many priorities, such as a more systematic knowledge management program using data science. I am starting to build a data science team in NEDA so that we can integrate all our databases, establish a single source of truth within the agency. And I hope eventually all agencies will establish their own data science team. This will enable us to be more productive without working longer hours. Just searching or reconciling, for instance, data from different sources are crucial for policy making. So with this, NEDA would like to set the example, to walk the talk when it comes to the government's digital transformation effort. The DICT has expounded or can expound more on the elements of the National Digital Transformation Strategy. But allow me to just give a few thoughts. First of all, this whole strategy is not only the technology aspect, that is the easy part, that is 10% of the effort. Maybe another 30% will go to the governance aspect. It's about building your system structures and framework, legal and technical framework. But the big part, the 60%, is really change management, or getting the people to appreciate and changing for the future, for the better. The second thing I want to share is our efforts on the national ID, or the PhilSys. We have already the program for a fully digitalized national ID, where every Filipino will have a valid proof of identity. This will enable us to achieve 100% financial inclusion, hopefully at the family level by the end of the year, and at the individual level in the coming years. This will allow us to roll out our social protection programs much better and much more efficiently with the least waste. The status as of right now is people are very interested in getting a national ID. Out of 50 million that we target this year to be registered, we have achieved 42.5 million already registered for the biometrics and the demographic data capture. We have already 6.1 million families enrolled in the land bank, opened their bank accounts, and 3.5 million Filipinos have received their national ID. So we will ramp this up because this is the game changer. The second, or the third rather, and this is related to your second question, is the passage of economic liberalization bills. We have 3 in Congress, 2 in very advanced stages, the Retail Trade Liberalization Act and the Foreign Investment Act, and we hope the Senate will consider passing the Public Service Act soon. And all of these are about relaxing restrictions so that we can attract all the necessary innovation, investment, technology, management, and technical know-how to give our people better options, higher qualities products and services, and at lower prices. In particular, opening the telecommunication sector through the Public Service Act would help improve drastically our access to data services, internet services. And this is important as we live in this new normal. To summarize, we have the economic foundations in place to recover strongly, and we will continue to pursue all these structural reforms to help us be prepared and achieve our long-term vision. Thank you very much, and I look forward to any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Sec Carl. That's quite impressive, no? And thank you for giving us a very comprehensive lay of the land of what you and the current administration plan to do for the remaining months. So at this point, we'd like to ask our cabinet secretaries to answer a few more questions from our participants. So this is addressed to all our speakers. The current administration is credited for putting in place a long-term goal for the country through the Ambisyon Natin 2040. While much progress has been made in the first 4 years, set us back by several years. What steps should be taken to get us back on track and enable a leapfrogging to realize Vision 2040? Maybe Secmon, let's start with you, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Grace. Thank you for the question. Of course, coordination with NEDA and our partners in government, the DOST, the ICT. Really, top of the list is staying the course. Even during the pandemic, as you know, we've been doing a lot of EVs, AI, and all that to improve the competitiveness of Philippine industries. I must also say that we should continue, and in fact, we urge the Senate to pass the RCEP, to ratify the RCEP, because FTAs is not only for market access. FTAs positions the country as an attractive investment destination. Companies from non-RCEP countries will locate in our country to be part of this global value chain, especially the RCEP value chain. And definitely it will boost investments, it will boost more jobs, give more jobs, and provide more income for the Filipinos, more jobs and income. This will also be a good market for our agriculture products. That normally, and as you've read in the papers, the agri sector or some agri groups are opposing the RCEP, and I think that's very inward looking. What they would miss is the opportunity to tap the market abroad. Inputs to agriculture will be affected. And if you make the country prosper, it will give the agri sector more market for their products. And lastly, I'd like to point out, and this we've discussed with Sec Carl the other day in Malacanang when we had an APEC meeting, that the Philippines actually has posted positive growth already. Second quarter, third quarter, 12%, 7.1, and we only need to hit 7% to hit 5.5, 7% in the fourth quarter to hit 5.5%. And if we hit that, we only need to hit 4.8% next year to be back to the 2019 pre-pandemic level. So it will not take us many years. I think by 2022, of course with God's grace and with all these reforms we're doing, we will be able to be back to the 2019 level and even more. FDI and exports, in fact, as of now, year to date, 43% growth FDI, 20% growth in exports, higher than 2019 level. We've surpassed 2019 level already at this point, 2021. So those are some good indications that we are on the path to recovery, and we should just sustain that. Of course, with more easing of restrictions, hopefully we will really continue with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Secmon. Indeed, we all hope that easing of the restrictions will actually get us back on track. How about Sec Carl, your thoughts on this?
Thank you very much. Secmon has provided a very good answer. Let me maybe just highlight again a few. First of all, we have a very strong foundation for recovery. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, we have reduced our poverty rate by 6 million Filipinos, achieving our 2022 target. We have advanced our economic growth, and we were likely to become upper middle income country before the pandemic. We achieved the lowest level of unemployment and underemployment rates prior to the pandemic. These are important foundations to help us recover faster. The pandemic has set us back temporarily, but we are beginning to see our growth recovering, our employment numbers improving. If all of us cooperate, work together to contain the virus, I think there is a strong chance that we will see our recovery even faster. So with the reforms that we have put in place, these are all designed to help us achieve our pre-pandemic growth trajectory soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Sec Carl. I think we also have an answer from Sec Boy de la Peña.
To enable us to get back on track and leapfrog, to realize our Vision 2040, definitely our enterprises should be enabled to innovate. And enabling them to innovate would require both human resource development and access to hardware and software and technologies, and of course to advice coming from experts in the different fields that they need in their enterprises. And we should have more investment in improving our enterprise value chains. And one big example of this, which we are now paying attention to, is the so-called smart food value chain. where we need to reduce the waste, okay, in the process, okay, in the production, in the post-harvest processing, in transporting, in storage, and in transporting, in processing. You know, we have so much waste in this chain, and we need to minimize this waste, because when you minimize the losses, that is in fact still increasing your volume or your gain. And of course, we have to help our enterprises get access to new markets. You know, one good example that we have focused on is to do R&D on halal products and to have adequate certification facilities for halal, because we know that there is a big market for that, and we should be getting a bigger share. And of course, we have to ensure that our quality assurance system is in place. Okay, so our metrology system, our network of laboratory testing facilities should be there, and these standards have to be set into place.
Ambition 2040 was the impetus to the enactment of two important pieces of legislation that are vital in enhancing the country's innovation ecosystem. That's RA 11337, or the Innovative Startup Act, and RA 11293, or the Philippine Innovation Act. To Sec Lopez and Sec De La Peña, the lead host agencies, at the helm of the lead host agencies of the Innovative Startup Act. The law provides benefits, as well as remove the constraints to encourage the establishment of operation of innovative new enterprises and businesses crucial to their growth and expansion. Could you share with us what programs, policies, or incentives you have put in place, and how far these have helped our MSMEs and startups? What opportunities and challenges would you say you have encountered in implementing these programs? Secmon, maybe start with you.
Yes, of course, the initial challenge is providing a budget to support the startup community. While it's in the law, no budget or a very limited budget has been given in this field. We were relying on our own resources, and thanks to DOST has been able to do some of the development for startups, especially on the pre-seed stage. But what we're doing right now, making use of our funds in the National Development Company, we've set aside 250 million to serve as the Startup Venture Fund. So even without the budget, what we are doing is to make use of some funds coming from the agency, from the government corporation, to serve as the venture fund for the startup community. So that will be allocated for this 2021, and another 250 million pesos for 2022. We will be having funds of funds supporting them, and to a certain extent, maybe to a little extent, doing our own direct investments. Of course, there will be an investment committee composed of those familiar in this particular field, because this is definitely a new ball game, but definitely a lot of potential. So we have the funds now that can support the startups. At the same time, we're working on having a one-stop shop type of registration for startup players. And so far, we've also been supporting startup players for them to be able to attend international fora, competition, give them exposures. And of course, with the help of private companies, private sector partners, we're able to support them. We have a co-maker type of a facility called Cubo, together with the MVP group. So we will continue with that. We'll try to expand that. We also thank PCCI for developing their own innovation center. That I've been to the center, very good facility. Will definitely help this community to prosper. Thank you.
Thank you, Secmon. To Secretary Carl, may we be updated on the implementation of the Philippine Innovation Act?
Please, can you hear me?
Yes, Secretary, we can hear you.
This Philippine Innovation Act is a very important law that we intend to implement. So happens that it was under implementation. The commencement of the implementation coincided with the pandemic, but we have not lost steam. Let me just give you some update. First of all, there is a national innovation strategy that we have prepared, and this will soon be presented to the National Innovation Council. There has been a lot of legwork that has been put into this. In NEDA, we are reorganizing ourselves. There will be a full staff for the Innovation Office under the NEDA. We have met technically with several agencies, and we are just waiting for an opportunity for us to have a council meeting. As you know, the council is chaired by the president. So all of these are being prepared, and we'll update you soonest. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sec Carl. So now we don't have much time. So now we are close to closing our session. We'd just like to ask Secretary Mon, what do you think, sir, should be the priority of our government in order to move our country and the economy forward? Sec Mon?
Grace. Everything that we've been discussing so far in the presentation and the Q&A are really the important, ways forward for us. All these economic reforms, the infrastructure development, the build is something that must be continued by the next administration. Certainly, what we have done is we've built on the growth and the gains of the previous administration. I mean, they did good, and we improve on that further. Exports level annual average has grown at this administration compared to the last one. I mean, they did good, but we sustained the growth, and we want the next administration to do even better on exports, on investments, and also on GDP. And we've mentioned a lot of these reforms, infrastructure, the innovation-centric kind of policies and programs, more liberalization that will open up telecommunication, players, the PSA, reforms in the Foreign Investment Act and the Retail Trade Law. I understand that's been passed by Senate. So we're all looking forward to all this innovation, liberalization that will encourage more foreign players, that will add up to more investments in the country, creating more jobs and income. And the virtuous cycle of income growth will follow. And that will lead to the ambition 2040, mentioned by Sec Carl and Sec Boy, where everybody will prosper. Nobody will be poor, hopefully in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you, Sec Mon. Indeed, opening up the economy and the key sectors will lead us to more economic development. We'd like to hear also from Undersecretary Brady.
As today's events come to a close, I want to take this time to thank each and everyone who have attended and participated in our conference today. It is an honor and a privilege to hold meaningful discussions with great minds from both the public and the private sectors. I believe that our methods and beliefs can be united through our shared goal of building a better nation. Finally, I have good news for the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Your DICT is ready to pilot test with you the proof of concept for satellite connectivity to be launched in 6 jointly selected areas in the country. Ideally, we should launch in areas that do not have access to internet services so we can provide connectivity through international satellite services that you have identified, such as Eutelsat, Intelsat, and Hughes. This is a sterling example of private and public collaboration and cooperation in the spirit of magtulungan to bring internet connectivity for small enterprises, medical facilities, and schools. So let us immediately form a joint working group. Let's make this happen. I look forward to our future collaborations and joint endeavors, unified by our end goal of a reinvigorated economy and a digitalized country. Once again, thank you. Maraming salamat po sa lahat at mabuhay.
Thank you for that, Yusek Brady De Castro. Now let's hear from Secretary Boy de la Peña. Yusek, sorry, Secretary Boy.
Now, in terms of priorities which I think can move our country and the economy forward, I would like to propose the following, of course. And one is really to attract more investments or encourage more investments in technology-based enterprises where we can lead and where we can deploy our human resources which in science and technology which we have been developing so that they can be utilized. And of course, giving incentives and setting up the proper ecosystem so that these investments in technology-based industries will be realized.
Yes, apologies for that. We seem to be encountering a lot of technical difficulties considering that this is a session on innovation and technology. So we have to move on with our program. So thank you so much to our distinguished panel for gracing this session. So to synthesize what we have discussed this morning, from the DOST, Secretary Boy focused on the use of technology for new products, new processes, and improving these processes so that Filipinos can get more return for their investment. DTI SecMon focused on what we have achieved so far. In fact, he highlighted the results of the latest economy report, which said that the Philippines is actually one of the fastest growing e-commerce market with 12 million new digital consumers in this year alone. There are a lot of initiatives for harnessing emerging technologies such as AI, and this will be used for MSMEs. The ICT Undersecretary Brady focused on the progress achieved for the National Broadband Plan, the free Wi-Fi, and as well as the key policy reforms that are now in place, such as the Common Tower Policy, the streamlining of the approval process for permits that are necessary for broadband infrastructural rollout, and the most recent, which is the Executive Order 127, which promotes inclusive access to internet services through satellite broadband technology. NEDA Secretary Carl emphasizes that we need to look beyond the pandemic and that we need to focus on key areas such as smart infrastructure, innovation, regional equity, and that everything that our economic development strategy should focus on must revolve on climate change, which is, of course, the next biggest challenge. So with that, we would like to thank our dearest secretaries for joining us. That's actually the end of plenary session 2, a conversation with policymakers unleashing innovation, building back better. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for moderating as well. Once again, that was our moderator. Thank you so much. Miss Grace on screen. I'm sure they're still online. Let's have a group photo, secretaries. I know you're still online. So let's have them back. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Miss Grace. It's like walkie-talkies, but without the actual physical walkie-talkie. I hope you can hear me. Thank you. Let's bring them back on screen, please. There they are. All right. All smiles for the cameras, please. We can see ourselves. Hi! Live from the PCCI Innovation Center. Okay, but we're not the focus yet. Let's have the secretaries photo up. Thank you, everybody. Secretaries, may we have you smile at the camera, please? Look straight at your device cameras. Please look straight at your device cameras. Miss Grace, please join them as well. Smile. There we go. I see Secretary Mon come back. All right, let's try to get a photo here. Please smile. Look at your cameras. Secretary Chua, Secretary De La Peña, Yusek Castro, Secretary Mon, please smile. And our moderator, Miss Grace. There you go. Big smiles. And now joining you from the PCCI Innovation Center, may we have our President Emeritus, Sir George. Once again, take your place here with our conference chair, Sir Jeffrey Nang. I believe we'll have you at opposite sides. Oh, Miss Bing, of course, our PCCI chairwoman would like to join in the photo op as well. Maybe we can have Miss Bing in the middle, ladies in the middle, and we can still see you, everybody online, secretaries and USEC. Look straight at your devices, please, and smile. Again, please smile. Thank you very much. We are taking your photo right now. This is how we do photos already. One more, please, for safety. One more. We're just moving. Secretaries online, you are still seen. Thank you very much. Oh, hello, Grace. All right, keep smiling, please. Thank you for your patience. That's Secretary Chua, Secretary De La Peña, Yusek Castro, and Secretary Lopez. Keep smiling, please. Keep smiling. You are with our PCCI and conference chair right now here live. Secretaries, thank you very much for your time. But Secretary Mon, please stay where you are. Secretary Mon will be staying with us. But we want to say thank you again. Secretary Chua, Secretary De La Peña, and Yusek Castro. Thank you again, Miss Grace. Here you go. Secretary Mon Lopez, big smile. Look straight at your device and thumbs up. Can we have everybody a thumbs up? Sir George, here please. Yeah, thank you. There you go. We got to redo blocking here. But I think we got it. Thank you, Secretary Mon Lopez. And of course, to our PCCI President Emeritus, our conference chair, and PCCI chairwoman. Thank you for that. There's a whole new way of blocking nowadays when it comes to photo opportunities. Don't you agree? But that's all about innovating and adapting to our present circumstances. All right, ladies and gentlemen online, this was just the beginning, all right? So that was the first 2 plenary sessions so far, and we still have a lot more to look forward to in the upcoming 2 learning sessions happening right after lunch. But before we proceed to the next part of the program, how about we thank our generous sponsors and partners. Everyone, please watch this.
Commerce and Industry would like to thank the support of the following generous sponsors: Phil Export, Philippine Franchise Association, National Grid Corporation of the Philippines, BA Securities Incorporated, San Miguel Corporation, BDO Unibank, Globe Business, Istana Development Corporation, Bakasyonan Resort and Conference Center, Philippine Business Bank, Sesto Corporation, Arc Refreshments Corporation, Cathay Land Incorporated, Astoria Hotels and Resorts, SM Investment Corporation, Double Dragon Corporation, Wilcon Depot Incorporated, ICCT Colleges, Meralco, RG Simbulan and Partners Corporation, ICTSI, Samgyup Masarap Unlimited Korean Barbecue, Huawei Technologies Philippines Incorporated, Federation of Filipino-Chinese Chambers of Commerce and Industry Incorporated, Home Development Mutual Fund, Pag-ibig Fund, Metrobank, you're in good hands. Dito CME Holding Corporation, Phoenix Petroleum, JT International Incorporated, China Bank, your success is our business. Pagcor, Toyota Motors Philippines, East West, Marymart Consumer Corporation, South Forbes Gulf City, Mahalta Resorts and Convention Center. Thank you to our following media partners: Business World, Malaya Business Insight, Business Mirror, Philippine Daily Inquirer, Philippine Star, Daily Tribune, The Manila Times, ABS-CBN News Channel, CNN Philippines, Net25, GMA7, DZBB Super Radio, Teleradio, Mega World. This is the 47th Philippine Business Conference and Expo.
Exports is a major driving force of the economy, bringing much-needed revenues and showcasing Filipino expertise, craftsmanship, and creativity to the world. With over 4,000 members across 52 industry associations and 21 chapters nationwide. Together, we represent 70% of the country's export performance. Phil Export stands at the forefront of the country's drive towards greater economic growth. We shall remain committed to champion the industry, to create an exporting nation, as the way to help uplift the lives of many Filipinos around the nation, and pave the road towards making Philippines the next tiger economy. Phil Export, towards building an exporting nation.
How do meaningful connections move you? They inspire you. They give strength. To help you achieve your best you. At NGCP, our dream is to build meaningful connections to bring the entire nation together. In collaboration with the national government, we're bringing infrastructure development to every corner of the Philippines to realize the country's goal of inclusive and sustainable growth. As the country's only electricity transmission service provider, we connect with the power generation sector and the distribution sector to provide Filipinos with a better quality of life. We build these relationships to make the best happen for everyone. And the best is yet to come. Together with the local government and communities, we're building an even stronger connection through a unified national grid. Every family and every community will feel more connected than ever. Everyone helping one another in making things better. Because as one, we can do wonders and make more moments that really matter. Together, let's create a brighter future. NGCP.
So, how much will it cost to maintain a property for investment?
Well, usually it will cost you your movie nights, weekends with friends, and quality time with your family. But not with Hotel 101. Just get a unit and we'll take care of it.
So that's it?
Yeah, that's it.
Hotel 101. Investing made simple.
Saludo ako sa mga business owners na araw-araw nagsisikap to keep the business running. Hands-on, just to make sure all suppliers and employees are paid. Sinisigurado na may enough inventory to meet demands and keep their customers coming. Kaya naman, BDO SME Loan is here to support you with standby funds to keep your business on track. BDO SME Loan, ready for your business needs.
Vaccines come with benefits. Show your vaccination card to get shopping and dining perks. Vax, shop, and dine at SM.
A better future is built by the brave, envisioned by brilliant minds, born from the passions of thousands strong. One that isn't without risk, but protected from it. Safe from all the worries and secure for what's to come. Because a better future with the greatest empires, the strongest communities, and the happiest families will always be worth having. That's why the bold and the fearless understand that recreating something better takes courage and strength. So together, let's start shaping a better future today.
We think beyond what is needed today for the young learners of tomorrow. ICCT Colleges, Center of Excellence for the Global Learners.
efficiency, cost, productivity. Business as usual has always been about turning a profit. If you stop to think about it, what more is there? The universe, nature, life. Civilization as we know it is about the search for something greater than ourselves. Huawei Cloud is innovating technologies to make the world more inclusive. The cloud, AI, 5G are building a fully connected, intelligent world. They do more than drive digital transformation. It's a new paradigm for innovation. Imagine, if you can, what amazing secrets await when we unlock the secrets of the universe. What cosmic answers will we learn? AI can help preserve in the rainforest by identifying the sounds of gunshots or the sounds of illegal logging, protecting the most precious sounds, birds and trees for generations to come. In cities around the world, we can collect traffic data and analyze it to improve transportation and bring order to a chaotic world. Even reporting the weather can be improved with AI. With more accurate forecasts and timely alerts, we'll travel safer and get home to our loved ones. Also, so many delicious flavors, chili, herbs, and spices automatically selected to improve flavor, quality, and nutrition. Delightful flavor explosions to dazzle our taste buds. A cloud for everyone, unleashing the power of innovation, making every day better. A cloud for pervasive intelligence and a better future. Huawei Cloud. Grow with intelligence.
Thank you.
How is it? Babe, will you marry me? Yes. I'm excited to spend the rest of my life with you, babe.
I love you, Kito.
Paking? Ano nangyayari dito?
Hala, anong ginagawa mo dito?
Kito, sino siya?
Dentist ko, babe.
Dentist?
Pakito! Sinasabi ko na nga ba?
I can explain.
Dami.
Kay sarap balik-balikan ang saya at sarap ng zesto. Maraming mga kwento na na nakakatawa at nakakakilig, na dulot ay sayang walang ibang makakadaig. Kay sarap balik-balikan mga alaala ng nakaraan. Kay sarap balik-balikan ang saya at sarap ng zesto.
Nagsimula sa isang pangarap. Ika'y tutulungang ibahin ang buhay na nakasanayan.
Naka 24 months ka na sa pag-ibig.
May panghulog na ako sa motor.
Bagong motor.
Gagawa ng ambang para mapaghandaan ng forever. At harapin ang bukas na may maaasahan. Simulan mo na ang forever mo ngayon. Fund your forever with Pag-ibig Fund.
We find the greatest value in what we do in the relationships we create, in the connections we make, in the bonds we form, in the trust we're given. Trust that strengthens our relationships. Trust we work hard to keep. Trust that inspires us to do what we can as long as we can, to lead in building the economy, serving people and their communities, providing the assurance of security and stability they can count on, whatever happens. This is why, in these difficult times, where people crave even more connection, we are inspired to work harder at nurturing these relationships. In a time of uncertainty, we build lives together by banking confidence through continued service. In a time of worry, assure we bank on our excellence and attention to health and safety to offer assurance through our care. In a time of fear, we shine a light on the future and encourage them to face it with a smile through meaningful assistance. Because everything we do at Metrobank is for those who have trusted us with their lives, their hopes, and their dreams. It is a commitment that whatever happens, in good times and bad, we are invested in their lives, making sure they're in good hands. That is what we mean by meaningful banking, because those connections are what mean the most to us, and we are committed to making them last.
We have covered the journey of our young democracy. In ANC, we were witnesses to the defining moments of Philippine history that influenced the world.
To the service of the nation.
We don't just tell stories, we tell you why they matter. We sift through the noise and arm you with facts.
This is the Philippines.
And we are ANC.
President of the Philippines, Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
I, Maria Leonor Heronimo, having been appointed to the position of chair.
Daily Tribune, may digital shows na din. Dahil sa mas lumalaki at mas lumalakas nating tribu, handog sa inyo ng Daily Tribune ang mga programang magbibigay buhay araw-araw. Be informed at mag-good vibes tuwing umaga sa programang Gising Na. Be updated sa news and happenings sa Tribune News on Cue. Mas kilalanin pa natin ang mga paborito nyong atleta sa programang The Athletes Tribune. Alamin ang latest entertainment sa programang What's Up. Ma-inspire sa mga kwentong hatid ng Perfect. Search lang ang Daily Tribune sa inyong Facebook at Tribune Now on YouTube. See you there mga katribu!
Gaano namin kayo kamahal? Sobra-sobra. Kaya naman, we want us to be together. Anytime, anywhere. Channel surfing all day sa dami ng kapuso channels na inyong pagpipilian. Anumang palabas ang hanap ng inyong puso, meron tayo niyan. Sa radyo, balita, kwentuhan at tugstugan, sagot namin yan. Online, lahat ng trending, catch-up episodes at web exclusives. Isang click nyo lang. Saan mang dako ng bansa o ng mundo, magkasama pa rin tayo. Kahit sa movies, concerts, events at iba pang ganap, tayo ang magka-date. Together rin tayo sa bayanihan. At ma-enjoy nyo lahat ng ito using our digital receivers wherever you are. Talagang mas masarap ang ating pagmamahalan dahil anytime and anywhere, we have us together.
Napapansin ba ninyo, lumiliwanag ang mundo pag magkasama tayo? Life is so much sweeter, everything feels better pag tayong lahat ay together. Let's have fun together, let's play together, kumain, magluto, matuto together, tawanan together, hawak kamay together, we'll be there for each other, we're stronger together. Kaya tara na Pilipino, let's get together, let's all come alive. Kaya tara na Pilipino, let's get together, Sunday 25, Sunday 25. Let's stay together, let's sing together, let's all work together, mag-travel together, let's shop together, mangarap together, we can fly higher when we are together. Kaya tara na Pilipino, let's get together, let's all come alive. Kaya tara na Pilipino, let's get together, Sunday 25. Panalo tayo pag together, walang talo pag together, balitaan together, love each other, magsikap together, magsikap together. Kaya tara na Pilipino, let's get together, let's all come alive. Kaya tara na Pilipino, let's get together, Sunday 25, Sunday 25, Sunday 25, let's get together, Sunday 25.
Thank you so much to our partners and sponsors. To everybody still online and staying with us, thank you very much. Now, to entertain us with a song number is a classical crossover singer of German and Filipino descent. She was the second runner-up of Asia's Got Talent 2015 and toured with Grammy Award-winning producer David Foster in his Manila and Thailand concerts. She's now pursuing a solo career and doing collaborative concerts around Asia. Everyone around Asia and North America. So ladies and gentlemen, we give you Jerfel Flores.
Have you eaten? Recovery for all is not an impossible dream. With the resiliency embedded in the character of business people, the shared vision amongst them, and the innovation that they continue to embrace to improve the future, the fight against the invisible foe, the pandemic, will soon be over. Under the able leadership of Ambassador Benedicto Huico and the rest of the PCCI board and local chambers, may this Philippine Business Conference, chaired by Mr. Jeffrey Nang, unite us further to reach even the unreachable star. Beating the pandemic, PCCI, like the Filipino people, is their quest. Nothing is hopeless, no matter how far. It is their dream.
To dream the impossible dream, to find the unbeatable foe, to bear with unbearable sorrow, to run where the brave dare not go. To right the unrightable wrong, to love pure and chaste from afar, to try when your arms are too weary, to reach the unreachable star. This is my quest, to follow that star, no matter how hopeless, no matter how far, to fight for the right, without question or pause, to be willing to march into hell for a heavenly cause. And I know if I'll only be true to this glorious quest, that my heart will lie peaceful and calm when I'm laid to my rest. Will be better for this. Covered with scars, still strong with his last ounce of courage, to dream the impossible dream, to fight the unbeatable foe, to the unreachable.
Wow! Talk about a fantastic voice. I certainly hope you enjoyed that. I had goosebumps listening. Indeed, the impossible dream. Thank you very, very much again to Jervil Flores. Quite fitting with what we want to achieve today, that song choice of hers, to become a middle-income economy where everyone is matatag, maginhawa, and may panatag sa buhay. At maging panatag ang buhay. It is not impossible, everybody. With your help, and if we work together for it, we can definitely achieve it. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move on with the program for today, this time around, we will be giving recognition to the local chambers who hosted the area business conferences leading to the 47th Philippine Business Conference and Expo. So, without further ado, presenting the plaques of appreciation, we have PCCI President, Ambassador Benedicto V. Yuhuico, PCCI Chairwoman, Ms. Maria Alegria S. Limhoco, and Chairman of the 47th Philippine Business Conference and Expo, Mr. Jeffrey T. Na. All of this will be happening online, so please keep your eyes on the screen. We begin with the host of the 30th South Luzon Area Business Conference, the Camarines Sur Chamber of Commerce and Industry, headed by President Sol Magduto. Congratulations. Next, the host of the 30th Visayas Area Business Conference, the PCCI Capiz Halaran, headed by President Dale Bernas. Congratulations! Next we have the host of the 30th Mindanao Business Conference, the General Santos City Chamber of Commerce and Industry, headed by President Elmer Catulpos. Congratulations! This next plaque of appreciation is also presented to the co-host of the 30th MinBizCon, the Sarangani Chamber of Commerce and Industry, headed by President Jose Lorde Villamor. Congratulations. And the South Cotabato Chamber of Commerce and Industry as well, headed by President Jesse P. Cruz. Next is the host of the 30th North Luzon Area Business Conference, the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of La Union, headed by President Lina Flor Hizon. And for having successfully hosted the 29th Metro Manila Business Conference, a plaque of appreciation is presented to PCCI South Sector, headed by Regional Governor Teresita L. Ngantian. Next up, a plaque of appreciation is also presented to the area vice presidents for their leadership and for serving as chairman of their respective area business conference. Starting with the area vice president for North Luzon, Gregoria G. Simbulan. Area vice president for South Luzon, Clarine B. Tobias. Area Vice President for the National Capital Region, or NCR, Delia B. Jimenez. Area Vice President for Visayas, Mr. Frank Carbon. And Acting Area Vice President for Mindanao, Arturo P. Milan. We would also like to give a posthumous recognition conferred to the late Area Vice President Maria Teresa R. Alegrio, who unfortunately passed last October 1, 2021. And with that, congratulations, Area Business Conference hosts and Area Vice Presidents, for mounting your conferences successfully. Everybody, please give them a well-deserved round of applause, even if it's online. Show your emoticons, maybe. Check out the Zoom reaction buttons at the bottom part of your screens if you'd like to show some love and applause. And we would also like to share, by the way, some details about the ongoing Expo. This year's virtual Expo enables buyers to communicate and engage with sellers digitally. It's actually the same way that buyer-sellers do in a physical setup, in the confines of your own home or room, using a laptop or mobile phone. Users can actually visit a virtual room of your choice. You can communicate with your booth reps remotely via chat messaging, video calls, schedule Zoom meetings even, or watch some live or recorded company video presentations, and you can even download some brochures that catch your interest. The idea is that we continue to sustain buyer-seller engagements in an immersive and, of course, innovative manner. So please register and visit the virtual expo that happens from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. today and tomorrow, November 17 and 18, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. our virtual expo. Check out the link. The link is https://pbcexpo2021.vx-events.com. Let me repeat that. https://pbcexpo2021.vx-events.com. A couple more details about that. Please we would like to invite you to visit our expo hall at the said link. That's https://pbcexpo2021.vx-events.com, where the best of Philippine products from different participating companies are showcased virtually, and yes, they are available for purchase. We also encourage you to maximize the use of our conference platform, that is at pbc2021.org, where you will get to know our sponsors, make B2B transactions with them, and you can also download PCCI and PBC materials, attend the conferences like what we're having today, and the seminars provided by different companies, agencies, and embassies. In the networking lounge of the platform, one of the features is the networking lounge. You may search for items that you may or might be looking for. You can even post your business contacts to transact with other clients or post job openings. That's definitely a plus. We actually want to do this together, right, to revive the economy. So post away some job offerings. And again, we invite you to please register, put in your data, and it's that easy. All you have to know more about it, well then, ladies and gentlemen, please watch this.
47th Philippine Business Conference and Expo. We hereby declare the virtual expo open.
Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the voice of Philippine business. Philippine Exporters Confederation Incorporated, towards building an exporting nation. Cathay Land Incorporated, committed to you. San Miguel Corporation, your world made better. Double Dragon Properties Corporation, possibilities are endless. SM Investments Corporation, sustainability for growth. BDO Unibank, we find ways. Mary Mark Consumer Corporation, back to basics. Philippine Franchise Association. National Grid Corporation of the Philippines, bridging power and progress. Wilkin Depot, building big ideas. Federation of Filipino-Chinese Chambers of Commerce and Industry Incorporated, Hagi Big Fund Corporation. Manila Electric Company. Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporation, creating opportunities beyond gaming. Bukas Yunnan Resort and Conference Center. Philippine Business Bank, making things happen today. Philippine Long Distance Telephone Company, it's you that counts. Huawei, dreams inspire creativity. Zesto Corporation, growing with you, growing for you. Globe Business, a globe of good. Marwell Chemicals Corporation. Astoria Hotels and Resorts, fulfilling world-class travel experiences. Philippine Chamber of Handicrafts Exporters and Artisan Incorporated, and Chamber of Furniture Industries of the Philippines.
Ayaw na nila ng photo op. So, keep moving on. Five ba? Kanina pa yung 5 minutes mo. 2 minutes na lang.
Skilled Filipino artisans of our times, play with the natural rawness of materials. And mold these into world-class products that can stand side by side with the best in other parts of the world. Essential search for the best craftsmanship makes our craft continually evolve. Eastern temperament effortlessly blend with Western influences that uniquely shape the designs in our minds and manifest in the agile hands of our artisans. Our design quest to conquer the global market is no longer confined inside a physical exhibition hall and into the digital space.
our media partners.
And that wraps up our walkthrough of the Virtual Expo. We hope you enjoyed the tour. Get to know more about these brands by engaging with their representatives via message or video chat, or download brochures directly from their virtual booths. Please click on the link shown on the screen to register and visit the Virtual Expo anytime at your convenience today and tomorrow. On behalf of the Expo Committee of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we bid everyone a pleasant good morning and enjoy the Virtual Expo.
Oh yes, not just the Virtual Expo, also of course PBC2021.org. There are so many things to do. Do check out the PBC Expo 2021 and PBC2021.org. And please take a photo of yourself at the photo booth for a souvenir. In fact, you can post it as well and share it with everybody. All right, check it out during the whole day today, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And it's happening also tomorrow, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. We want to remind everyone we are streaming live in YouTube at PCCI's official account and cross-posted in the official Facebook page. Everybody ready for this afternoon's plenary sessions? I certainly hope so, but may we ask everyone, stand up, stretch, move a bit left to right. There, oh, even our PCCI executives here in the Innovation Center. Everybody, stretch, twist, bend to the right, and bend to the left. There you go. Kaya pa ba? Twist and just shake your legs. Fast. Shake your legs. Shake your legs. There you go. Everybody at home, you better be doing this too. Nice. So that everybody is awake for our last two plenary sessions. Our conference chairman is dancing the boogie. Oh, I wish you were here at the Innovation Center. But here we go. Okay, settle down now. Settle down now, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to begin the afternoon sessions. That was fun. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, welcome to plenary session number 3. This is the CEO Forum, Reboot, Re-Strategize, and Rebuild. Moderating the session is broadcast journalist and host. Please welcome Miss Tina Marasigan. Good afternoon, Tina. Thank you for your patience. Just patching on our online team. There she is. Hi, Tina. Take it away.
And in such challenging times, the private sector is forced to travel.
need at least 2,000 more hospitals. So progressive infrastructure. Then hard infrastructure, that's the build, the great infrastructure. I support it. And it's a catch-up situation. Like Silicon Peninsula Road number 6 was proposed by the American Corps of Engineers in 1945, long before I was born. And the subway proposed in 1971. Light rail transit, we proposed that in our 1976 Metro Plan. We should have completed 8 lines by 1992. So, and then green infrastructure, plant. It should not just build. Soft infrastructure, the ease of doing business, no corruption, no red tape. Then digital infrastructure, Internet of Things, and institutional infrastructure. We may have the best plans in the world, but if you don't have the institutional infrastructure to implement them, nothing will happen. And if I may share, working with the ruler of Dubai, and I've been to more than 1,000 cities in 79 countries, the more progressive cities and countries, they have visionary leadership, leaders with vision, strong political will, good appreciation of urban planning, good appreciation of this good design like architecture, engineering, and good governance. I still believe that we can join the first world by 2030. Thank you very much, Ingrid. Thank you.
Those are great to hear. Very positive insights, very positive thoughts, although we are really required to see political will this coming year. Thank you so much, sir. We'll be hearing much from you later on. And the next panelist is Mr. Ernesto Ato Tanmantiong. A pleasant afternoon, sir.
Hi, jolly afternoon, everyone.
Hi, sir. Good afternoon. Now, let me throw in this question for you. As governments took measures to prevent the spread of COVID-19, the food system faced extraordinary disruption from social distancing measures, travel bans, border closures, restricted transport channels, and the temporary shutdown of much of the food service. Now, from farmers and field workers to food processors and retailers, the pandemic caused problems at every stage of the supply chain. Now, how is Jollibee coping with this situation? What is the restaurant's outlook in the medium and long terms?
First of all, thank you to the PCCI for inviting me to this event. The theme of our panel, Reboot, Re-strategize, and Rebuild, is very relevant now as we all strive to recover from the pandemic. The pandemic has indeed brought many changes and challenges, especially to the restaurant industry. But for Jollibee Group, our vision remains the same, to be one of the top 5 restaurant companies in the world by serving delicious food, bringing the joy of eating to everyone. One thing that has also remained the same is that our people continue to be at the heart of our business. Even at the beginning of the lockdowns, we immediately allocated 1 billion pesos of emergency fund to provide salaries and subsidies, even when the stores were closed and many employees couldn't come to work. We also advanced the 13-month pay from December to April 2020 to help with their financial needs. On top of this, we also quickly adopted flexible work arrangement for our office employees and provide free shuttle services as well as PPEs and vitamins for workers who had to work on site, and even provided free access to mental health professionals as we saw the pandemic did not only affect physical health. In terms of the business, we made adjustments as we saw consumer habits change drastically. As dine-in was restricted, we made sure that people could order our food through off-premise channels, such as delivery apps and websites, messenger bots, and aggregators. We also invested in a lot of digital technology, accelerated the growth of our local and international businesses, and embarked on a business transformation. The key challenge that COVID-19 introduced to the supply chain is demand and supply unpredictability. We mitigated this by increasing our demand forecasting frequency, optimizing inventory, and continue building relationships with suppliers to create short and long-term solutions for our supply chain. And as vaccinations continue to roll out and the economy reopens, we are seeing sales increase and business improvement this year. We're slowly recovering and getting closer to pre-COVID level of 2019. While there are still many challenges, we remain bullish about the business, and we continue to be steadfast in our vision and mission, and we are confident that we will come out as a stronger organization. Thank you.
Very, very big picture there, sir. Thank you so much. But I just have a follow-up question for you. More than half of the Filipino people living in rural areas depend on agriculture for their livelihood as the country's #1 fast food chain, Jollibee. How is Jollibee helping or can help our country's farmers and rural workers?
Even before the pandemic, we have established the Farmer Entrepreneurship Program, which helps small farmers supply directly to institutional buyers, such as JFC, providing these farmers and their families with a better livelihood. What's different about the Farmers Entrepreneurship Program is that we, together with our NGO, LGU, state universities, and DA partners, teach farmers to become entrepreneurs. We're not giving outs that are one-off. Instead, we're teaching them on how to become entrepreneurs, and we're giving them a network of support, training them on which crops to grow, where to sell, and how to track inventory, and how to scale up their so that they can better their lives, not just for one day, but for the rest of their lives. Hundreds of farmers have now benefited from this program, and their produce is used in several food products of our different brands. This is equivalent to 300 million worth of produce that help farmers directly. We have observed that their income have increased twice as much and even more, especially when the weather cooperates, as it can be 3 to 5 times more.
Wow, that's good news, and those are great number projections. We are teaching them how to fish, not just by giving them fish. So thank you so much for that wisdom, sir. Mabuhay po kayo, at mamaya po we have a few questions coming in for you, so we will be giving to you those questions later on as we move on. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you.
And now, completing the panel is Mr. Michael Gonzalez Tan. Magandang tanghali po, sir.
Hello, Tina.
Hi, sir. Good afternoon. Now, I have this question for you.
Publicly listed. It is undoubtedly the most impacted companies in the group, if not the whole country, by the pandemic. With prolonged lockdowns and travel restrictions, the transportation and tourism business and sectors have been greatly affected. As widely reported in the news, PAO carefully managed its cash flows, returned excess planes to the lessors, negotiated with creditors and lessors, and with the support of the shareholders, entered into Chapter 11 proceedings in the United States. Chapter 11 bankruptcy proceedings is a rehabilitation proceeding, no? Not Chapter 7, which is liquidation. Today, the airline is operating at 40% of pre-pandemic levels, and together with higher vaccination rates, lowering of cases, and easing of travel restrictions, like most of our ASEAN neighbors, we look for a slow and steady early recovery, for better Q4 and, of course, the year ahead in 2022. The non-aviation part of LT Group is also a listed company, no? It's also impacted, but to a lesser degree. We are an FMCG, or fast-moving consumer groups company, with a bank, Philippine National Bank, and a property arm, Eton Properties. For PMFTC, our tobacco business, volumes were affected by a combination of higher prices due to excise tax increases and lesser occasion to smoke. During the pandemic, we successfully launched a new type of tobacco product, IQOS. It is a heated tobacco product that is 95% less harmful than conventional combustible cigarettes. And we have good acceptance from the market. Tanduay Rum, our liquor company, is primarily an off-premise drink. We benefited from the downgrading from beer. This is due, of course, to the liquor bans imposed by the LGUs, the closing of bars, and even lately, the opening, but with limited capacity. Rum volumes are back to pre-pandemic levels. At Asia Brewery, Cobra Energy Drink has also recovered from pre-pandemic levels, with blue-collar workers still having to go to the factories and construction work picking up. Absolute and Summit Bottled Water is still recovering. White-collar office workers are still slowly coming back to the offices because many companies are adopting a hybrid combination of work from home and physically being in the office, no? And thus, it affects our on-premise business, which is restaurants and bars, our sales with these channels, and also convenience stores, especially those located in the CBD areas, no? This affected our smaller packaging, what we call on-the-go market, while our larger format packaging, like the 6 liters, have increased demand, no? Are even way above pandemic levels. The banking sector, in general, is affected. So Philippine National Bank is no exception. But we were able to mitigate the difficult times, no, by operating more conservatively, selling more ROPAs, or what we call foreclosed properties, and of course pushing for more innovations, no, in the digital area to improve services, lower costs, and have more convenience for depositors. Thus, we expect the bank actually to end the year with record profits, no, surpassing pre-pandemic levels. And finally, the property segment, Eton Property, is among the least impacted in the group due to the portfolio mix. No, 80% of our portfolio is office leasing, and we have no POGO tenants, no, which we know that 50% have left, no. So the balance would be residential, commercial, and hotel, which accounts for the balance 20%, which are mildly affected. So across the companies, what we see is a clear common thread, no? It is to improve our virtual versus our actual experiences to our customers, either in a B2B setting or a B2C channels. At PNB, our mobile banking app is one of the most popular banking app, providing a majority of services found in a branch, no? Thus convenience of not going to the branch. For our FMCG companies, we increased our e-commerce presence by partnering with popular sites such as our own e-com sites, ICO stores or Dinkies or Asia Brewery Online. And from before, from a pure B2B in sales distribution, we now have a B2C channel, no? And finally, marketing, what we did was we realigned budgets, no, from the traditional tri-media, TV, radio, and print, to more of social media, such as Facebook, Instagram, of course, TikTok, and YouTube. So it's basically accelerated what the trend would be pre-pandemic. No? So the pandemic really accelerated all these programs. In relation to what we see in 2022, the future, our group is hopeful for a stronger recovery starting Q4, November, December, and with the election spending coming up with more mobility, we envision a better year ahead. Thank you very much, Tina.
Thank you so much, and we are with you in envisioning a great year ahead, especially for our Filipino people. Now, I have the questions from our participants. I've been receiving a lot of questions, so let me call back in Architect Palafox and Mr. Tan Mantiong for me to give the questions. Please join Mr. Tan right here as I give the questions from our participants. Now, this is the first that I got. So anyone from our three speakers may answer this first question. Now, even if the COVID pandemic is addressed, or we are already seeing that restrictions are starting to ease up, uncertainties continue to loom ahead. How are corporations preparing the transition to a new future or the new normal, which is seen to be more technology driven, and where there is growing demand for sustainability and inclusion? How are sustainability and inclusivity goals embedded in your ventures and projects? Anyone may answer from the three gentlemen?
Yeah. Tina, I can start.
Go ahead.
We are a publicly listed company, and part of our reports will be a sustainability report every year. So here we highlight our socioeconomic objectives of lowering our carbon footprint, using more recycled materials, using less energy, etc. So it's an ongoing process. It's not a one-time. We've been doing it for over the years, no? So we see that as accelerating also post-pandemic. Our greatest concern right now for 2022 is not growth, or it's not also interest rate, but inflation. No? The cost of material is increasing at the moment. I think it's a global situation that's going to affect or impact growth next year. That's our more pressing concern at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Tan. Architect Palafox.
Yeah, it's part of our advocacies, green and sustainability. In fact, before year 2000, I signed up in the American Institute of Architects that buildings that we design by 2030 should be carbon neutral. And we walk the talk. And I'm also a trustee of the Business for Sustainable Development and the Philippine Green Building Council. And everything we do, I think we all like to live in environment-friendly, master plan design buildings, communities and cities that are sustainable, smart, resilient, livable, walkable, bikeable, mixed income, cross-generational, integrating places to live, work, shop, dine, learn, and worship, with healthcare and wellness centers, with some 24-hour cycle activity centers. We're going
of the environment. We want greens. We want greeneries within buildings. So I appreciate that answer, Architect. Now, let me move on to our second question. What important lessons did you learn from the pandemic, and what advice can you give micro and small enterprise, or what we call MSEs, as they try to survive and recover from the pandemic? We're seeing a lot of business-minded persons starting their businesses this pandemic era. Now, what strategies should they take to build their resilience and prepare them for future threats ahead? Anyone from the gentlemen?
Yeah, if I may, Tina.
Go ahead, sir.
our learning from the pandemic is that it is important to know your purpose and to remain steadfast towards that vision and mission. Because once you are grounded by your purpose, you'll stay calm and focused during the crisis. And every crisis, every setback comes with an opportunity to improve. And second, we always prioritize taking care of our people, even when times were difficult. And people always ask, what is the secret of JFC success? And my answer has always been the same, that the competition may have had all the resources in its arsenal, but if there's one thing that they didn't have, it was the JFC team. We believe it will be the same ingredient for success as we strive towards our vision. So invest in our people, and you'll be surprised that the ROI is exponential. And third would be to stick to your fundamentals. Part of staying true to our mission is also sticking to the fundamentals, even if circumstances change. Even if we have to adapt many things during the pandemic or during a crisis, we never sacrifice the quality of our food. For Jollibee Group, our core is to serve great tasting food at good value for money. This is what propelled our success in the past, and we believe this will continue to do so in the future.
And we can clearly see that, sir. We can really clearly see your heart through your products in Jollibee. Maraming salamat po for that answer. Now, can we get also the answers from Architect Palafox and Mr. Tan?
Yeah, amen to Ato. It's really going back really our vision, values, and goals. And one of my professors in Harvard long ago told us this century will be a re-century. Reimagine, replan, re-architecture, redesign, re-engineer, redevelop, hopefully urban renaissance. And the theme of PCCI PBC now is reboot, re-strategize, and rebuild. And we in fact, we're better connected now as a company because digital, and we still have projects abroad despite the travel restrictions. And as Churchill said, never let a good crisis go away. And we shape our buildings, and our buildings will also shape us. So many things that I wrote about, global trends and revolutionary ideas in architecture, urban planning, real estate, I think 25 years ago. One of them is working from home. It's happening now, one of them. And going digital, it's happening now. And development is not worthy of a name unless spread evenly like butter on a piece of bread. I wrote that in my term paper, 1973. That's
wow.
Inclusive development.
Wow, your paper is even older than me, and now it's happening. Such a great foresight, Architect Palafox. Thank you so much. Now, can we hear from Mr. Tan?
Yes, I agree with Ato and Architect June that our people are our greatest assets in the company. While we are safe in our homes or working from home, a lot of our field people, factory people have to go to work, no, to keep the company afloat, no. So they are most treasured asset in the group. During the pandemic, with the opportunity to buy vaccines, our group has embarked on purchasing AstraZeneca's and Moderna's. No, why do we have to double up? Because at that time we didn't know which one would work. So some would question why we would have to do that, but that's the importance of protecting our people, and which in turn I guess would protect the company. So that's one. Second would be business continuity. Nobody has foreseen this pandemic. What would cause a pandemic like this? No, we're prepared for earthquakes, we're prepared for typhoons, but this is unexpected. No, so it just says that how much you plan. Sometimes somebody's going to throw a curveball at you. No? So they just have to. The businesses have to be just adaptive, and you have to move with either competition or with the crisis facing you. And one of the crises that we had was for supply chain. No? For small businesses, I suggest that you look at your cash flows. You have to establish relationship with a couple of banks so that you would have access to credit. I suggest also that to look at your logistics or supply chain. We were luckily at the time we were looking at not a just in time situation, but a just in case. A just in case situation would be costly by keeping stuff of inventory. But at this point, I think it's with interest rates low and with foreseeable inflationary in the at least next few months, I would suggest increasing inventory levels would be a good idea. Again, for us to avoid disruption, just in case situation, we have our own disaster recovery game plan, but I guess this one didn't apply, so we were scrambling at the beginning, the first couple of months, the first 2 months, but we were able to get the company rolling. So because of our people, the initiatives of and ingenuity of our people, and we really appreciate that from them.
The investment there is not just the people. I can see that the Filipino value of having malasakit to your people, and also malasakit of your people to the business, that's actually the magic ingredient there to overcome any obstacle, even if your game or your game plan B or game plan C is not really suited for this unforeseen event of COVID-19. But for as long as there is malasakit, anything will work. Now, I have this follow-up question coming from that tip or efforts coming from the business owners, the MSEs. What government support in terms of regulatory reforms or programs would you say is critical for business, on the other hand, to effectively help recharge the economy? So this is coming from a larger lens. Let's start with Mr. Tan.
I think the two parts of government, from the fiscal side, Secretary Dominguez has done a good job in terms of putting fiscal policies in place. We have the CREATE law, lowering of corporate income taxes, realignment of incentives to bring in more FDIs. I think that's good. His prudent management of the economy and of course, he didn't spend on unnecessary things. Then from the monetary side, I think Governor Bendiocos is doing a good job. He lowered reserve requirements down to 12%. There's a lot of liquidity in the market right now. He's also keeping interest rates low, and the peso steady. So those are good coordination between the fiscal and monetary managers. What we would like to see more, I guess, will be the bills that are supposed to be the priority bills in Congress right now, that hopefully gets passed soon. I think the budget has to be there early on, rather than it was delayed, I think 2 years ago. So I think they're tackling the budget now. That's a good sign, and also to pass the PSA Public Service Act bill.
Okay, let's monitor on that. From the two gentlemen.
Yes, if I may. Yeah.
Yes, architect, go ahead.
I agree with Michael that the economic cluster and the infrastructure cluster of government is doing very well. What we should address, if we have so many obsolete laws, obsolete laws that make us less globally competitive. When I was named hard to help Dubai become first world in less than 15 years, I brought with me what I learned in the Philippines, working with Metropolitan Manila, government projects and so on. Like the rural Dubai told us at that time, what is good for business is good for Dubai. Dubai today, all permits through the internet within 30 minutes, including real estate transactions, 15 minutes, all except marriage license. And there are days that I sign 1,000 blueprints. 1,000 blueprints. So the whole day, I do nothing but signing architectural blueprints. So through the internet, you minimize corruption, face-to-face, red tape, and so on. So PCCI, under the leadership of President Eurico, it's really into the anti-red tape, ease of doing business.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate that.
Sorry for my vocabulary.
It's okay, sir. It's okay, sir. We appreciate that. Mr. Tan Wan Tiong?
Yeah, if I may add, in addition to what Mike and Architect Jim mentioned, I think the priority also for this COVID time is the vaccination rate. And I'm happy that IATF is driving the vaccination rate to achieve herd immunity not only in NCR, but also in the whole nation. And we hope that this will be continued and pushed for up to next year, because by the time we achieve herd immunity this year, next year we will be needing booster. Vaccine efficacy only lasts for 6 months. So by next year, we need another initiative to implement the booster shots back in NCR and to the whole nation. So we hope this.
Sorry,
we hope
go ahead.
this vaccination drive will continue and up to next year with the booster shots, so we can continue to open up the economy. Thank you.
May I add one more Dubai lesson from the rural Dubai? Stimulate development. Here in our country, regulate.
Those are two different things. Clearly, two different things.
Stimulate development. Here, it's regulate. There should be more carrots than sticks. With this regulate, there's more opportunity for corruption and red tape.
All right.
Lessons learned, lessons shared.
I've been saving all of your thoughts in my head, gentlemen. And regarding the booster shots for next year, I am also counting the number of months after my second shot to hopefully get the booster shot next year on time. I'm also praying for that, Sir Tan Mon Tiong. And thank you for that. Stimulate, Architect Palafox. And I have a very specific question. This one just came in, Architect. How do you see Pampanga, specifically Clark, as a new destination for business? And how do you see it as an urban planner?
Yeah, thank you. We are fortunate to have been appointed to work both on Clark and Pampanga megalopolis as counter magnets to the congestion of Metro Manila, urban growth centers, and for Clark, it's I said progressive infrastructure, and we're not just doing Clark and Pampanga, we're also doing the Bulacan Airport and Metro Davao, Metro Ilocos. With these travel restrictions, we're more focused in the Philippines now, and if I may share, we are more busy now than before pandemic. We're more busy now, and we are still in the hire mode. And as Michael and Ernesto said, people first. Like we are spending more transporting our employees from Bulacan, from Batangas, from Rizal. We transport them with our drivers and cars. So it's the people first, planet Earth, then we can talk about prosperity and profit, culture, history, and heritage, and interfaith spirituality.
Thank you, sir. Now for Mr. Tan, this question is for you. Most parts of country, especially here in NCR, is now on level 2, and we can go to level 1 hopefully. And the public got excited and went out and swamped all the malls and churches that they have missed for so long. That's actually normal. That is expected. Now, do you foresee another lockdown and returning back to stricter quarantine environment within the coming months, given the behavior of the people outside?
Well, I hope not. No, but as we've seen in other parts of the world, like Europe, there's a resurgence. Even if the vaccination rates were high, I think I think people there take off their masks. No, so I think if we continue putting in the protocols with mask on policy and continued vaccination and try not to let our guards down, we could avoid that. So that's what I think. That we have to learn from what they did, what happened to them, right? they left their guards down by taking off the mask. No? So if you keep it on, that would greatly avoid repetition.
Thank you so much for that, sir. Now, this question for Mr. Tan Mantiong. How can JFC engage in BARMM areas? And are the Farmers Entrepreneurship Program open to farmers also residing in Visayas and Mindanao? And how can farmers join this project, and what kind of produce?
Yeah, we welcome all farmers co-op to join in our program. And I would ask them, for those who are interested, if they can get in touch with our Jolly Group Foundation, Executive Director Gisela Tiongson. And I'm sure we will be happy to work with them. And mostly these are vegetable produce that are being used by JFC brands. But of course, we also encourage other institutions to buy directly from these farmer co-ops.
Is Jollibee also buying ingredients from Philippine suppliers?
Yes, we do. We both source materials either from local and if not available from foreign countries. I would think that 80% of our purchase are from local. Yeah.
Wow, 80%. Thank you so much, sir. Now, we'd love to hear your last thoughts for this plenary session. Maybe we can start with Architect Palafox.
Yeah. If I may, our country is so blessed. We have been the Asia-Pacific hub of Spanish Europe for more than 300 years. 50 years the Americans, 2 years the British, 4 years the Japanese. So every superpower country will always be interested in our beautiful islands. And we are number one in the world in seafarers, sailors. We're number one in the world marine biodiversity. We're now number one in call centers, number two geothermal energy and BPOs, the third longest coastline in the world. Dubai has to make man-made islands to have longer coastlines. Number 4 in shipbuilding, number 4 in gold, number 5 in all mineral resources, and number 12 in human resources. Filipino expatriates as the preferred employees of the whole world. The Philippines is 400 times the size of Singapore, 350 times the size of Hong Kong, 8 times the size of Taiwan, 3 times the size of South Korea. So we should be 400 Singapores. Thank you very much. And our demographic soft spot, a young population, trainable, very well educated, and global thinking. Thank you very much, Cynthia.
Thank you, sir, for trusting our generation. Wow, that's we are quite pressured because you've set a high standard for us. But thank you, sir. Maraming salamat po for being an inspiration. Mr. Tan Mantiong.
Yeah, I share the same optimism of Architect June and Mr. Michael Tan. As the economy opens up, we hope to be able to share our mission of spreading the joy of eating to everyone. We really miss seeing customers eating in our stores. And with the alert level 2, dining capacity has increased. And we are happy to see a lot of customers coming back to our stores. And I hope there won't be a wave 5 COVID virus next year as our people are more aware and more careful in wearing masks and practicing the safety protocol. So I hope we won't experience the unfortunate surge in Europe next year.
Maraming salamat po, sir. You know, Jollibee has been our home, our comfort, even before the pandemic, during the pandemic, and I'm sure it will continuously be the home of the Filipinos even after COVID-19. Maraming salamat po for being a part of the Filipino homes. Thank you so much, Mr. Tan Mantiong.
Thank you for all your support.
Mr. Tan?
Yes. You know, every company has its own problem and facing its own struggles. No? As I say, it is the strongest people who make time to help others, even if they're struggling with their own. No? So the same thing with companies. I hope that that the Bayanihan spirit. I know that a lot of companies have helped those that are in need. There's CSR projects. I hope they continue to do so with their own people. I guess everything in life would be better if you have this the spirit of togetherness and helping each other out. No? I hope that I know it's through your Jollibee Foundation. You're also doing a lot of things, and through our foundation also. I hope all companies would continue to do so, even if they face their own struggles. No?
Thank you very much, Mr. Tan. At ang inyong mga produkto po, katulad po ng sari-sari store na nasa likod nyo ngayon, ay patuloy na nagbibigay din po ng lakas sa mga ordinaryong Pilipino na kailangan din po na kumayod. At kung minsan, sa mga kasiyahan, pag kailangan na mag-celebrate, kapag may mga kaunting tagumpay sa buhay, ay kasama din po namin kayo. Kaya maraming salamat po. Now again, thank you so much for all of your thoughts, for the learnings that you have shared with us, Architect Palafox, Mr. Tan Mantiong, and Mr. Tan. Salamat po for giving us a chance to look into your operations and on how you manage to make them sustainable and inclusive for the betterment of the Philippine economy. Mabuhay po kayo. Now, before you all go, let's have a photo souvenir first to mark this occasion with the three gentlemen. Please give me a smile. I'll count, and on 3, 1, 2, 3. Click. 1, 2, 3. Click. All right. Thank you so much. Maraming salamat po ulit, and I'm sure our participants today learned so much. Babahagi din po nila ito sa kanilang mga sariling negosyo as we continue to move on from this challenging times. Again, mabuhay po kayo, Mr. Tan, Mr. Tamunjok, and Architect Palafox. Thank you so much. All right. Now, the pandemic had required us much adjustments and shifts in business landscapes. In this plenary, we will be having the honor of hearing from some of the country's top technology and telecom executives as they share with us their ventures in innovation and the new systems, services, and infrastructures they have built to improve their services in order to help business and the country to meet the demands of this new normal. Tuloy-tuloy po tayo ngayon sa ating susunod na session. Our first speaker for this afternoon, Mr. Edwin Bautista. Mr. Edwin Bautista serves as the President and Chief Executive Officer of Union Bank of the Philippines, and he is also the Chairman of City Savings Bank, the thrift bank subsidiary of Union Bank. He was recently named no less than the International Bankers 2021 Banking CEO of the Year in Asia. In 2020, he was awarded the 2020 Asia Pacific DX CEO at the IDC Asia Pacific Digital Transformation Awards and cited by the ASEAN as Digital Banker of the Year 2020 for Asia Pacific. Now our second speaker, Ms. Isabel Yap. Ms. Isabel is a Special Projects Officer and Executive Director at East West Bank. She was formerly a consultant at McKinley and McKinsey and Company, prior to which she was part of the Management Associate Program with Singtel, one of Asia's leading telcos, a digital native. Isabel helped spearhead the launch of Momo, a digital banking service under East West Bank, and serves as chairman of ECDEV Digital Innovations and Ventures Incorporated, the digital venture builder and innovation factory of Philinvest Development Corporation, or PBC. Ernesto R. Alberto is our third speaker. He is a seasoned executive with nearly 4 decades of extensive experience holding a variety of top management and C-level positions in telecommunications, corporate banking, relationship management, and business development. He joined Dito CFE as its president last August 2020. Prior to this, he was a chief revenue officer and executive vice president for PLDT Incorporated and Smart Communications Incorporated. He was also the president and CEO of EPLDT Incorporated. Now, to keep the ball rolling, we will open this track. Please welcome Mr. Edwin R. Bautista. Hi, sir. Good afternoon.
Hello, hello. You want me to give an opening statement?
Yes, sir. But before that, let me throw in this question for you. Now, Union Bank's digital transformation has enabled it to secure its position as the undisputed leader in the country's digital banking space. It continues to redefine banking with its introduction of products such as blockchain-based financial transactions and cloud computing before competitors even considered them. So you were the first. Now, how did these banking solutions come in handy during the pandemic? And how is Union Bank positioning itself post-pandemic now that most, if not all banks, have latched on to digital solutions? Ang dami na po ngayon. So what can it provide as value-added service specifically for MSME, sir?
Well, thank you. But first, I'd like to declare that I did not pay you for that piece of advertising. I mean, just to make it clear.
Yes, sir.
Anyway, so we started our digital transformation way back in 2016. And at that time, the question that is normally being asked is, why do we have to do this? You know, at one point, even our board asked that same question. Today, with the pandemic serving as catalyst to digital adoption, we all know that the question has now changed. The question is more of, is it too late? And my answer to this is, it's never too late. But of course, that depends on your specific industry and the specific situation that you're in. Anyway, for us, what happened was we were prepared to support our customers working from home, because what the pandemic did was it triggered what I call a flight to digital. And we were a key beneficiary of this phenomenon. Today, we have over 5 million consumers or individuals who are using our digital app on a regular basis, over 5 million. And I think, on hindsight, if we were not prepared for scale, if we did not do our digital transformation, our entire backbone would have broken. I mean, with the sheer volume. Even though the corporates, before, I used to be quite impressed if, you know, a few hundreds of our corporate customers would use our online banking portal. Now, if I count the smaller SME businesses, we have over 50,000 of them using it. So that's quite phenomenal. Now, as far as SMEs and MSMEs, I think what we saw during the pandemic is that they saw e-commerce as necessary for their survival. And based on what we've seen, many of them actually pivoted faster than the big corporations. Well, of course, because being smaller, it's easier for them to adopt, but also because it was a matter of survival. If you had a store or a restaurant and people cannot go to you, you have to find a way to go to them. And they were very creative, but there are three things that specifically we as a bank sought to help them, because this is what they told us were their specific needs. So the first one is, most of them started selling using their Facebooks, selling through Instagram. But this only works if you're selling 1, 2, 3, or a few items. The minute you start getting more customers, it starts to get to be a problem. You need to track the orders and so on and so forth. So the first challenge is how to get them to go online in a more professional way. Facebook works if you are only, catering to a few people. The minute you start ramping up your numbers, you need something more sophisticated. And you also need something that your customers can trust. So our fintech subsidiary introduced a platform called Centro, which allows the small entities to be able to build their own online store. And this has been very popular, and this has been a big help to the MSMEs. The second one is access to payment. In the beginning, you heard that even before, those who would purchase online, the mode of payment was cash on delivery. But that only works if you already have a robust arrangement with the delivery company that they can collect for you. But if you're also outsourcing the delivery to someone else, my God, just imagine what they will collect for you and then go back to you and give you the money. It doesn't work anymore. So they need some kind of payment gateway, and they were caught in a situation where they couldn't access Visa or MasterCard because the requirements were beyond the reach. And so we introduced a multi payment option payment gateway specifically for the smaller guys. So their customers can also pay over the counter. We have 50,000 counters of our partners that they can use. They can use Visa, MasterCard, they can even use NRPS or InstaPay. And we also accept PayMaya and GCash. And hopefully soon, we should be able to accept either a Pay Dito or a Cash Dito. Hint, hint for Eric. And then the third one is credit. Because with digital, many of the MSMEs are not anticipating such a rapid ramp up. So imagine if you're used to just having a few of your friends as customers, and you're online and you have a product, or you're selling food that's so popular, your volume could go through the roof, right? And so you will need working capital, and credit is a problem for MSMEs. But there's something unique with the MSMEs. Banks tended to shy away from them because banks would do the traditional lending through financial statements, and these guys don't have financial statements. You would have to grant credit on the basis of some kind of alternative scoring. The second one is they need the money fast. So it's almost like, a bank will say, well, if you get a loan from us, we're very fast. It will take only 5 days. Ain't good enough. They need instant cash. So I remember Jack Ma said, in the digital world, the benchmark is 10-1-0. 10 seconds to do the clicking, or to do the to search the site, to click whatever you want. Once you click, takes 1 second for the bank to approve, and absolutely no human intervention. So that's what we're working on, and we have a platform called CCAP that has about 55,000 MSMEs already onboarded. So the idea here is if you're already on Box, which is our payment gateway, and you onboard yourself on the CCAP platform, which is, by the way, finance agnostic. So so it's not just Union Bank lending. We already welcome a number of finance companies who can also offer loans. The information on your payment can be used to score you. So that's the thing. And with that, we can hopefully achieve the 10-1-0 benchmark expectation. So those are the three things which we are doing for the MSMEs. Because I think they're the ones who adopted quite fast, but they need our help. We don't want them to get frustrated that they're doing their best and no one is out there to help them. And this is where technology can be applied. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We got a chat from one of our participants. She said, great help from Union Bank for our BIR tax remittances. Great help for us accountants. Sir, I'll get back to you later and I have a few questions for you as we move on. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Bautista. Now, we have Miss Isabel Gotyanon. Hi, Miss Gotyanon. Yeah. Hi, Miss Isabel.
Hi, Tina. Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Now, Miss Isabel, the country is experiencing a boom in digital banking as a result of COVID-19 pandemic. Now, East West Bank became the first exclusively digital banking service approved by the BSP and also rolled out digital products such as Esta Chatbox and Easy Way. Now, can you tell us more about these new programs and how these have been helpful to the customers, especially small corporations? And can you also share with us the smart city infrastructure at the Philinvest City?
Sure. So thank you again, Tina, for and thank you again for PCCI for inviting me to be part of obviously such an esteemed panel. So really digital, as you mentioned, became more relevant during the pandemic. And fortunately, Philinvest was able to launch many digital businesses, which we were already working on actually before the pandemic began. So you mentioned a long list of initiatives, but I wanted to just focus on really three major programs. So the first being COMO, the second being FDev or Function Dev, and the third being the Smart City Initiative. So the first, let's move on to COMO. So COMO is East West Digital Banking Service, which we launched in actually August 2020, and it was under the Rural Bank. So people kind of ask us, okay, what does COMO mean? COMO actually means control mo ang pera mo, and we offer basically a savings account where you can earn up to 4%. We offer customizable insurance, seamless transfers, and real-time transaction history. And our mission was always really to innovate how traditional banking is done today. And so, you know, to date, over 80% of our customers at COMO actually fall under this 21-year-old to 35-year-old age range. And actually 64% are outside NCR. So, but on the other hand, that actually shows a lot of opportunity for COMO, both in acquiring customers in the metro, but also continuing to serve those outside NCR with digital solutions for their access. And so our aim was really to focus on kind of giving access and control to the younger generations who are just beginning their financial journey. And so for 2022, we kind of aim to grow further on that mission, and we want to strengthen more on kind of what we have now and expand to other features such as loans, analytics, and other features to really deliver on our promise to really provide control to the customers in terms of their financial transactions. I'll move on to really the second initiative or venture we have, which is we call it Function Dev or FDev. It's our digital venture building arm under East West Parent Group, which is Philinvest Development Corporation. So the focus of FDev is really to launch digital first businesses using the DNA of a startup. And so back to the question of, you know, how do we help small businesses? Well, we've launched two ventures, just focus on the B2B segment because we feel they are actually the underserved segment in the market. The first is Investry Philippines. So this is actually the very first kind of SEC licensed crowdfunding platform in the country. So its focus is really providing financing to MSMEs. So this is aimed towards matching the borrowers and the investors in terms of, you know, helping businesses and small corporations with their cash flow challenges or their cash flow needs, which is very relevant again during the pandemic. The second venture is called Quote. Actually, Quote is now the leading B2B marketplace locally with over 30,000 SKUs being offered. And so what this does, again, it's also a marketplace basically connecting buyers with the suppliers, and basically creating a channel for them to tap basically the large procurement team. So we have on our platform today companies like Toyota, 7-Eleven, and top banks and multinationals who actually procure items using the quote platform, which has been also a great kind of help during the pandemic where everything became digital. And the third thing, I think you mentioned the Smart City initiative. Obviously, Smart City is very close to our hearts because real estate is one of obviously the key pillars in the Philinvest Group. And our goal here is really to build the future of cities. So for this program, we wanted to create kind of a connected, sustainable, and safe city, which with easy and efficient mobility, where residents and also locators can basically be enabled by the smart technology and infrastructure. So to do this, we have looked at a lot of technologies on Internet of Things, data, mobility, prop tech, and many things more in order to enable kind of the cities. And you know, there's a very close link between sustainability and also smart cities. I think we've mentioned it many times in the earlier panel about sustainability. And so Philinvest also continues to work towards having sustainable ventures. Philinvest Alabang, for example, is actually the first LEED certified central business district in the country. And we're also working with companies to kind of promote a circular economy and help produce energy from sustainable resources. So Philinvest has also invested in this space, completing phase 1 of building the largest district cooling system in the country. And we've also invested in solar roofing systems and solar farms. So kind of overall, these are some of the initiatives I think that the Philinvest Group has done. And these are really the clear examples of the Philinvest Group kind of gearing towards that digital future.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Ms. Isabel. I can feel that your initiatives are sort of youthful, has that youthful vibe, and user-friendly for your clients and partners. Thank you so much. I have a few questions for you later on as we move on. Now let's hear from Mr. Ernesto R. Alberto. Good day to you, Mr. Alberto.
Thank you. Just call me Eric. Good afternoon, Tina.
Hi, sir. Good afternoon. Now, DITO's entry as the country's third telco is seen as a welcome development because it promises a healthier competition within the industry that potentially leads to better services, and we all want that. Now, how will DITO aim to differentiate itself from PLDT Smart and Globe?
Well, thanks for that question, Tina. But before I go on, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank PCCI President Trujillo and his team, as well as my colleagues in prestigious, the esteemed colleagues on this panel, my former banking colleague Edwin and Isabel as well. No? Allow me to answer that question with a brief presentation on what and who we are at DCME. No? The global pandemic silenced all lingering doubts about the necessity of digital transformation and emphasized its role in business sustainability. With very rare exception, operating digitally is the only way to stay in business. This digital imperative is not something new. The pandemic simply fast-tracked this mandate. As we like to say in DITO CME, go digital or go dark. Disrupt or be disrupted. I take from Edwin's words earlier, and I heard an ex-professor say, if you are not digital, you do not exist. We at DITO CME are committed to enabling the growing number of Filipinos and Philippine enterprises to reap the benefits of a tech-driven lifestyle, a lifestyle that is convenient, cost-effective, and safe. DITO CME's ability to realize this commitment lies in our telco and IT expertise and platforms that allow us to develop relevant and digitally focused products and services. Foremost among our investments toward achieving this vision is taking on the challenge to be the country's third player. Embracing a digital-first design principle, DITO Telecommunity Network and IT infrastructure are 100% digital. DITO Tel's 4G and 5G network delivers ultra-high-speed mobile services. We are the only telco with no legacy IT infrastructure. This unique combination provides a differentiated customer experience, agility, and flexibility in designing and launching our relevant offerings. Just a few months after our commercial launch, Dito Telecommunity was recognized by the respected global award-giving body TM Forum with its 2021 Excellence Award for our telco, all-digital, and cloud-native IT network architecture. As we roll out more of our network in more areas of the country, we in Dito Telecommunity endeavor to differentiate ourselves with speed, with simple, easy to buy, easy to understand product offerings, and with such product offerings at the highest value for money price points. As relevant complement to our telco investments, we in Dito CME have also deliberately embarked in digital enabling businesses through our subsidiary companies. These include Luna Academy, which is focused on providing all Filipinos a customized online education platform to build future-ready skills and credentials and empower our local workforce to be more digitally capable and globally competitive. Acuity Global, a company specializing in marketing, communications, and media solutions that broaden media, advertising, and entertainment in digital, out-of-home, and broadcast spaces. Unalytics, our managed cloud analytics business unit established to help enterprises intimately understand their customers and thrive in the digital economy through data analytics and AI solutions, which enable fact-driven, intelligent, and agile decision-making. At this juncture, we thank and commend the PCCI, the organizer of this forum, for choosing a very timely and relevant theme: reboot, re-strategize, and rebuild. There is no turning back to the old normal. The pandemic has permanently reshaped the way we live and work. Some of the behaviors developed in crisis, including wide-scale digital adoption, will outlast the pandemic and will become a new way of life. Irrespective of the current level of your digital maturity of the organizations present here today, adopting or pivoting to digital is never too late. Whether you are a digital leader or a laggard, remember that any crisis breeds innovation and ingenuity, and all good ideas executed consistently well can propel any business breakout performance. True to our vision of empowering and enabling the digital lifestyle of every Filipino, we at Dito CME and the Udena Group at large offer our hand in partnership as your businesses reboot and strategize, and as well as endeavor to rebuild and transport our country's economy from crisis to opportunity in the new digital normal. Thanks again, Tina, and thanks to PCCI for having us over.
Thank you very much, Sir Eric. Now, due to time constraint, as much as I want to give in all of the questions that I got from our participants, I just have one question for the three speakers, Sir Edwin, Ms. Isabel, and Sir Eric. Now, this is my question for you. Due to its growing internet penetration rate, movement towards online mobile payments, extensive data collected by business process outsourcing, and continuing lack of data protection mechanism, the country is extremely vulnerable. Actually, any one of us is vulnerable to cyber attacks. Now, how can companies protect themselves against threats and cyber attacks? And just to follow up, how can we give our customers that their personal information is actually secured? Can we start with Sir Edwin?
Well, I think there are a number of things. One is regulation can help. We need to be tougher on the scammers who are disrupting what's going on today. That's the first one. The second one is the industries need to band together. Say in the Bankers Association of the Philippines, we're competitors, but when it comes to fighting cybercrime, we are in it together. So education is very, very important. But I think people will now have to realize that digital, the opportunities in digital are large. But there is a cost to all of this. You broaden your customer base, but at the end, there is a cost. And people are not looking at cybersecurity expense or are denying it or have not built it in their plans moving forward. I think they need to, because it's part of doing business. And with all of these realizations, I think we can do it together. And it's good that we have another player here, my friend Eric. We're looking forward to you extending your reach so that more people can have the benefit of digital. And I'm pretty sure you're gonna come up with your own version, as I was alluding to, your pay dito or your cash dito. It's a hint, but when you do decide to do that, let's talk so that we can include you in our portal. So it's all about collaboration. The era we're in, we look at each other as competitors. I mean, we still compete, but we need to collaborate. I think that's the message, because only then can we increase the pie, and the pie could be big enough for everyone. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Sir Edwin. May we hear it from Miss Isabel?
Yeah, sure. Just to also, I guess, echo what Mr. Bautista was saying, I think, we've all heard about the phishing attacks and read them online. I think TransUnion did a survey, and they did it in September this year, and basically 44% of Filipinos said they were sort of a victim of phishing or tried to be phished in the last 3 months. So it's not really obviously conjecture about the threats. I think in terms of financial players, one thing I've actually also tried to, I think, lobby and ask for is sort of a database or some sort of watch list of all those people, of all basically potential perpetrators of phishing or all of these crimes, where all the financial institutions can get access to. So it's similar to other watch lists that we also connect to. And I think because of that, we can prevent perpetrators from going from bank to bank and committing the same crime, because I think that's the trend that we see. So again, collaboration among those industry players and having a unified database to have access to can already prevent that from an institutional and an industry level. The second thing I also want to add is, I guess, from the company side, we've also heard of huge companies like FireEye and Colonial Pipeline also be attacked, right? And these are actually companies who focus on security, like FireEye. So I think something that I guess all companies need to think about is really assessing their vulnerabilities, especially changes that have been done in the pandemic. Because, for East West or for our companies, we've moved a lot to work from home. But actually, when you move to work from home, you also allow employees to access your systems, to access data outside secured networks that normally we didn't, that were always within the office before. So it's always good also, I guess, to take a step back and see what's the data, where are you housing it, who's accessing it, and what guards do you have kind of against all those kinds of risks, right? So I think that's something I guess companies need to also look at, which is relevant to the pandemic today.
Thank you so much, Ms. Isabel. Sir Eric?
Thank you. I echo both Edwin and Isabel's comments on this particular topic, and thank Edwin for his offer of collaboration down the road, certainly with looking forward. And I agree with his statement that we need not be competitors, particularly in this new realm. As they say, data is the new gold, and digital is its marketplace. And because of that, as far as the question is concerned, as I echo the comments made by Edwin and Isabel, it's really a joint collaborative effort of enterprise institutions. The investment in cybersecurity and cybersecurity solutions is no longer an option, but a growing necessity. In fact, a growing relevant imperative expense for any enterprise to protect the interest not only of its of the company for its most valuable assets, but certainly protect its customers first and foremost. And therefore, there are reputable and highly effective solutions out there delivered by experts that protect enterprises' data and data privacy and secure it against cybersecurity and other hacks. By the way, it's worth saying that cyber risk and security risk are not single risk events. No? They're iterative and they are dynamic. No? They actually, those perpetrating these cyber crimes are actually iterative in their ways, and they get to be more sophisticated. And therefore, to the point raised earlier, the investments actually should match the complexities that are brought forth in the market as far as cybersecurity is concerned. I mentioned earlier that it should be a joint collaborative effort of enterprises and institutions as well as the individual. On the individual's part, I guess my friends here in banking would agree with me that individuals should also be quite concerned as well and very careful in the way they protect their personal data by frequently changing the passwords, carefully downloading contents that are suspicious and are possible would be possible carriers of cybersecurity and hacks, no, and not developing password or not being lazy to develop passwords that are easily determinable and traceable, such as your birthday and the like, and frequently changing your passwords, particularly for your most sensitive data, your banking transactions, your financial transactions, and the like, as the bank recommends on a monthly or quarterly level, that we religiously do so to prevent from such adverse things from happening. So the combination of both the enterprise and the individual combined together would, in a dynamic way, would help us arrest this growing pestilence of cybersecurity.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, it gives us comfort that the efforts coming from us and coming also from the enterprise, once collaborated, can give us that peace of mind. And it's also great to see a future collaboration from our two CEOs. Maraming salamat po for using this platform for the two companies to collaborate on a project that will benefit our fellow Filipino people. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Edwin Bautista, Ms. Isabel Gotiano-Nyap, and Mr. Eric Alberto. And thank you very much to all of you, our panel of CEOs, for sharing your expertise with us on the available digital infrastructure that will boost the Philippine economy. And before you all go, let's have a photo souvenir first to mark this occasion. Okay, on 3, let's all smile. 1, 2, 3. And one more. 1, 2, 3. Again, thank you so much, Sir Edwin, Ms. Isabel, and Sir Eric. Mabuhay po kayo at
thank you. Stay safe.
Bravo!
Stay safe, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bravo to you.
All right, so now I return the stage to Ms. Isa Litan. Isa.
I was just saying, bravo, Tina. Wow, what a plenary 3 session, 2 tracks with CEOs, right? I certainly hope you took all of that in, ladies and gentlemen, because with our, yes, I'm here, Tina. Congratulations to you. That was quite a plenary session. Everybody, let's give Tina a round of applause. That was not easy. That was not easy, but you brought out the best from our CEOs, getting the rebooting, re-strategizing, and rebuilding tips for our economy through, she always highlighted this, sustainable and inclusive business models. And of course, the need for upgraded infrastructures when it comes to technology, okay, for a sustainable future. Okay, keep it on going. Everybody on a roll? Everybody still okay? Do we need to jump again? No need. Here we go. Rolling right on to plenary session number 4. And this time, let's talk innovation. It's what we all need to do to move forward, okay? So, when it comes to innovation, how will it help with a sustainable future or bring us to a sustainable future. Taking the lead, we have writer, podcaster, and host, our moderator for Plenary 4, Mr. Stanley C. Hi, Stanley. Go ahead, Stanley.
Hi, Isa. Thank you very much. All right. It brings me great pleasure to be part of this particular plenary session, which will begin with a presentation and discussion on the role of innovation in the rapid rise and sustained growth of emerging and technologically advanced economies, and how it enhances competitiveness in meeting the demands of a sustainable future. Now, I'd like to request for all of our guests, if you have any questions for our panel of guests, please type them in the Q&A panel box with your name along with your company so we can properly address you. We'd also like to remind everybody at this point that questions in the chat box will not be entertained. All right, we'll be beginning the session now with the CEO of MyGov, the citizen engagement platform of the Government of India that enables participative governance. Our next speaker is the President and CEO National E-Governance Division, or NEGD, where he coordinates projects relating to Digital India, specifically DigiLocker, UMANG, and Geoinformatics. He also serves as the MD and CEO of Digital India Corporation. Please join me in welcoming Shri Abhishek Singh.
Thank you, Stan, and it's indeed a pleasure to be speaking at this forum of the Filipino Business Conference and Expo. I was listening to the previous session. It was very insightful, and really thank the organizers and the entire the Chamber of Commerce of Philippines who is organizing this, and look forward to participating in this. Today, based on the theme for this plenary, I'll be sharing a brief presentation with regard to the role of innovations in driving competition, the role of technology, and how we can together build up a sustainable future for not only us, but for the future generations. So I'll be sharing my slides to ensure that I restrict myself to the time given and the topic. Otherwise, these are such interesting topics that one can easily get carried away and keep on talking for hours, if not days. So I will have a few slides on innovations and technology shaping a sustainable future, and some examples from India that we'll be sharing, and look forward to any questions that may be there. I hope my slides are visible and I am audible to all. Stan, you can see my slides?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when we talk about technological change and how inequality comes in the world, if you look at this is a chart that I got from UNCTAD's report, which shows that how with industrial revolution and how railways came in, steel industry came in, or automobile revolution in the late 1940s, and then the age of ICT, and now Industry 4.0. So with more and more technology coming in, we find that the gap between the developed world and the developing world keeps on expanding, and that also brings down to that if we have to actually ensure that we remain as competitive as everyone else in the world, how we can leverage technology for ensuring that we meet not only our goals for the sustainable development goals that we all have to achieve by 2030, and we look at that in every aspect of it, whether it's poverty, hunger, health, or building sustainable communities, or reducing irresponsible consumption, or clean water, sanitation. So for all the 17 SDGs, technology plays a big role. And how do we ensure technology to bring in more equity? How do we use technology to bring in access? How do we ensure technology that is affordable, and ensure that we are able to move up on the SDGs as a global goal? And the context for this is like, especially when you look at digital technologies, the entire world has been facing this crisis, the COVID-19 pandemic, and in the last 18 months, it has been will become like one world, because the struggles have been common, the fight has been common, and the drive around the world with regard to innovation and collaboration has been like never before. So when it first came in, like for example last year, when the pandemic came in, it was something which was like unique. We were first time facing a virus which would infect people, but people would remain asymptomatic for almost 2 weeks. How do we tell people, especially in a country of our size and magnitude, with more than 1 billion people, that you are suffering, but you are asymptomatic? So people would not believe that they are suffering because they are not having any symptoms. And they will go out, move around and ensure that they would infect everyone. And the spread will go on and the number of cases will go up. So with that, we wanted to come up with a solution which will detect people, detect who all can come up, who has come in close contact with everyone. That led to innovation, and within 2 weeks, we were able to develop a contact tracing app, which has got more than 200 million users, the Arogya Setu app. So that was like an innovation which brought together the best of our Indian minds from industry, from technology, from academia and from government, which built in and built this solution which was used for contact tracing and ensuring that we are able to limit the effect of this impact. And the kind of analytics that we got from them also helped us identify future hotspots and ensuring emerging hotspot and ensuring that corrective measures can be taken. So innovation played a big role in developing of this solution for us. Then the next challenge that we came in, like with the great effort of collaboration, innovation around the world, vaccines were developed, and India also became one of the countries which was not only manufacturing the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine, but also our own indigenous vaccine was developed. But then to vaccinate 1 billion people is a hell of a challenge. How do you vaccinate people at such large numbers across the length and breadth of the country? And how do you ensure that they are given 2 doses? It was much bigger than any other vaccination exercise that we had undertaken. So the pulse polio was one of the biggest that we had done, but that was only for children below the age of 5. Herein, you have to vaccinate every citizen of the country and then give them 2 doses and ensure that the requisite difference is maintained and people actually show up for getting the vaccine even if they have not got any symptoms or something. So that required building up a tech platform, which was again done in a very record time, and we built the CoWIN platform on an open source interoperable mode, and it allowed for online booking of slots, online getting certificates, and we have had more than 1.13 billion doses given on the platform. And on one of the days, on 17 September, we achieved a peak in which almost 25 million doses were given. And it was a technological challenge for us because we were getting more than 1,000 API hits per day. But the way it was done was use the best principles of our experience of developing large public digital platforms and ensuring that it remains simple, it remains accessible to people who are outside the digital divide, who do not have smartphones. They should also be able to use the system and get documentary digital proof of they having been vaccinated. So when we look at these two challenges, what we find that like all such challenges requires what to require. The common thing around that is they require innovation and collaboration. They require collaborating with stakeholders across this ecosystem, then co-create knowledge and expertise from across the world, sharing the information. And that's the whole philosophy for developing open systems, that whatever we have, we share with others, and whatever others have, we learn from them. And build agile teams, the government, industry, and academia, ensure that we get best of the people to contribute to this project. And using that, build innovative, robust, and scalable solutions to manage the crisis and solve problems. That becomes our mantra for doing that. And that has been the philosophy when India has developed the India Stack, which consists of the identity layer, the Aadhaar project as it's known, or the unique identification project, which is a biometric identity for 1 billion plus people. We have 1.3 billion people registered on the identity layer. We have built a paperless layer in the form of a DigiLocker project, which has got almost 86 million users, in which people are able to store their documents digitally and get it verified and share it across stakeholders. Then the payments layer, the unified payment interface, which had more than 100 billion transactions in last month itself. So these are the open innovation India stack on the basis of which we are developing our own tech-based solutions. The mobile has been like the go-to. 90% people in India access internet through the mobile phones. It has been the principle and the philosophy of using the mobile phone for service delivery. So any kind of public service that you want, if farmers want to know about agri prices, or if students want to get learning resources online, mobile is the go-to means. So mobile has been leveraged for building this. Then it has also been used, the unique identity project, we call it the Jan Dhan Yojana with the JAM Trinity, which includes of the opening of bank accounts for everyone by using the digital identities. Until a few years back, many Indians, almost 50% Indians did not have bank accounts. But with the biometric digital identity, we were able to open almost 440 million bank accounts. And that has ensured access to financial services, access to credit and access to banking services to almost 90% of Indians today. And again, the philosophy behind that was keep it simple, use the biometric identity and use it for creation of bank accounts, zero-frill bank accounts, which even poor people could afford. The unified payment interface, we have seen phenomenal growth in the last 5 years. If you look at it, less in the month of October, we had $100 billion worth of transactions happening. From in the last 5 years, the growth has been almost 42,000 times. The number of transactions which is happening, and it's a seamless transaction, even low value transactions can happen within seconds without any cost to the customer. So that's the power of innovation, and it's a digital platform on which any bank can connect and anyone can use. So this has been one of our mainstays for enabling inclusion, ensuring that everybody has access to financial services. Then the DigiLocker initiative, as I mentioned, is for a digital repository of records and documents. Herein, all your academic documents, all your credentials. So like, for example, if anybody is trying to get access to a university, then he need not submit paper documents. He can just authorize the system to verify his academic credentials from the DigiLocker. It's based on a consent-based architecture, it has been built in. And now we have not only banking, insurance, taxation documents, academic documents, and even the electronic health records in the form of the digital health mission that we are implementing have become part of the DigiLocker ecosystem. We have almost 86 million users and 4.6 billion documents available here for verification, for certification, and ensuring that we go to a totally digital way of, a paperless way of interacting with various systems. So this is a simple innovation which has helped us in improving ease of living as also ease of doing business. So these are some just examples. Across India, what we have been focusing on is using technologies for transforming governance, building systems in order to ensure accountability, in order to ensure ease of access, in order to reduce corruption, and ensure that our businesses have the cost of compliance goes down and they are able to provide better services to citizens. And while doing so, the whole philosophy has been to build up a whole of government approach in which citizens access the government as one whole and use open APIs for all data exchange and all information exchange, all service exchange. And we are slowly integrating the silos that we had into public digital platforms which can offer end-to-end services with a single sign-on and a single source from which they can get the government services. And all of it, whether it's identity, money, skills, data, all of it is ultimately focusing to what? Towards a sustainable development. It's focusing towards improving the quality of life, providing access to credit, remittances, entrepreneurship, and gender empowerment. And with this, we are able to meet the sustainable development goals about which I talked about in the beginning. So the entire focus is of using technology is keep the citizen at the core of our approach and ensure that we are able to improve his quality of life and go up on the ease of living in index. And this is very key for building sustainable systems because it's all about ultimately about the economy, about improving access to food, for addressing challenges related to climate change, and for improving energy and transportation. Because once we are using, whether you're using electric vehicles or whether you're using less carbon consuming technologies, the objective remains of moving up on the SDGs and ensuring that the quality of life goes up, ensuring that we live in a sustainable environment mode, and ensure that the life of citizens becomes better. So that becomes the entire focus of that. And I will just conclude with that, while we do innovations by using technology and by working closely with our stakeholders, there are certain lessons that we have learned which include, like, document the best practices. Like whatever we do need to, like any ministry or any department within the government or outside, whatever they are doing, we do share whatever have been done. Don't try to reinvent the wheel. If something has done well in Philippines or something has worked in Vietnam, why can't we copy it? Why can't we use it? Why can't we learn from them and use that? And for any project to get successful, it's always better to build the whole team. The leader can provide the direction, but strengthening the team will ensure that the innovations that are done do not die with the leader, because very often innovations are driven by the top leader. But for them to sustain and to be nurtured, we need to give the credit to the team which is building the whole solution. So whether it's Arogya Setu or whether it's the CoWIN platform, that has been the philosophy for doing that. The nexus of the good, we call it a network of stakeholders. Get people from anywhere. They can be within the government, they can be outside, they can be in academia, they can be startups, they can be college students. Get them involved. And MyGov does a lot of citizen consultation involving in enabling participatory governance in which people contribute to the cause of the government. Then we build partnerships with the civil society, non-profits, multilateral agencies, we leverage a lot of alum groups. Like there are a lot of people with whom we studied, and they are willing to contribute without any vested interest. So that also helps us in building a vibrant innovation ecosystem. And then it also helps in becoming part of innovation circles around the world, because whether it's the World Bank or ADB or other countries, and I'm sure Philippines must also be having innovation circle, be part of that, share your information, learn from them, participate in such events that are being happening today, and ensure that knowledge sharing happens, and learning happens. And ultimately, what we always say is that whether the COVID has made it a good example that all of us face the same problems. So Control C, Control V works. Copy, paste, learn from others, and shorten the learning life cycle, and ensure that we are able to do things quickly and rapidly and impact more and more number of people. And ultimately learn, practice, implement, document and share in order to ensure that whatever we have, we share with others, and whatever others have, we learn from them for mutual benefits. So that's all I would wanted to share today. I think I am almost on my time, and look forward to any questions that might be there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abhishek Singh. We really appreciate you sharing your insights, especially when it comes to building these sustainable ecosystems, using technology to improve our quality of life. Mr. Singh will be getting back to you in a few minutes for the Q&A after we hear from our next panelist. Now, our next guest is the Vice President and Deputy General Manager of Mobileye in Israel. Mobileye is an Israeli subsidiary of Intel, which develops self-driving cars and advanced driver assistance systems. Let us all welcome Mr. Lior Seton. Hi, Mr. Seton. I believe it's morning over in Israel. Good morning. You're still on mute, sir.
Do you hear me? Hi, good morning.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Thank you for having me here. Thank you for the PCCI organization, the Israeli Embassy in Manila, and the Chamber of Commerce the delegation to organize all of it, especially to Mr. Tomer Alevi. I'll try to present our company, what we do. I'm coming from a little bit smaller country than India. We're only 9 million people. We make a lot of noise, but we are known as the startup nation, and I'll try to explain a little bit in the next minutes what Mobileye is doing, what is so unique in what we're doing, and how does that impact the world. Okay, Stan, can I start?
Yes, sir, please go ahead.
Okay. So I hope you see my screen. It's okay?
Yes.
Okay, so a few words about the history of the company. Mobileye started, like many companies in Israel, in a small villa in 1999 with 5 personnel. Today we are over 2,700 people. We are located in 11 offices worldwide, in 7 cities, and we have the biggest R&D center of computer vision and machine learning in the world, in Jerusalem. The journey of the company started as to solve a problem, and the problem is to solve accidents. We have developed the algorithms and software based on computer vision, AI, and machine and deep learning to assist drivers to avoid accidents. Back then, the way we have approached that task was considered kind of science fiction, using a camera and then compute power in the vehicle to calculate and to understand the landscape of driving almost on human level perception. So between 1999 to 2007, the company didn't have any sales, only development. We started to sell to the auto manufacturer our technology in 2007. In 2012, already 1 million vehicles were using our technology. In 2014, we had the biggest IPO ever back then in the Israeli economy. In 2017, we were acquired, as you said, by Intel with the biggest acquisition for $50.3 billion, the biggest acquisition in the Israeli economy. In 2022, we will launch the first robotaxi fleets in the world, in Tel Aviv and in Munich, and a few other places. I'll explain a little bit further more. And all of it is based on an innovative approach of technologies, a few sets of technology, which I tried to explain here. So, the status of the company today, we are working with over 28 global car manufacturers. Over 300 models are using the Mobileye technology with over 80 million vehicles. Everything when it comes from lane departure warning to automatic braking, traffic jam assist. In most of the models you have ever encountered, it's the Mobileye technology inside. We also can retrofit this technology on existing vehicles. So for example, if we want to put this technology in all of the buses in Manila or all the logistic vehicles in Manila, we can do that quite easily with our aftermarket devices. So those are samples of car manufacturers that are using our ADAS, Advanced Driver System technology. So moving forward, Mobileye, I think it's a very good example of how innovation meets business strategy. Moving forward, our business strategy, being the world leader in advanced driver assistance systems, we would like to keep this position for the next years. We are coming with new type of approaches, including to the regulators all over the world, including, by the way, in India, in the European Union, and the US, with technology that combines the wisdom of the AI in the car, plus data that we are combining that has been collected. So this is a very strong part of our strategy moving forward. When it comes to autonomous vehicles and mobility as a service revolution, which is coming soon, we are a strong player in that field, and we have big plans how to implement this technology in multiple ways and in multiple driving cultures using our technology and actually driving the cars fully autonomously from 2022, as I said. Another pillar of our strategy is using those technologies that we have developed for these purposes, and we have started in the last 1.5 years a new type of business, which is using data collection and using that for smart cities, road operators, and improvement of the urban environment of people. I will explain during the presentation exactly how we do that. Actually, when you develop an autonomous vehicle, you develop so many type of technologies because it's a very complicated task. A little bit like when NASA put a man on the moon, they needed to develop many technologies that used by the humankind in multiple ways. So it's quite similar in that sense. Our approach towards autonomous vehicle, and this is something which is unique to Mobileye. We are talking about true redundancy. We are building autonomous vehicles based on 20 years of experience on safety and working with the auto manufacturers. So we are building a vehicle which has two subsystems. One is the vision sensing, the primary set of technology, and our advanced algorithms. And on top of that, we have a parallel system which is based on radar and lidar. We are the only company that is able to drive the car fully autonomously based on camera only, and in the other end, based on radar and lidar only. So this is a true redundancy. We understand that safety is a critical part of the ability to scale up autonomous vehicles on the road. And this is critical to all of us, and of course to the regulators and to the industry. Another set of technology that we've developed, what we call RAM, Road Experience Management, is our ability from the camera to tag the road all the time. So we are able to understand the landscape, as I said before, on human level perception, and to understand all the time where we are located in centimeters of accuracy. So we have many vehicles that are using our ADAS technology that they are collecting the data for us, so we can create all the time constantly maps for the AV, and this is additional information of layer of information to the vehicle, and that creates another redundancy for safety and accuracy of the functionality of the vehicle. Third important part of our autonomous vehicle concept is our responsibility sensitive safety technology, which is a very advanced approach. In that approach, we have digitized the negotiation between drivers that happens on the road. When I'm driving near you, Stan, I'm actually negotiating with you with human intuition and understanding the rules. And this is a concept that we have digitized into an algorithm or mathematical formula, and so that allows us to be able to drive in Detroit, taking the culture of driving and to formalize that in mathematical formula, driving in Jerusalem or driving in Manila, and it's a very unique approach that Mobileye took, and we also offered that as an open discussion with regulators worldwide. So just to finish this part, you can see in this video, we are doing tests in many places currently, and we will launch very soon in Tel Aviv, in Munich, and in few other cities worldwide in the coming years, full fleets of full autonomous vehicles. The technology is very advanced. You'll be surprised how intuitive the autonomous vehicle of our technology is. You don't feel like you drive with a robot. You feel like you drive with the safest human driver available. So one part, because the presentation is short and we can discuss, and I'm sure that this is a very interesting topic to some people. I would like to concentrate on our ability to collect the data from the road. And this can be a very relevant topic for our possible business in Philippines. We do that uniquely. We have the camera in the car, and we understand the road like I do, like you do, Stan. So our software in real time with a very strong compute power, we can understand all the time what is the status of the landmarks, what they are saying, the traffic signs, the road edges, the boundaries of the roads, the constructions area, the movement of vehicles. The way we do that allows us to develop new type of services to cities and road operators. For example, we can create a map of potholes of Manila and to allow to the city operators information that doesn't exist today, how to where it exactly exists, and how that affects the safety of the roads. The way we do that, and this is behind the scene of the technology, you see on the left side the detection for safety purposes with our ADAS systems. But at the same time, we are collecting information from the road. We do that in a very efficient and very elegant way. Here in that video, you can see the collection of landmarks and poles, electric and light poles are being collected. And everything is being done while the car is driving from point A to point B. Based on crowdsource, we do not survey anything. People just driving from home to work, and the system is collecting this data constantly. We do this type of project in many places. I'll show a few examples what we do in few places of the world. Eventually, the result of this collection is creation of neurons, of network of neurons. And as you see, we are fully digitizing the landscape. So this is after the data is being collected from many vehicles, is being processed on the cloud, and those are the results that can be used for the autonomous vehicle, but at the same time, as I said, by a city, by a road operator, by a utility, and few type of other potential users. In very simple way, the ADAS system is driving, as I said, collecting the data. The data is being aggregated, anonymized, and from that we are creating GIS layers in a very easy, integrated way. And the implementation is almost absurd how much it is easy to do that. And the quality of the information and the availability of information is something that is very unique and didn't exist until we came with this approach. So I'll move fast. Eventually, an example of a dashboard. This is a customer that we have in Europe using the dashboard. So here the mobile systems are counting for this specific toll road in Europe. How many vehicles, how many pedestrians, how many cyclists we have seen on the road. We are seeing constantly on the road. This is being updated on the dashboard, and the information is unique. So every static and dynamic object is being collected and being projected to this customer. The efficiency, this is another project we have in Barcelona. We are doing that for the city of Barcelona. How the constructions that the city are doing are affecting the traffic flow. We can first monitor the construction, the planning of the construction, if they occur, yes or no, and what is the immediate effect on the safety and the traffic flow of the city. And this is during COVID, the big lockdown in Barcelona. You see that there were many construction work, and those construction work were being collected by the mobile systems. Again, we didn't survey at all. People are just driving without technology. Avoid accident, by the way, I didn't say that, but when you use our aftermarket device, for example, the chance to have a collision reduces by 45% in average. So again, I don't have the time to explain everything, but this is the analysis and how much time it takes you to go to point A to point B in the city. This is information that we provide, for example, to the city of Tel Aviv to manage better traffic, especially now they are building metro and building a lot of construction, and for them this information is very critical. A heat map of cyclists, measurement on where people are cycling compared to the cyclist lanes, Another thing we're doing now in New York, to do in New York City, and also in Barcelona. And they found, like we see on the screen, that in many places people are cyclists, but there are no cyclists. So this is very strong for planning. Last example I would like to show you, Stan, and the audience, and this is something I've mentioned before. This is a project we have done to the city of Rome. It's a map of potholes and cracks on the streets, better planning of budget, and working flow, where to go with measurements on the severity of the potholes and the cracks. Very useful data for plannings, and this is coming from technology that we have developed for the autonomous vehicle. Nothing to do theoretically with that. So everything can go on one platform, all the dynamic information and all the static information on our geospatial platform or any other type of platform that can go there. A new feature now that we are doing quite, I would say, revolutionary one. We can measure the quality of the paint on the road and to provide this information to customers. So we will see the lane on the bottom that is not well painted, on the left where it's well painted, and this is information. We do currently a POC with Israeli Highways Authority, and the results are outstanding. You can see that our technology in real time is measuring every 15 centimeters the quality of the paint. The compute power and the accuracy here is very unique and very hard to achieve, and something that we are very proud that we have done. Another option is to monitor the lights, the light poles at night, so we can monitor them from the road. Again, Stan, imagine 10,000 vehicles or buses driving in Manila, having the Mobileye technology on them, and while they're driving and doing their daily tasks, having this information, sending that to the city, and having a smart city, an efficient city, and this is something that we do in few cities already with this new feature. So thank you very much. I'm here for questions, if there are.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sethon. A really interesting discussion here on road management, especially when it comes to collecting information using all of this technology. When you mentioned the potholes, I could strongly relate. I think everyone who's driven in Manila knows the challenges that these potholes can bring. So I believe that Mobileye's technology can really go a long way towards addressing problems like that. We're rejoined by Mr. Abhishek Singh. He's also being spotlighted again. So let's do a quick Q&A for both of our speakers for this track. Let's start with Mr. Singh as we bring him back on. Mr. Singh, what capabilities do our leaders need in order to be more innovative? Because you mentioned that it's very important that top leadership buys into the innovation to get the ball rolling.
See, what we need to do is realize is that innovation doesn't come only from top to bottom. Innovation can come from any member of the team, and we have observed this in several projects that we have implemented, is that at the cutting edge level, people who are actually using services, they might come up with suggestions which might be very, very useful. So one thing that we need to do is to build flat organizations in which people are able to share, contribute, and use that for brainstorming and ensuring that we guide our innovation agenda. Second thing that I would like to mention is that to make innovation sustainable, we need to make it the culture of the organization rather than the top lead only leading it, because we have seen several interesting projects which die when the champion moves out. In order to make it sustainable, we need to ensure that our teams own it up, and it's not the leader's agenda. We give the credit to the teams, and that ensures that innovations are sustained and nurtured for the larger good.
I see. Let's go to Mr. Sethon for this next question. Thank you very much, Mr. Singh, for those insights. Mr. Sethon, we talked about mobilized technology and how it goes a long way towards collecting information for road management, but I'd like to zero in on how this can positively benefit pedestrians, because pedestrians are also a huge sector of the people who use our roads.
So first of all, when you use this information, you can use that for better planning, and the measurement and the engagement between vehicles and pedestrians and cyclists in the city is a very challenging issue for every big city. The fact that we can measure, we can tell, for example, where vehicles are getting alerts from the mobilized system for almost accident with pedestrian, and we can create a heat map of the city in the where are the problematic junction, in what time of the day it happens, and that can very much improve the planning and the scheduling of the city. And of course, remember, Stan, when you use this technology on the vehicle, we warn the vehicle when they see a pedestrian or cyclist if they are about to hit them. As I said previously, in many areas of the world, in many cases, we are preventing many accidents by that.
Let's go back to Mr. Singh. One of the things that stood out to me from your presentation was the Jandan New Economy, where citizens can open bank accounts using their biometric digital identity. Now, with every innovation, there's bound to be some sectors of society who are slightly hesitant or reluctant to be a part of the innovation. So, how did you get their buy-in to be able to buy into this new ecosystem or this new system in place?
See, the challenge for opening bank accounts for many people in India was that they do not have any documents to prove who they are. And because of that, they were excluded from the banking ecosystem, from access to credit, from access to microfinance, from access to any means for creating a livelihood opportunity. So when this was offered, it helped solve a problem that was existing. So that made it easier to adopt. The second challenge that was there for people who are reluctant is that opening a bank account will mean maintaining a minimum balance and paying some annual charges. So that was also waived off. For this no-frills account, one could maintain a zero balance account. And then the government further topped it up by bringing all the welfare measures as a direct benefit transfer. So any welfare doles that are given, subsidies which are given, was transferred directly to these bank accounts, so that if somebody is to get a scholarship or a pension, or a farmer has to get some subsidy for fertilizers, all of it was, or the food subsidy was transferred directly to the bank account. So that made people use it for getting benefits that rightfully belongs to them, and somehow they are not able to get because of the bureaucratic systems or because of the long processes that we have. So that helped in ensuring that it's adopted quickly and by almost everyone.
The DigiLocker, on a related note, also really stood out to me, Mr. Singh, because it's very difficult to get all of your documents in one place, especially if you're an older citizen or a senior citizen. So the DigiLocker makes things very convenient. But in relation to the previous plenary and the discussion on cybersecurity, how did MyGov work on making sure that innovations like Janda, New Economy, and DigiLocker are protected against cyber threats?
See, cybersecurity becomes our topmost priority and concern, because we are one of the countries which face maximum number of cyber attacks from all over. And plus, then there are financial frauds which happen, because once you go digital, the risks also go up. So that requires, number one, building robust, secure systems, which ensures that nobody is able to breach into your systems, do regular cyber audits, ensure that any vulnerabilities are patched up, and don't expose yourselves to any threats like that. And the number two thing that we do is that to mandate the consent framework that we have. Without consent, your data is not accessed by anyone. And the third that we do is a lot of cyber awareness. We have a program called Cyber Surakshit Bharat, which means making India cyber secure, which ensures doing a lot of awareness, capacity building, and letting people know that what are the risks that are there when you are in the cyber domain, and how you should ensure that your data is safe and you do not give access to anyone, which can lead to a loss of documents or data or a financial loss.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Let's go to Mr. Sethon for this next question from the audience. The question is, how does Mobileye's technology work when a disaster is taking place, like floods, which occur frequently here in the Philippines, or power loss, or even an earthquake?
The Mobileye technology is efficient. It will work as long as the regular human driver is able to drive. Of course, in an extreme situation, the system will shut itself down or will not work. It's designed to work on good condition. I mean, even in heavy rain, the system will work very well, or heavy snow. But on earthquake and floods, I don't know. It's interesting. You can test it.
I'm also curious about internet connectivity, because here in the Philippines, our internet capabilities aren't as sophisticated as they are in other parts of the world. So would you happen to have a minimum range of internet connectivity just so Mobileye can actually work in a place like the Philippines?
Well, one of the things that we've done designing our data collection technology, the RAM technology, is that we are not taking videos or images. We are tagging and understanding everything that we see. So we are actually using 10 kilobytes per kilometer of driving. So even in network of 2G, of course in 3G, it will work very well. We don't need 4G or 5G to have an efficient efficient way of collection of the data, and we do not. It's not heavy. It's very lean and thin package of communication to achieve that.
You mentioned at the start of your presentation, Mr. Sethon, that Mobileye was conceived to really curb the problem of car accidents. But in your research towards assisting drivers in avoiding these accidents, what stood out as the most common cause for road accidents in the first place?
The most common cause, and every study is pointing out, is the human factor. Around 93% in the worldwide accident is because of the human factor. We, Homo sapiens, are problematic drivers. We lost concentration, we are tired, we are being distracted or disrupted from something. This is the main reason why Mobileye designed originally a system to assist the driver and not the vehicle. And not the road. Better infrastructure, of course, will help to reduce the accident, but most of the accidents are causing because of human behavior.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Sethon, and thank you as well to Mr. Singh for joining us here in this plenary session and sharing your country's and your company's best practices in terms of technological advances, especially given the demands of our economy. So once again, we'd like to formally thank Mr. Abhishek Singh and Mr. Lior Sethon. Let's give them a virtual round of applause. Mr. Sethon, Mr. Singh, you're more than welcome to stay for our next track. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you.
All right, now as we continue our sessions on innovation and innovation talks, we're going to be joined by the following distinguished guests as they share strategies and models that have helped in the economic growth and recovery through innovation of their respective countries. We're moving on to our second track for this plenary session this afternoon, and at this point, it is my honor to first introduce our first speaker for this track. Our first speaker for this track is the Ambassador of Japan to the Philippines, and prior to this posting, he was the Advisor and Executive Senior Vice President of Japan International Cooperation Agency. He was also previously the Ambassador of Japan to Spain in 2014, and he was also assigned in Angola in 2008. Since joining the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in 1980, he has served in various capacities as the Director of 2nd and 1st Latin America and Caribbean Divisions, Deputy Cabinet Public Relations Secretary of Cabinet Secretariat, Consul at the Consulate General of Japan in New York, Director of Economic Policy Division of Economic Affairs Bureau, Deputy Vice Minister for International Affairs of the Ministry of France, of the Ministry of Finance, Director General and Assistant Minister of the International Cooperation Bureau until he became the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Ambassador Koshikawa Kazuhiko. Good afternoon, Ambassador Kazuhiko.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Sansi. Thank you for the kind introduction. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. First of all, let me thank you for inviting me to this business conference of the PCCI, the most prestigious organization for the Philippine businesses. I congratulate all the PCCI officers and members of the success of this event. Today, I'm honored to speak before such a distinguished audience and join our distinguished panel of speakers. The theme of this plenary revolves around the role of innovation in shaping a sustainable society. And I will talk from Japan's point of view. First, I will introduce international efforts on critical and emerging technologies and supply chains, their premise of innovation creation. After that, I will talk about the cooperation initiative between Japan and the Philippines to promote innovation. So to begin with, let me discuss about critical emerging technologies and international supply chains that are needed to create innovation. We all know that in the progress of globalization of economic society in recent years, both WTO-based multilateral trading rules, as well as bilateral trade and investment frameworks created by bilateral free trade and economic partnership agreements, have become extremely important. These certainly contributed to the promotion of trade and investment in Asian countries, including the Philippines. They also accelerate further develop critical and emerging technologies and accelerate innovation in the future. In Japan as well, promotion of innovation is one of the important policy issues of the government, and various support measures are being taken. In addition, we are collaborating with the Philippines and other countries around the world to support promotion of innovation. And I would like to introduce some of them. The first one is the Asian Digital Transformation Promotion Project launched by the METI. Since 2020, issues by collaborating with Japanese companies and ASEAN companies that utilize digital technology. In the Philippines, multiple pilot projects have already been adopted. Pilot projects are being conducted in fields such as wind power generations and remote islands, alleviation of traffic congestion, and facilitation of port operations. The Japanese government will use the result of these pilot projects to form rules and reform regulations regarding digital transformation in partner countries such as the Philippines. Another note, creating innovation for the realization of sustainable global environment and society is likewise an urgent issue. In order to achieve sustainable growth and carbon neutrality in Asia, where energy demand is expected to grow in the future, diverse and realistic energy transitions that utilize all technologies and energy sources are indispensable. Taking this into account, at the recent held COP26, our Prime Minister Kishida stated that Japan would contribute to the establishment of innovative financing cooperation framework, just an example like together with Asian Development Bank for the realization of decarbonization in Asia and other countries. Specifically on top of the $60 billion of support in public and private financing in next 5 years. This was announced in June by Prime Minister Suga. Japan would provide up to $10 billion of additional support in the coming 5 years. Moreover, Japanese government will support transition effort in ASEAN countries through the ASEAN Energy Transition Initiative. Specifically, the government of Japan will support the formulation of a roadmap for energy transition in ASEAN countries and provide, they said, $10 billion in financial support for projects such as renewable energies and energy conservation and LNG. In addition to the Asian Energy Transition Initiative, we will provide technical development and pilot project support utilizing the 2 trillion yen Green Innovation Fund, 3 trillion, not yen, this is not dollar, 2 trillion yen Green Innovation Fund. This Green Innovation Fund was established this year and has already provided financial support to many initiatives for pilot projects in important fields such as renewable energies, hydrogens, and ammonia. We plan to share the results and issues obtained from these projects with the Philippines and other ASEAN countries and contribute to the dissemination of technology. Next, I would like to talk about cooperation in the field of clean energy in private sector. In April this year, under the Paris Agreement, the Philippines also announced its goal of reducing greenhouse gas emission by 75% by 2030. Nationally determined contribution. As shown in the Philippine Energy Plan 2020 to 2040, released by the Philippine government this year, More than 50% of the electricity generated in the Philippines currently depend on the coal-fired power generation. In the future, coal-fired power generation will need to be replaced with clean energy, such as renewable energies and LNG. Cooperation between Japanese and Filipino companies is already underway in this field as well. For example, some of you will know, JERA, J-E-R-A, one of the world's largest energy suppliers stationed in Japan, decided to invest $1.58 billion in a major energy company in the Philippines. In the future, JERA, J-E-R-A, plan to promote the development of renewable energies and the procurement of LNG together with the said Philippine company, while utilizing their know-how. In addition, the floating storage and regasification unit for LNG, in which Tokyo Gas and the Osaka Gas of Japan participate, is scheduled to be completed next year. Similarly, many Japanese companies are working with the Philippine company on solar powers and wind power generation on remote islands. It is expected that such a collaboration between private companies in both our countries will lead to innovation in energy field. Cooperation between Japan and the Philippines is also progressing in the field of space development. I'd very much like to mention the cooperation, possible cooperation in this field. This space cooperation is a collection of the advanced technology from each country. Even before the Philippine Space Agency, PhilSA, was established, the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, JAXA, has been cooperating with universities and research institutes in the Philippines through the isolated project. These include the use of satellite observation data in the field of disaster prevention, launch of Philippine micro satellite, it's a cubic satellite with a Japanese H-2A rocket, and deployment of micro cubic satellite from International Space Station, Japan experiment module to orbit the group. For example, by harnessing drones and mobility from satellites, it may lead to the creation businesses and innovate in the Philippines in various fields such as transportation, logistics, agriculture, and June 11, a signing was held online between JAXA and the PhilSA, Philippine Space Agency, to solidify the first memorandum of cooperation between these two institutions. It is to establish the comprehensive cooperation framework and is expected to further promote and expand Japan-Philippine cooperation in entire space development field. Japan and the Philippines have been important partner for many years. We indeed this year celebrating 65th anniversary of the normalization of our formal relation this year. As I mentioned today, it is important to work with a reliable partner such as the Philippines in utilizing the appropriate important technologies and building a stable supply chain. The Philippines attracting attention, especially from the Japan, for its abundant, capable, and English proficient working population. We recognize that it is a country that not only holds such potential, but also possesses great expectation for the creation of innovation. This year, the Philippines took a step in the right direction, I believe, when it enforced corporate recovery and tax incentive for enterprises, so-called CREATE Act. Corporate income tax had reduced, and the incentive measures for foreign investment were clarified. Furthermore, I'm aware that the Philippine Congress is currently discussing revision to the Foreign Investment Act and Detailed Trade Liberalization Act, Under these circumstances, we are hopeful that the investment from foreign companies such as Japan will be further promoted and that the creation of innovation in the Philippines will accelerate for the ultimate benefit of the Filipino people. Maraming salamat po. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Koshikawa, for that talk on the basis for creating innovation here in the Philippines based on promoting emerging technologies and stable and international supply chains. We've just got a couple of questions for Ambassador Koshikawa. Let's start off with this one, Ambassador. What are the policies of Japan's government that seek to promote innovation in Japan's private sector?
Thank you for the question. As I mentioned in my remarks, our government recognized the creation of innovation is one of the most important issues, a pillar for the realization of sustainable society in Japan. We are taking various support measures for the Japanese company domestically, aside from the Asia Digital Transformation Promotion Project and Green Innovation Fund. These are open not only to the foreign but to the Japanese domestic company. The companies I introduced today. The Japanese government has also taken various practical support measures, for example, deregulation, first, to facilitate new business development, such as the use of next generation mobilities. And second, tax reform to make it easier for startup company to raise funds. And third is a government-initiated business competition called J Startup Program to provide various type of support, such as financial assistance to the excellent startup enterprises. These are measures the government is introducing in Japan.
All right, thank you very much, Ambassador. Now for our second question, how will the Japanese government support the creation of innovation here in the Philippines?
Well, let's see. We recognize that the Philippines also facing social issues in various fields such as power, electricity, transportation, employment, and medical cares. Especially during this pandemic, the digitalization of society progressing here in the Philippines and also in Japan. It is expected that it will lead to the solution of these social issues. The Asia Digital Transformation Promotion Project I just introduced today provide financial support for projects in which Japanese and Philippine companies collaborate with the aim of solving such social issues by utilizing the advanced digital technologies. In addition, the international webinars by public and private experts on the creation of innovation and the realization of digital society called Digital Dialogue for Innovative and Sustainable Growth is being held also. This project was agreed to be established at the Japan ASEAN Summit meeting last year and is supported by the Japanese government or by the other member of the ASEAN countries. Japan will continue to support the creation of innovation in the Philippines through such financial support for information dissemination and human resource development. But having said that, I think the most important thing is the private sector initiatives. They are vital. The most important thing I believe is to launch many collaborative projects and joint business between Japanese companies, private sectors, and the Philippine private sectors. And also based on the priority of the Philippine government industrial policy. So it's much welcome, very clear priority in terms of digital industry by the Philippine government. Well, in that sense, I think Philippine government's open attitude toward the foreign investment and its clear policy. I think under the CREATE Act, you can show more prioritized industrial policy in terms of the innovation and digitalization. Those policies very much welcome, and that will give a very much incentive to the Japanese company. They're just waiting over there. They want to come here in the Philippines.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Koshikawa, for sharing your time with us, sharing these insights, and for gracefully entertaining all of our questions. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give Ambassador Koshikawa a virtual round of applause. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Please enjoy the rest of your day. Stay safe.
Yeah, thank you. That's my pleasure. Thank you, Mr. C.
All right, now let's proceed to our next speaker for this session. Our next speaker worked in the Asia Department of the Ministry of Commerce in the People's Republic of China between 2006 and 2009, later becoming the Deputy Director of 2nd Division in the ministry from 2018 to 2019. He previously served post in the Economic and Commercial Office of the Embassy of the People's Republic of China in the Philippines from 2013 to 2017, and has also served as Second Secretary of Economic and Commercial Office in the same institution. He's currently stationed as the Chief of Economic and Commercial Office at the Embassy of the People's Republic of China in the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Chu Min. Mr. Chu Min, good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Stan. And ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my great honor to attend the PCCI 47th Philippine Business Conference and Expo on behalf of Chinese Ambassador to the Philippines, Mr. Huang Xilian. Today, I'm going to talk about how innovation drives economic development in China and how it advances China-Philippine cooperation. But before that, please allow me to thank PCCI presidents, governors, and all officers for your endeavor in holding the forum. Since the 18th National Congress of the Communist Party of China in 2012, President Xi Jinping has placed innovation at the core of the country's overall development. He requested all sectors of the country to attach great importance to scientific and technological innovation and accelerate all-round innovation under the strategy of innovation-driven development. In 2015, Premier Li Keqiang put forward to make mass entrepreneurship and innovation one of the dual engines for further development of China's economy. Encourage scientific personnel and university students to start entrepreneurship. In 2017, on the 5th plenary session of the 19th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, it was reiterated that innovation plays the central role in China's overall modernization construction and is strategic backbone of scientific and technological self-reliance of China. In order to establish a favorable environment for innovation, China has formulated a series of policies to encourage innovation. Last March, China decided to implement policies to increase additional tax deductions for research and development expenses of manufacturing enterprises. It's estimated that an additional 80 billion RMB tax cuts will be granted to enterprises this year on the basis of 360 billion RMB tax cuts last year. China also established a financing evaluation system for small and medium-sized scientific and technological enterprises with innovation capability as its core index. To protect intellectual property, China also instituted the cross-regional remote intellectual property rights litigation platform and notarization platform. Supported by such policies and other policies, China has made remarkable achievements in scientific and technological innovation. In 2015, the overall investment in research and development in China was 1.42 trillion RMB. This figure increased to 2.44 trillion RMB in 2020, ranking second in the world, with an annual growth rate of 11.5%. Even in 2020, the year of the COVID-19 outbreak, the increase still reached 10.2%. 3.64 million patents were granted nationwide, up 40.4% year on year. The number of invention patents per 10,000 people at the end of 2020 was nearly 16 pieces, with an increase of 2.5 pieces over the previous year. According to the Global Innovation Index released by World Intellectual Property Organization, China jumped from 29th in 2015 to 14th in 2020, making it the only middle-income economy among the top 30. With the motivation of scientific and technological innovation in industry upgrading, the high-tech industry has become the biggest catalyst to drive economic development. In 2020, the growth of additional value of high-tech manufacturing enterprises above designated scale was 4.3 percentage points higher than that of all enterprises. The revenue growth of high-tech servicing enterprises was 9 percentage points higher than that of all servicing enterprises. The growth of investment in high-tech industries is 7.9 percentage points higher than overall investment. Ladies and gentlemen, next, let me take the digital economy as an example to illustrate how innovation drives China's economic development and how it prompts China-Philippines economic and trade cooperation. The major changes unseen in the century are accelerating and shaping the world. Digital technology and digital economy will lead the future scientific and technological revolution and industrial transformation. The digital economy sector significantly boosts the optimization and reorganization of essential productive factors. It not only gives birth to a plenary of new economic growth impetus, such as artificial intelligence, scientific, but also combines traditional productive factors together to eliminate obstacles on key links from manufacture, circulation, distribution to consumption, which effectively improves the resilience and the synergy of the economic system against negative impacts from external. The digital economy sector has become a critical engine for the steady growth of China's economy. In 2020, the digital economy scale in China reached 39.2 trillion RMB, accounting for 38.6% of the country's GDP, ranking second in the world. The annual average growth of the digital economy from 2016 to 2020 is over 16.6%. The growth in 2020 is 9.7%, triple times of the country's nominal GDP growth, top the world. By the end of 2020, the ratio of value added of core industries in digital economies against GDP is 7.8%, showing a consecutive improvement in developing impetus. At the end of 2020, the internet penetration rate in China came up to 70.4%. Total mobile internet traffic was 165.6 billion gigabytes, rising 35.7% than the previous year. From January to September of 2021, 183 million 5G phones were sold in China. That is 74% of all the phones being sold. By September, China has built 993,000 5G base stations, covering all prefecture-level cities, above 95% of counties and 35% of villages and towns. The accumulated sales of 5G phones reached 393 million. The world's largest 5G mobile network has been initially established in China, and China is expected to have more than 2.5 million 5G base stations by the end of 2023. The digital economy has become the key element in promoting investment, consumption, and export recovery and critical momentum in circulating industrial renewal cycles. From the perspective of investment, by the first half of 2021, the investment in high-tech industries increased 23.5% year-on-year, in which the investment growth in computer and office equipment manufacturing and e-commerce service industry are respectively 47.5% and 32.9%, far exceeding the national average of 12.6%. In terms of consumption, China's online retail sales in the first half of 2021 reached 6.1 trillion RMB, up 23.2% year-on-year. Moreover, digital consumption is leading the steady recovery of the domestic consumption market. Concerning exports, in the first 5 months of 2021, the software industry exported $19.1 billion, basically recovering to the same level in the identical period of 2019. The electronic information manufacturing industry above designated scale achieved a year-on-year growth of 21.3% in terms of export delivery. Since the outbreak of COVID pandemic, new forms and new models of business rooted in digital technology such as telecommuting, video conferencing, telemedicine, cross-border electronic commerce, and online exhibitions. These new models have sprung up rapidly. Digital technology is widely applied on containing pandemic in areas of collecting, analyzing, forecasting confirmed cases, dynamic monitoring suspected patients, and close contacts to support the prevention and containment of pandemic. At the just concluded fourth China International Import-Export, China adopted 3D modeling, virtual engines, and other new technologies to create a cloud national exhibition hall. This picture shows, this slide shows the cloud exhibition space of the Philippines during the CIE. We are pleased to see that the Philippines' digital economy is also developing at a gallop. Reports from think tanks such as Google show that thanks to the emerging of e-commerce and food delivery services, the Philippines has become the fastest growing internet economy in Southeast Asia. In 2021, the gross merchandise value of the Philippines internet economy is expected to reach $17 billion, rise 93% year on year. In 2025, it will increase to $4. Since the outbreak of COVID-19 in March 2020, the Philippines has seen 12 million new digital consumers, with more than 63% come from outside Metro Manila. The scientific and technological innovation represented by the digital economy is injecting new vitality into China-Philippines economic and trade cooperation. Currently, China and the Philippines have extensive cooperation in e-payment, cross-border e-commerce, cross-border logistics, online shopping, filmmaking, animation and game developing, software and medical information management and detector. In the future, cooperation in digital economy will deepen continuously. For instance, Ali Cloud, a cloud subsidiary to Alibaba, proposed to fund its first data center in the Philippines by the end of this year. Its business in the Philippines will range from elastic calculation, database safety, and network service to machine learning and data analysis. Ali Cloud will also plan to train 50,000 local IT professionals and help 5,000 companies migrate their network by 2023. With the effectiveness of ASEP on January 1st, 2021, and the finalization of the plan of action on the implementation of China-ASEAN Digital Economy Partnership 2021 to 2025, I believe that China-Philippines cooperation in cross-border data transmission, computer host setup, personal information protection, network safety, and other areas will be further strengthened. Ladies and gentlemen, Chinese people believe that openness creates opportunities and inclusiveness breeds diversity. But better innovation cannot be separated from a more open and inclusive environment. China will firmly safeguard a true multilateralism, share market opportunities with the rest of the world, promote high standard opening up, and uphold common interests of the world. China stands ready to work with the Philippines and other countries to strengthen cooperation in digital economy and green economy, prompt high-quality co-construction of Belt and Road Initiative, and build an open, inclusive, innovative, and beneficial community with a shared future. In the end, I wish the conference a complete success, all guests good health and fortune. Marami salamat po. Mabuhay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chu Min, for that presentation. Some of our takeaways, of course, from his presentation include innovation being at the core of China's overall development and how it has also led to digital economy being one of the at the forefront of the innovation and as the digital cooperation between both countries, China and the Philippines as well. I'd like to thank Mr. Chu Min once again on behalf of all of the organizers and all of the participants for joining us this afternoon and for sharing all of your takeaways with us. At this point, I'd like to thank everyone as well for being part of track 2 of this afternoon's plenary session. Once again, my name is Stan C. Thank you very much. Let me now turn the program back over to our host, Ms. Isa Litton.
the Ambassador of Japan to the Philippines, His Excellency Ambassador Koshikawa Kazuhiko. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, to everybody participating in today's Day 1, I have no doubt you have a need to come together in order to achieve the stable economy that our country rightfully deserves. Hello. It's like there's two of me, right? All right. It really isn't an easy feat. Rebuilding from the pandemic's disruptions requires the laying of a foundation for a resilient and inclusive economy, ensuring that future economic shocks will not have the same
The Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry would like to thank the support of the following generous sponsors: Phil Export, Philippine Franchise Association, National Grid Corporation of the Philippines, BA Securities Incorporated. Philippine Business Bank, Sesto Corporation, Arc Refreshments Corporation, Cathay Land Incorporated, Astoria Hotels and Resorts, SM Investment Corporation, Double Dragon Corporation, Wilcon Depot Incorporated, ICCT Colleges, Meralco, RG Simbulan and Partners Corporation, ICTSI, Samgyup Masarap Unlimited Korean Barbecue, Huawei Technologies Philippines Incorporated, Federation of Filipino-Chinese Chambers of Commerce and Industry Incorporated, Home Development Mutual Fund, Pag-ibig Fund, Metrobank, you're in good hands. Dito CME Holding Corporation, Phoenix Petroleum, JT International Incorporated, China Bank, your success is our business. Pagcor, Toyota Motors Philippines, East West, Marymart Consumer Corporation, South Forbes Gulf City, Mahalta Resorts and Convention Center. Thank you to our following media partners: Business World, Malaya Business Insight, Business Mirror, Philippine Daily Inquirer, Philippine Star, Daily Tribune, The Manila Times, ABS-CBN News Channel, CNN Philippines, Net25, GMA7, DZBB Super Radio, Teleradio, Mega World. This is the 47th Philippine Business Conference and Expo.
Senator Christopher Lawrence Bongo Senator Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., Senator Panfilo M. Lacson, Senator Emmanuel D. Pacquiao Sr., and Vice President Maria Leonor G. Robredo. All right, hi to our PICC executives. And yes, we have all that to look forward to tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. So joining me, please make sure you join us again. And I will be with Migs Bustos. So I have a partner tomorrow. Aside from that, we have the inauguration rights of the PCCI Innovation Center tomorrow as well. Oh, and the OPM Hitmen will join us tomorrow. Wow, there's a lot of entertainment for tomorrow as well. We have the innovation of the inauguration of the PCCI Innovation Center with Mr. Miguel Yuhico and a demonstration on the satellite connectivity with Mr. Perry A. Ferrer. And let's not forget, as part of the closing ceremony, our chairman, Mr. Jeffrey Nang, will present to you the summary of the resolutions which will be handed over to President Duterte. Ladies and gentlemen, the customary, of course, to end our conference with a message from the President himself. So make sure you join us tomorrow, all right? Don't forget to check out the Expo. Again, that's www.pbcexpo2021.vx-events.com. It's until 5 o'clock today, so you can happily shop and establish relationships with our sellers, okay? Maximize the use of our conference platform, pbc2021.org, so you get to know our partners, our sponsors, make B2B transactions, download the PCCI and PBC media materials, and attend all of the conferences, seminars, and different activities by the different companies, agencies, and embassies. And with that, we'll see you tomorrow for day 2. I'm Isa Liton. Stay safe, everybody. Bye! The 47th Philippine Business Conference is hosted by Dr. Carl Balita Review Center's Virtual Interactions, Conferences, and Events, or CBRC Vice. Thank you, Dr. Carl Balita.
For makabuti ko, maibsan ko ang kinalalagyan ng tao ngayon.
Napakahirap po ng trabaho ng isang Pangulo. Napakahirap po. Pero sisikapin ko po ang lahat po.
A leader cannot preach what he cannot practice. I've always lived and led by example.
You cannot start your economic recovery until you have somehow managed it like other countries already have done.
Kung ako maging presidente, tapos na po yung maligayang araw nila. Kasi talagang bibigyan ko ng hustisya ang ating mga kababayan.
Ibabalik natin sa kamay ng karaniwang Pilipino ang kakayahang magdala ng pagbabago.
Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry would like to thank the support of the following generous sponsors: Phil Export, Philippine Franchise Association, National Grid Corporation of the Philippines, BA Securities Incorporated, San Miguel Corporation, BDO Unibank, Globe Business, Istana Development Corporation, Bakasyonan Resort and Conference Center, Philippine Business Bank, Sesto Corporation, Arc Refreshments Corporation, Cathay Land Incorporated, Astoria Hotels and Resorts, SM Investment Corporation, Double Dragon Corporation, Wilcon Depot Incorporated, ICCT Colleges, Meralco, RG Simbulan and Partners Corporation, ICTSI. Samgyup Masarap Unlimited Korean Barbecue. Huawei Technologies Philippines Incorporated. Federation of Filipino-Chinese Chambers of Commerce and Industry Incorporated. Home Development Mutual Fund. Pag-ibig Fund. Metrobank. You're in good hands. Dito CME Holding Corporation. Phoenix Petroleum. JT International Incorporated. China Bank. Your success is our business. Pagcor. Toyota Motors Philippines. East West. Merrimart Consumer Corporation. South Forbes Gulf City. Mahalta Resorts and Convention Center. Thank you to our following media partners: Business World, Malaya Business Insight, Business Mirror, Philippine Daily Inquirer, Philippine Star, Daily Tribune, The Manila Times, ABS-CBN News Channel, CNN Philippines, Net25, GMA7, DZBB Super Radio, Teleradio, Mega World. This is the 47th Philippine Business Conference and Expo.
Exports is a major driving force of the economy, bringing much-needed revenues and showcasing Filipino expertise, craftsmanship, and creativity to the world. With over 4,000 members across 52 industry associations and 21 chapters nationwide. Together, we represent 70% of the country's export performance. PhilExport stands at the forefront of the country's drive towards greater economic growth. We shall remain committed to champion the industry, to create an exporting nation, as the way to help uplift the lives of many Filipinos around the nation, and pave the road towards making Philippines the next tiger economy. PhilExport, towards building an exporting nation.
How do meaningful connections move you? They inspire you. They give strength. To help you achieve your best you. At NGCP, our dream is to build meaningful connections to bring the entire nation together. In collaboration with the national government, we're bringing infrastructure development to every corner of the Philippines to realize the country's goal of inclusive and sustainable growth. As the country's only electricity transmission
Wag. Wag na muna. Hindi, try ko lang ganun. Ganun lang. Wala namang mic yan, di ba? His Excellency President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, honorable members of the Office of the President, Secretary Ramon
it will cost you your movie nights, weekends with friends, and quality time with your family. but not with Hotel 101. Just get a unit and we'll take care of it.
So that's it?
Yeah, that's it.
Hotel 101. Investing made simple.
Saludo ako sa mga business owners na araw-araw nagsisikap to keep the business running. Hands-on, just to make sure all suppliers and employees are paid. Sinisigurado na may enough inventory to meet demands and keep their customers coming. Kaya naman, BDO SME Loan is here to support you with standby funds to keep your business on track. BDO SME Loan, ready for your business needs.
Vaccines come with benefits. Show your vaccination card to get shopping and dining perks. Vax, shop, and dine at SM.
A better future is built by the brave, envisioned by brilliant minds, born from the passions of thousands strong. One that isn't without risk, but protected from it. Safe from all the worries and secure for what's to come. Because a better future with the greatest empires, the strongest communities, and the happiest families will always be worth having. That's why the bold and the fearless understand that recreating something better takes courage and strength. So together, let's start shaping a better future today.
We think beyond what is needed today for the young learners of tomorrow. ICCT Colleges, Center of Excellence for the Global Learners.
Efficiency, cost, productivity. Business as usual has always been about turning a profit. If you stop to think about it, what more is there? The universe, nature, life, civilization as we know it is about the search for something greater than ourselves. Huawei Cloud is innovating technologies to make the world more inclusive. The cloud, AI, 5G are building a fully connected, intelligent world. They do more than drive digital transformation. It's a new paradigm for innovation. Imagine, if you can, what amazing secrets await when we unlock the secrets of the universe. What cosmic answers will we learn? AI can help preserve in the rainforest by identifying the sounds of gunshots or the sounds of illegal logging, protecting the most precious sounds, birds and trees, for generations to come. In cities around the world, we can collect traffic data and analyze it to improve transportation and bring order to a chaotic world. Even reporting the weather can be improved with AI. With more accurate forecasts and timely alerts, we'll travel safer and get home to our loved ones. Also, so many delicious flavors, chili, herbs, and spices automatically selected to improve flavor, quality, and nutrition. Delightful flavor explosions to dazzle our taste buds. A cloud for everyone, unleashing the power of innovation, making every day better. A cloud for pervasive intelligence and a better future. Huawei Cloud. Grow with intelligence.
Thank you.
How was it?
No.
Babe, will you marry me? Yes? I'm excited to spend the rest of my life with you, babe.
I love you, Kito. Paking? Ano nangyayari dito?
Hala, anong ginagawa mo dito?
Kito, sino siya?
Dentist ko, babe.
Dentist?
Pakito! Sinasabi ko na nga ba?
I can explain.
Dami.
Kay sarap balik-balikan ang saya at sarap ng zesto. Maraming mga kwento na nakakatawa at nakakakilig, na dulot ay sayang walang ibang makakadaig. Kay sarap balik-balikan mga alaala ng nakaraan. Kay sarap balik-balikan ang saya at sarap ng zesto.
Nagsimula sa isang pangarap. Ika'y tutulungang ibahin ang buhay na nakasanayan.
Naka 24 months ka na sa pag-ibig.
May panghulog na ako sa motor.
Bagong motor.
Gagawa ng ambang para mapaghandaan ng forever. At harapin ang bukas na may maaasahan. Simulan mo na ang forever mo ngayon. Fund your forever with Pag-ibig Fund.
We find the greatest value in what we do in the relationships we create, in the connections we make, in the bonds we form, in the trust we're given. Trust that strengthens our relationships. Trust we work hard to keep. Trust that inspires us to do what we can as long as we can, to lead in building the economy, serving people and their communities, providing the assurance of security and stability they can count on, whatever happens. This is why, in these difficult times, where people crave even more connection, we are inspired to work harder at nurturing these relationships. In a time of uncertainty, we build lives together by banking confidence through continued service. In a time of worry, assure we bank on our excellence and attention to health and safety to offer assurance through our care. In a time of fear, we shine a light on the future and encourage them to face it with a smile through meaningful assistance. Because everything we do at Metrobank is for those who have trusted us with their lives, their hopes, and their dreams. It is a commitment that whatever happens, in good times and bad, we are invested in their lives, making sure they're in good hands. That is what we mean by meaningful banking, because those connections are what mean the most to us, and we are committed to making them last.
We have covered the journey of our young democracy. In ANC, we were witnesses to the defining moments of Philippine history that influenced the world.
For the service of the nation.
We don't just tell stories, we tell you why they matter. We sift through the noise and arm you with facts.
This is the Philippines.
And we are ANC.
President of the Philippines, Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
I, Maria Leonor Calonero, having been appointed to the position of chair.
Daily Tribune, may digital shows na din. Dahil sa mas lumalaki at mas lumalakas nating tribu, handog sa inyo ng Daily Tribune ang mga programang magbibigay buhay araw-araw. Be informed at mag-good vibes tuwing umaga sa programang Gising Na. Be updated sa news and happenings sa Tribune News on Cue. Mas kilalanin pa natin ang mga paborito niyong atleta sa programang The Athletes Tribune. Alamin ang latest entertainment sa programang What's Up. Ma-inspire sa mga kwentong hatid ng Perfect. Search lang ang Daily Tribune sa inyong Facebook at Tribune Now on YouTube. See you there mga katribu!
Gaano namin kayo kamahal? Sobra-sobra. Kaya naman, we want us to be together anytime, anywhere. Channel surfing all day sa dami ng kapuso channels na inyong pagpipilian. Anumang palabas ang hanap ng inyong puso, meron tayo niyan. Sa radyo, balita, kwentuhan at tugstugan, sagot namin yan. Online, lahat ng trending, catch-up episodes at web exclusives. Isang click nyo lang. Saan mang dako ng bansa o ng mundo, magkasama pa rin tayo. Kahit sa movies, concerts, events at iba pang ganap, tayo ang magka-date. Together rin tayo sa bayanihan. At ma-enjoy nyo lahat ng ito using our digital receivers wherever you are. Talagang mas masarap ang ating pagmamahalan dahil anytime and anywhere, we have us together.
Napapansin ba ninyo lumiliwanag ang mundo pag magkasama tayo? Life is so much sweeter, everything feels better pag tayong lahat ay together. Let's have fun together, let's play together, kumain, magluto, matuto together, tawanan together, hawak kamay together, we'll be there for each other, we're stronger together. Kaya tara na Pilipino, let's get together, let's all come alive. Kaya tara na Pilipino, let's get together, Sunday 25, Sunday 25. Let's stay together, let's sing together, let's all work together, mag-travel together, let's shop together, mangarap together, we can fly higher when we are together. Kaya tara na Pilipino, let's get together, let's all come alive. Kaya tara na Pilipino, let's get together, Sunday 25. Panalo tayo pag together, walang talo pag together, balitaan together, love each other, magsikap together, magsikap together. Kaya tara na Pilipino, let's get together, let's all come alive. Kaya tara na Pilipino, let's get together, Sunday 25, Sunday 25, Sunday 25, let's get together, Sunday 25.